Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th-generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping.
Ready to hit our refresh button. You guys ready to go live? I'm ready to go live. Let's get it. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show, coming at you here on a Wednesday evening. It is already dark out here in Antarctica at 3:30 in the afternoon. It's later than that, of course, but boy, when winter hits, it does hit. A lot to discuss as ever, as always here today, and of course at the forefront, I know what is going to be percolating most in the chat, which is going to be Odell Beckham. Is he coming? Is he not? Like you guys, I'm sure, many of you, whether you're on your phone or whether you're on your Explorer, no, he's using Explorer, Chrome, whatever you're using, whatever internet device you use, you're sitting there all day, I'm sure, like me. Ding, 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 ding. I'm sure, like me, you were up at 2 in the morning last night. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, he's going to the Patriots. He's going to the Patriots. And it's not even as much that I'm as emotionally invested as having to make this signing. You just, when you're on the precipice of maybe adding a player like this, even if it's just in namesake only, it gets the fan base excited, still gets me excited. Call that what you will. I'm going to break down sort of the fast and dirty aspect of what I believe we're looking at here with Odell as far as what's going on with him. The Browns threw the proverbial monkey wrench into this situation in the renegotiations of the contract last week. You know, if you waived a guy before, you're on the hook essentially for nothing if you go sign that guy. He's waived, bonus money's cleared, all is good, all is done. But them in adding this bonus money contingent that then was based upon him being on the roster by a certain point in this week that we now reside on, it's added a little bit of a weird aspect to this. It certainly was the number one reason that he wasn't claimed off waivers, because nobody was taking on any bonus money with Odell. If you're paying him a base salary. You might give him a couple million, but you're going to be on a week-to-week basis with this guy through the rest of the year no matter what you're doing. There's nobody out there that's going to offer him a multi-year deal. I can't see that either unless somebody just goes totally nuts ball. Here's what we've got right now as far as what I can read from the situation on this. It's very murky. There's a variety of sources out there that tell you a variety of things. Diana Rossi from ESPN is out there saying we're not even really in it, that there are 3 other teams that are at the head of this. Then you've got the bald-headed dude whose name's escaping me right now, who's also a kind of an insider guy in the league, saying, no, Seattle's in on the mix with us along with a couple of these other teams. So we don't know for certain. Nobody really does at this moment where everything lands at. We just don't. What we can kind of take away from it is right now, this at the moment, I think, and this is my, again, total postulation on my part. I believe that Odell's making the choice between a team like New Orleans, catches the chance to expand himself out to this offseason to go sign another big deal. New England, where you have a similar situation at play. Then you've got Green Bay, who's on the other side of the fence with Seattle on this, I would offer. They're both offering somewhat of the similar things, though there's one difference in what Seattle's offering here. So Green Bay's got another great wide receiver opposite you. You're not getting double teamed. Aaron Rodgers will get you the football. We're going to, obviously throw the ball a lot. Good chance for you to rise up. Seattle offering likewise, though they can't offer him the same kind of targets. So Green Bay gives you a little bit of a better end as far as the possibility to come in there as an instantaneous number 2 onto the scene and roll. All right, what does Seattle have as a trump card?
more money to offer than any of those other teams that are in the mix. So now Odell's got to be looking at this situation and balancing and measuring everything out to say, okay, do I take the money in the now or for the hope for the later? Do I want to lay a bet on myself coming to a team late in the process, not knowing the playbook, and hope I'm going to be able to get my touches and catches in that to then go back out there and capture that next deal? Or do I face maybe having the most money I can now, make my peace with a one-year deal this offseason as a prove-it deal to whatever team I then go to this offseason? Variety of things to kind of weigh in. And then you add another layer on to that. You look at the Saints, it's going to be a veteran minimum deal. We can't offer you any money. And you got Trevor Siemian throwing you the ball the rest of the year. Is that going to get you stats? I don't know. It's kind of a dicey proposal, right? Patriots, Mac Jones, I know he's been a little bit up and down as a rookie and overall probably a little bit better than bad, but still a rookie quarterback, still a team that likes to run the football a lot, still a team that runs a lot of the precision-based offense that was giving you fits in Cleveland. Doesn't make a lot of sense there. Green Bay certainly would make more sense even than Seattle because they can slide him into the number 2, but here's the key difference between those two teams. Green Bay has no money to spend. They're offering the veteran minimum. This is pretty much open public source knowledge at this point. Seattle can offer far beyond the veteran minimum as we go forward, and they wouldn't even ding their pocketbook. So Odell's looking at it from the situation of I go to the team, it'll pay me more, few less touches. It's, again, a lot to balance. This is my guess on where it's all kind of sitting. I don't know where he's leaning one way or another. We might find out on this show. We are on the Odell Beckham watch. You better believe it here at the Hawks Nest. We get on watches. You know, some people watch over babies, make sure the baby's doing good. We watch over our team in the middle of the night for that wonder move that's coming down the pike. Come on, baby. Come on and give it to me. I am going to bounce over the chat relatively quickly. Bear with me, folks. Those in the chat, just hold off putting anything in the chat here till I do get through my opening thoughts. I see a bunch of people starting out this this deal right with all these donations. I will not forget you as well. Just bear with me here because I do have these opening thoughts I want to go into. I've got a bone to pick a little bit with some of the Seahawks fans out there. Now, it's not in anger. It's not in rage towards you or anything like that. But the bone to pick is in the addition of Odell Beckham. I can understand at this point not making the claim for Odell Beckham. Remember, I mentioned last week I got 4 pillars of a problem child, and all 4 pillars of those pillars need to be met for me to bring the problem child onto my team. So I'm cool with people going, I don't want to claim him when I got to have $3 million of bonus money click in the second I bring him in the door. Are you crazy? No, not crazy. And that's an understandable point. Where we might start to differ and split here on this proverbial path, my friend, is that I don't mind now throwing him millions of dollars as it stands right now. If I've got to come over the top of Green Bay and say, hey, do you want to go be a number 2 on $750,000, Odell? In Green Bay in the middle of winter? Or do you want to make $4 million in Seattle? Which is an okay environment here, and be the number 3. You know, I've heard rumors his shoulders are a little bit beat up. Maybe could rest those bad boys a little bit now. Seattle could give that money out. Still, again, roll over a ton of cash because now suddenly watching all the fans suddenly worried about the voidable years on next year's salary cap makes me laugh. The number of people going, they've got to roll that money over because they did the voidable years. Really? Is that what they got to do? Just educate me on this one then. Why'd they do the voidable years in the first place? What is the point of doing the voidable years if not to take advantage of this year's salary cap at its maximum? This is the point people will forget with that point. I don't disagree with the rollover, but you're going to say you want to roll it over because voidable years, that's the point of putting voidable years together. And maybe their point would be, well, if we had been a winner, it'd be different. Well, I'd still add that sense of urgency here and I would still apply it here. Maybe that's just me. It'll be interesting to see how far you guys are willing to go in the chat. We'll go into this. We'll dive into all the ups and downs with Odell. I'm sure a bunch of you've looked in the tape and read up all there is to read on him. So there's a lot to kind of turn through here. And again, I do think we are in the mix. I don't know if we're the front runners because, again, that lack of touches, going to a run-first offense, despite the extra couple $1 million, he might look at that as just enough of an offset to be like, Green Bay. We'll see. I'm hopeful. I am still hopeful because, again, I think of this, the last point I'll put on this Odell part, the people that aren't tossing out the voidable year stuff, there's also people tossing in the, yeah, but you have other problems in other places.
I saw a tweet out there. DC, who is it? Somebody out there put a tweet out there. It was Odell doesn't solve your offensive line. He doesn't solve your running back situation. He doesn't solve your lack of pack rush. He doesn't solve your corner position. Yeah. Who said that? Who out there is saying Odell Beckham is going to help out the offensive line, or that's going to solve everything? What a wondrous point that no one is putting forward. Not one person out there is putting forward. Not the lowest end Seahawk Twitter IQ user out there is presenting that argument. And this is what you see time and time again with folks that will slightly disagree with fans wanting this move or that move or to do this or to do that. They'll take the argument, and rather than just deal with the argument, it becomes now let's expand onto that and go outside the realm into this thing that people aren't arguing. Straw manning is basically what it's called in the debate game. Don't straw man, just deal with the argument at hand. Just go to the thing precisely. People are saying, does he help your receiving core? Does he help your wide receiver core? Let's toss out the voidable years. Let's toss out, like I said, you're still saving money. You could sign him to a contract and still have those voidable years. God, those voidable years. I'm posting up throughout this chat on the bottom of the scroll Pro Football Focus's scores through the entire season up till now. To this season right now, the cumulative. And what you will see on those is not just the score of the player, you will see where that player ranks in his particular positional group. So when you go and you get to Mr. Freddie Swain and where he ranks, he's a 54.8 as far as his Pro Football Focus rating. He ranks 111 out of 120 rankable wide receivers in the NFL. Odell Beckham wouldn't be better than that. Odell Beckham, even in his less than prime state, wouldn't be far better than that. This is the debate I want to get into with someone to explain to me on that. Not to mention now we do hear that there's some mysterious issue. Brock Heward was mentioning about DK Metcalf's foot in practice and mentioned words ticking time bomb. This has been one of my other points that I put on the back end of this. If I can't sell you on the fact of him being better than Freddie Swain, at least let me sell you on the fact that we need some injury insurance, especially as it concerns our wide receiver position. This is why I'm banging this drum. Not going to bang it for too long, but I did want to get into it. Now, I've got some new titles here. Of course, we do a segment every Wednesday for it. Let me get to just a quick couple chats here. Joey Mendez, thank you for the $25 donation. You were awesome. My guy, man, started out hot. I love it. He says, what's up, my guy? Much love. Keep it going. Keep it up 100. I'm going to keep it up 100, Joey. We're going to get revving tonight. I'm juiced to the 9. Okay. I'm ready to roll. So it's like, we're going to Odell's signing coming down. We're going to make this happen like a group, like an Indian rain dance. We're going to do an Odell Beckham rain dance. Come on, Odell. Come on, Odell. So we're getting there. We're going to be doing it, man. We're going to do it. Elliot, get OBJ. We need to fix other issues. And thank you, Elliot, for the $5. He says, get OBJ. We need to fix other issues first, but we can't fix at this point in the season. Offensive line cornerback. May as well try and score some more points. Elliot, thank you for the $5 donation, and I agree with you. Yeah, That's right. Might as well. This isn't the perfect path. This isn't the ideal path. We didn't want to be here. This is my thing with that point about he doesn't fix the offensive line. He doesn't fix the corner. Nobody said that. And everybody would have liked to have seen that addressed. I saw it throughout my chat this offseason. What about the corner position? What about the center position? It's been said. It's been talked about. It was discussed. Front office, Carroll ignored it and decided it wasn't important. Now we land at a point in time in this year when trade deadline done, offseason done, training camp done. The timeline to go make a deal or go add anybody from anywhere comes down to Odell or the guy right now bagging some groceries. Odell or the guy who is undergradding right now back at college now the NFL career is done. That's the real choice at hand here. That's the real choice at hand. And oh my gosh, the chat's... So my chat's messing up a little bit again. Hold off, guys, on the chat because tonight we are having... All right, there we go. I got it back. I think I got it back here. It's being a little wonky tonight. Okay, we're good. Gosh sakes. I was working on this and it's gotten just a little dicey. Jose Rodriguez, I don't like OBJ. Jose, I understand OBJ is not a personality that a lot of people are going to enjoy. And I get it. I do get it. For me, this comes down to the one fundamental fact, Jose, and this is why you can always go to my 4 pillars of a problem child. 4 pillars of a problem child. You apply it like a formula to a player.
you can come to the right answer on the situation. They break one of the 4 pillars, then they're not worth signing. Okay, and I'll say the 4 pillars. I think I'm going to go off the top of my head again. Listen. Number 1, you don't have to trade for him. Don't have to give up draft capital. Don't have to pay a big salary. Don't have to give signing bonus. Don't have to give multiple years. Those are my 4 pillars. You meet that as far as a problem child, then that means, Jose, is that if he goes out and starts raping a net, at the 50-yard line or some weird stuff like that, you just cut him. And because there's no bonus money involved, you're not on the hook for the totality of his contract, but only the games he's played. So you sign him to a $4 or $5 million deal. By game 3, he's goosing a cheerleader. Well, by Odell, here's $1.5 million. The risk is all gone basically in that given scenario is kind of what I'm saying. Mike YT, if Carson comes back this week, but then gets injured the week after, I hope not, is Boston Scott a good option? When is he available? Boston Scott? I'm not sure on Boston Scott, Micah. I'm not too aware of him. I think you'd probably go to Marshawn before you get to Boston Scott. You know what I mean? Like you'd probably get down to that spot if you were going to get to anything. I got to look now. Maybe I got to look up on Boston Scott a little bit. I think they're going to keep trying out Rashad Penny and Alex Collins, and then mix in the other youngsters around them if Carson isn't ready to go. That'd be my guess. They're going to kind of ride with that at this point. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation, Megan. Welcome out of the chat. Good to see you. She says, not sure why. I'm hoping OBJ goes elsewhere. Well, I don't think you're alone. I don't think you're alone on that. Not at all. I as Jose pointed out just above you on your chat there, Megan, I know we've got a contingent of Seahawks fans out there that are kind of, I'm okay if you just go somewhere else. To me, again, this comes down to you're a team sitting right now behind the 8 ball a little bit as far as even to make the playoffs. If there is any kind of asset that you can add out there to help the team, to aid the team, you go out there and you do it. If there was a corner out there that was the equivalent, I'd be doing it. If there was a running back out there, I'd be doing it. Without hesitancy. But that's not the reality we land in. We land in the reality of this guy. After you pass on him, you may get lucky with somebody being released down the mark. Or maybe somebody can tell me they like Josh Reynolds more than OBJ. I could be maybe convinced of that, though you're basically just giving me that he's really knows Waldron's scheme is pretty much the big thing you're throwing at me with Reynolds at that point. But again, Megan, you're not alone. I appreciate the donation. Thank you, Elliot and Joey. You're coming in. We got some folks coming in strong. Oh my God, Joey, with the $50 drop, just dropping the big boys right on the table, saying, "What's up?" Says Joey. "What's up?" Member in the house. He says, "All right, you juiced? I'm juiced. No, I'm juiced. Tis to the 9. Okay, I'm gonna get. Oh, we're going all the way up tonight. Let's get it going. Says Joey. We need the weapons to let Russ cook. Let him get out of his proverbial shield. If Carroll trades him, let him go out slinging the rock. That's goddamn right, Joey. You want to go out on your knees. You want to go out begging. You want to go out saying, please don't hurt me. Please don't punch me one more time. Or do you want to go out flames lit, pedal to the floor? Everything you can do. And people have talked. I've had some great discussions this week with folks I've disagreed with in my comment section on the channel, talking about, oh, we tried let Russ cook. We've been down that road, Joey. I'm going down that road once again. I'm going to go down that road fast. Because let Russ cook didn't fail because let Russ cook can't succeed. We all know why it didn't fail. We know why it failed. It failed 2 reasons. Number 1, Carroll pulled the e-brake going 80 miles an hour on the middle of the road. Number 2, yeah, the offense struggled because defenses went to cover 2 looks. So is the cover 2 defense the most unassailable defense in the history of man? Is the cover defense have no weaknesses? Is it once they run that at you, oh, no more cooking now? Well, my counter to that is isn't that once you brought in Mr. Waldron, the man who runs the modernized, evolved West Coast offense, which at its foundational layer is built to attack with the short passing game. What's the counter to the defense taking away the deep stuff? You hit them with the short stuff. Every defense has to make a choice out there. There is no perfect defense. Well, maybe the LOB. We're all there, right? Beyond that, beyond the 85's Bears, beyond the Ravens, there is no perfect defense, not in the salary cap era. You are going to get something. Can you attack that something? So my counter to those folks this last week, and my counter remains, yeah, let Russ cook got shut down last year. Yeah, Coach Carroll came up and turned the flames off. Yeah, the chicken wasn't cooked quite enough. Yeah, it got a little bit bumpy mid-year. Carroll went, ooh, I want off this ride. But that doesn't mean it can't work. And when you're going to get to the desperate state they could land themselves in, when they start hitting up against functional offenses again, when that defense might not quite work at the same great state it's been at the last 3 weeks, I hope it does. If it does, again, I'm magnificent. Magnificent. We don't need Russ to be a miracle worker this year. He doesn't got to go to Calcutta and swim through the cow crap to help the children. Okay? That's great. Awesome. Love it. But should that not happen, wouldn't it be nice to throw him a plethora of receivers that he can attack with? And if you're counting on D. Eskridge, that's counting on a part that's been broken 4 times over and hoping it gets right now. He's still working on that automated boot, whatever the hell's going on with his foot that just allows him to run right now. So I don't know if you can toss me with Eskridge. Well, you can maybe talk me into it, but that's going to be a tough one. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 dono. Joey, Randall, Megan, thank you so much for starting this out so hot. You guys are awesome. All of you have been longtime members, longtime contributors on this channel. I really do appreciate that. Randall, you're my guy, dude. I appreciate you, brother. He says the bells of war will be ringing Sunday on the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. Quarterback legends making their triumphant returns. Snow. Go Hawks. Hashtag let's go Brandon. Hey, let's go Brandon. My name has never been hotter in my whole life. Brandon is just cooking right now. Woo! And a Lambeau Field matchup in November. Yeah, there's some trepidation to this, right, Brandel? Oh my God, how much success have we had there lately? But there's still nothing like playing out there. There's still nothing like that environment. One of the true special places to play in the NFL. And we've got the return of these two quarterbacks who look at each other. I don't know if it's like this from Russell's standpoint, but I do think that Aaron Rodgers looks at him with a certain amount of, is venom too strong a word? I don't think I'd go to hate, but there certainly seems to be some healthy competitiveness between the two. Let's call it that. And I definitely think above all else, that as much as anything, that's going to get him back on the field this week. I think with Rodgers, they're getting Bakhtiari back. They're excellent. You could say, if not the best left tackle in the sport, one of the best left tackles in the sport. That's going to help them out quite a bit as well. The defense is going to have to bring it in this football game, Randall. We're going to get a true test to see whether or not this defense is really turned back the screws and gotten itself right, or whether we've been looking at fool's gold. That's going to be something that's going to be turned out real quickly in this game. We're going to get figured out real fast. But Randall, Joey, thank you so much. Elliot, I don't like to leave you off as well, but Joey was $75 off the top, brother. You are incredible, my guy. Thank you so much. And you are coming in with that kind of energy I feel right here in my heart. So thank you. Elliot says Rodgers is on the field legend and an off the field clown. Well, I'm almost at the point of calling him a Karen Rodgers. I'm not to the full Karen Rodgers state. I'm sure you guys saw the meme with somebody put a Karen cut on him. I thought it was pretty awesome. It was. I don't want to throw him too hard under the bus because everybody's kicking right now, but that was a good meme. Whoever put that one together, that was good photoshopping right there. That's solid stuff. Emmett21 says, I literally still believe OBJ will come here. It makes more sense he comes here than people think. There's some parameters of it that make a lot of sense. I think if the Saints had a really good quarterback, it's no brainer. He's going there. He went to college at LSU. I think the same would be true with the Patriots. If you had a Tom Brady there still, he'd be over with the Patriots right now. But that's not the case. And in that factor of touches and stuff, you've got to think about quarterback, and don't think that a guy who's played the last two quarterbacks he's been with, who've been a little limited each in their own way, if that's not going to factor into where he wants to go. That's where I come down to this being it is a decision at this point, in my opinion, of it's either the Saints are promising him the moon and the stars with Peyton, saying, I'm going to get you 100 touches before the season's over, and that's why he'll take the veteran minimum deal,
or then it's down to probably the Pack and Seattle. I'd see those three teams as the three-team to mix. I don't know if we're the front runner. I'd love to believe so. I think we're in the mix, but I don't know that we're the front runner. I think we can give them more money, but that touches factor is going to come into this. I think it's not to be undersold at all. Plagueis says, I don't think Odell is coming. Yeah, I'd put it probably like, for me, feels like about a 40%er right now. It feels 40%. I'm hopeful. Like I said, we're all hitting that refresh button. And so, TJ says, I got to go to school. I got a school work to do, but I'll be back later. Sounds good, my guy. John Robinson says, if OBJ signs for league minimum, it will be a telltale sign of preparing for a life without Russ. But why not appease Russ and go all in by signing him? The thing I would hope with this, John, is that we would have some intrepid reporters who would maybe press and ask Coach Carroll as to what it is in these negotiations that allow to get done, being that if he does sign with the league minimum deal. For instance, let me play a reporter. Coach Carroll, we understand you guys are in on every deal, which is fantastic. My question for you is that sitting on this $13-odd million of cap space as you are and seeing that Odell signs for a league minimum deal, were you guys able or did you guys better the opening offers that were out there? Did you offer significantly more? He'll say, well, that's behind us. That's closed matters behind. Well, okay, Coach Carroll. Did Odell Beckham coming here come down to money? And just try to press him into that corner with it a little bit, as much as you can. He's obviously going to duck and dive through, but just as much as you can, get it pressed to, okay, were you guys really not willing to even do like a $3 million deal on a 1 year remaining contract? Were you that opposed to it? And yeah, I do think that it's just another sign, John, on a lot of signs throughout this year of not only not appeasing Russ, but having an eye towards moving on, towards the future. I hope it's untrue, but if I'm a police detective and I'm trying to put the case together here, I can put a pretty solid case together of Seattle leaning that direction. And I think I think I'd get a unanimous jury. Maybe not unanimous, but it's not a murder trial, so I just need more than says yes than no. Oh my goodness, we got more folks coming in hot here. I love it. And I'm getting the donos too. I want to get on the chat because I had some folks mad at me for not necessarily getting to being late on the chat and stuff. So bear with me on both. Elliot says Odell's probably going to wait to see the result of the Seahawks-Packer game. He might, Elliot. Smart stuff. I'll tell you this. He's late in the process at this point to do any kind of getting onto the field here, right? He basically needed to land by Wednesday, so he already is holding himself out to another week beyond this. In waiting, basically. So maybe he is doing that. He's just seeing, okay, let's see if the Seahawks can go out there and do anything. And if they do, then I'll look at them. And if Packers win, I'll lean to them. It's not the worst strategy, for a guy that maybe doesn't have a lot of great options out there, a lot of offers out there. Ethan says, you want to make $750,000 in Green Bay, Odell, in the winter? Brr. I hope that's exactly how John Schneider approaches him with an offer. I would just have John, I'd call him, and then I'd have a blizzard sound pumping through the phone receiver. I'd be like, Odell, can you hear me? He's like, yeah, where are you? And he's like, I'm here in Seattle, but this is what it's going to sound like in another 3 weeks in Green Bay. What? This is what's going to sound like in Green Bay in 3 weeks. You want me in this? Howling wind, all that, doing whatever I could. But again, like John could come in here and blow this out of the water if you think about it, folks. I mean, we know publicly Green Bay is offering $750,000 for the rest of the year. John comes in with his big fat stack of wads, right? Just weighing him down, and he drops a nice $4 million stack right there on the table. How does Odell say no to that? A 4-to-1 return off what he was going to go somewhere else, even if it's about trying to raise his star into the offseason, which again, I think if Odell thinks about this, he'll understand. There's not enough time for me to go to a team and really get enough touches and catches to really raise my profile enough on the fly to go get a multi-year deal this offseason. A multi-year deal. I think I don't know the team out there that's going to do that unless he's at that point willing to go to a Detroit. Be like, well, it's Detroit, but at least they're giving me that last final deal here. So, I don't know. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. U2K heard ODB has narrowed his choice to Saints, Chiefs, and Packers. We should have claimed him and said, we'll prove this is the best place for you. think front office uses this as an excuse, another missed opportunity? It may. I mean, you know, this is going to be another nail in my coffin for them in going at it. I get the not doing the signing thing with him on the bonus money and what that was going to do. $7 million for half a season of Odell, who again, is he physically 100%? I'm bringing him in on the fly. That does get into a bit of a dicey place for me personally. And especially with the bonus is really what's the kicker. I may be on board with even going up as high as $7 million, knowing at any point in time I could, feasibly cut him. But it is another missed opportunity. And I think beyond this guy, I don't want to get too fixated on Odell at the end of the day. This is really about the decision-making of not jumping on this sooner, right, Huey? This is more to the people's point who want to see the center, want to see a running back or a corner or a pass rusher or a 3-tech defensive tackle. This is to their point, which is that really something should have happened a month ago. Something should have happened 2 months ago. And we were all patiently waiting, going, well, I guess they'll do something at the trade deadline. I guess at least John's got a plan, man. In John and Pete, we trust. There's some plan coming down that pike. So, he's getting ready. He's just waiting in the wings. He's like that cobra in the long grass, he's just going to strike and hit. He's just sat there and just been rattling the whole time. There's been no strike. I don't know why, but that is what it is. It would have been hard, though, for me if I'm a general manager to pull that trigger with that bonus money and knowing some of the contentiousness that Beckham has left as he's gone on from New York, as he's gone on from Cleveland. Burnside, if I'm OBJ, I'm moving to Green Bay with the better quarterback, offense, defense, and play calling. You're not wrong on your points, Burnside. I mean, you're not wrong on your points as far as Aaron Rodgers is playing when he's been on the field this year. I knock him for Aaron Rodgers a bit, but you can't doubt him on the football field. In the last couple of years, he's played outstanding football despite the fact that he's aged. He looked like a guy with those calves tearing all the time and lower leg injuries and collarbone breaking for a few years there. Like he was going to be a done and set dude, but he's managed to put it and keep it kind of together a bit. So props to Aaron on turning that around. That could be the thing that does bring it into him. But again, if it comes down to you offer me $750, and other guys offer me $4, $5, $6 million, it's a lot of money to turn down for those items you put on. Emmett says he believes we can still make the playoffs. I hope he does. He will have to if he's going to sign here. Spectre7, thanks for coming in the member game. There's something to be said about, do you want to play in that freezing cold? It takes a special type of player to want to play in those kind of conditions. It's not fun, especially when Green Bay gets really, really cold. And, I mean, not just the snow, just the really, really, then the wind's blowing and, ooh. You want frostbite, Odell? You want to go catch passes with frostbite? That sound good? No frostbite up here in the Emerald City. It's nice and temperate. UH says the only hope for this team is to outscore our opponents. ODB is the ODB. I love how you're changing him to old dirty bastard. Is the best option available. Also a nice incentive to Russ to entice him to stay with the Seahawks. These are the reasons that I draw to it, Huey, as I see the season going forward. I think that the defense will be better than what it looked like in like the Viking-Titan game, but will not quite look like what we've seen over the course of the last 3 games. We're going to see something in probably the middle as far as performance goes. This means the offense is going to have to kind of carry the day, like it or not. And when you look at the run game right now, we're not running the ball particularly well this season. We're really not. Now, you run the ball better as the year goes on. Historically speaking, you tend to pass better in the early part of the year. I get all that. It's all fair. It's all value. It's all not to be overlooked in itself. Running game might improve, but Carson's neck is, as we understand it, problematic. Rashad Penny does not look like the same player coming off the ACL. Alex Collins is beat up all to hell. Thinking that this run game with this stable of cats is going to get it done at this point, or that we can lean on that in some equivalent fashion to what we're doing with the passing offense, seems a bit like a fool's errand to me. Seems a bit like you're going to end up bashing your head up against a wall and not getting any space. In fact, turning around with a lot of possessions at that point and punting possessions just because of your insistence to lay in to try to lean on a running game that's not very productive, that's not very efficient, and that's injured up and down the roster. Megan with another $2 donation says, by the way, I'm heading to Seattle next year, B. Awesome, Megan. Well, damn, we're going to have to, hopefully maybe I can get over to Seattle and meet up at that point or something. Got to meet or something. I got to get over to my peeps over there here sooner or later. So, yeah, let me know when you're coming through. That's awesome, though. Hopefully to see a game. You're going to see a game. You got to come see a game if you're coming to Seattle. Joey with another 25 dono. Joey, you're going $100 hot on the donation train tonight. My God, my guy, you are awesome, amazing. I salute you, kind sir, and I do appreciate you. One of my longtime members on the channel as well. I love the support. Appreciate it. He says, whether we get OBJ or not, we need the offense to open up. We have healthy parts back. The defense has hopefully figured some things out. The backslide should be expected. Where is the always compete? Give Russ the tools. That's it. Give him the tools. This has been the thing that I've harped on with Russ as we've gone through over the course, even just look at the last year or so, where we went into the offseason, Joey, and I said we should put at the top of our list this offseason is improving the offensive line wherever we can, making that our first priority, and then working on down from there. Seattle didn't really do that. You added Gabe Jackson and nothing else. That was your great addition. Which is not that great of an addition, getting a guy who's on the backside of his career, who's been moved off of the main spot where he was at his best because he started to slow down a bit. It was not really much of a move. It was very much a May kind of move. But even beyond that, doing whatever you could to give him targets to throw, more targets to throw to, better running backs if you could add it, do whatever you could to sort of just give him more help around him to see if you get more out of vis-a-vis than Russell Wilson. It's the theory of you build around your best players and great things happen is sort of my theory at play here. As evidenced by across the league, teams that seem to do that around their quarterback have a lot of great quarterbacks, seem to have a lot of success with that, Joey, don't they? In my opinion. So they didn't really go that route with it. Unfortunately, I would think this would help having ODB. I'm going to start calling him ODB now, Owie. Is going to help to have Beckham now essentially is potentially on a third cornerback, or maybe you got Tyler Lockett working off of a third cornerback. The mismatches you could create across this field, especially with the spread concepts. When I look at a guy like Kyler Murray, and one of the reasons that he's had success this year, had the best success of his career this year, despite having pretty good years starting out, not playing too bad, but really taking that next step forward in his development this year, seemingly at least out the gate, has to do with his ability to get the most out of spread concepts. And you see in those spread concepts, it limits the abilities of defenses to be able to blitz Kyler as much and overwhelm him in the pocket, remove those passing lanes so he can't see being a shorter quarterback. And I can't help but wonder if we gave Russell Wilson similar type of looks on the outside like that, similar sort of spread concept formations out there and got the defense moved out away from that line of scrimmage a little bit, opened up his vision a little bit, removed a little bit of the exotic blitzes that you can now throw at him, because if you run the exotic blitz, you're leaving somebody uncovered potentially. So it just dials things back a little bit with that. I'm intrigued by that potential. Again, it's not 100%. Oh, it's going to work 100% if you let Russ cook. I don't know that it'll work. We're in a desperate situation here. That's the thing we keep in mind here, folks. We didn't want to be to the point of like, let's get to the spot of let Russ cook. That's let Russ cook. No, we all wanted other things improved, but that stuff didn't happen. So we're not going to cry over spilt milk. We're going to look forward to what we got right now and moving into the future. That's all we can do. So operating with what we have now in our midst, potentially in our midst, to what that could mean for the future, that gets me signing up and on board with this deal. Spectre 7, you've been a member for 2 months now. Thank you, Spectre. He says, man, I really, really want to win this game. Spectre 7, I do too. I want to shock the world. I want to get us, I don't really care about getting back in the talk nationally with Seattle. I don't care about that stuff. They're never going to be high on us anyway for a variety of reasons. So who cares about that? But just to come in there and shock, to go into Lambeau and win again. Somebody I think said it's been since like 1999 since we've won in Lambeau. It's far too long. We've taken far too many lumps in there. We've gotten our butts beat far too much. We've been blown out in there a couple of times, including a playoff game. I mean, one game where Brett Favre was out there doing snow angels and then stood up and like threw a touchdown underhanded. I want to get out of that stuff. I'm done with that stuff. Let's get a win. Let's get Russ back out there. Let's get rolling. Russ, by the way, who when he was coming into this injury was playing some of his most efficient football of his career. Maybe not at the best of his career, but some of the most efficient football and throwing the football that he's ever done, which is some of what we expected with him in this new offense. So hopefully that can take a step forward. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. Third dono today. Thanks. Says to see the Hawks and Kraken live should be interesting as I hate flying and it will be at least a 27-hour flight. You just got to knock yourself out for that, Megan. You know what I mean? You got to take some pills and drop yourself deep into that well for that flight. I would go crazy. I barely can hang with 5 hours when I got to go visit my mom out in Hawaii. So I like 27, five times that plus. I would be an unhappy camper. Good news is you're going to love it when you get here, though. It's an awesome place to visit. There's so much to do, especially in Seattle. And I hear the Kraken is lit. Going to see that stuff is awesome. Thank you, Megan, so much for the donations. Joey, you are amazing as well. Randall, Elliot, appreciate you guys. And gals, women. Nas, imagine you're a D coordinator who's game planning for Seattle. How do you stop DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and OBJ? I don't know. Again, this is acknowledging OBJ is not OBJ of his first 3 years. I get that. He still could be a very good player, I think. I think he can still get open. And I think if you've got him matched up with, to your question, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm putting my third best cornerback on OBJ because I go, well, I know Tyler and DK are healthy and OBJ's with this new team. He doesn't know the playbook as much. But now OBJ gets to eat. And then let's go beyond this. How do you keep doubling DK? I think we're going to end up finding out this season when we see the advanced statistics that come out on wide receivers. We're going to end up probably finding out that DK was doubled as much as any wide receiver in this game this season. It gets hard to double team a guy when you got that many other threats across the board. And if you do double team him now, if you're bringing a safety down up on DK, you're leaving that whole realm of that space of field now open up for those other guys to get into that zone. A zone uncovered. I like the thought process of it. I like the possibility of it. And I'm just intrigued by this possibility. It may not work. It may fall right on its face. OBJ may be cooked and done. He may have a fork sticking out of his back by the time he gets here. He may be running in sand shoes. I don't know what may be going down with it, but it's worth the risk for me at this point. The rolling over of $13 million this year into next year's cap seems so silly. It's not even silly. It's just infuriating to me when you're trying to keep your quarterback here long term. As UE2K talked about, some of this is about the move, and I know I don't care about making Russ happy. Who cares? He's already got DK. He's already got Tyler. He's already got tight ends. Be happy, Russ. What? God, always need to make you happy. Okay. Do you want to keep him here long term or not? Really comes down to that fundamental question at the end of the day. Is that important or is it not? You know? Or do we want to go through a rebuild? Do we want to spend the next 40 years looking for our next franchise quarterback? Because that's what it took to get him. We had to wait 40 years. Don't come at me with Dave Craig, Matt Hasselbeck. Props to both you men. But it becomes you go down the path on this one a little bit. Terrence Barbie says they should have claimed him off waivers. It would have been gutsy. It would have been very, very gutsy to do something like that. That's for sure. I get where people are coming from, though. The second you did, you opened it up a little bit. Boy, if I'm a general manager right now, giving any bonus money to Odell Beckham is a tough. And I'm advocating for signing the guy. I'm advocating for signing the guy for a lot of money. But you start throwing bonus money in there and guarantees to a guy that I don't want to really be guaranteed a whole hell of a lot. You know, we're taking this week by week. You know what I mean? I'm be like a parole officer. Like, all right, what'd you do this week? You know. Consumer114 says, damn, DK ranks 6 of wide receivers in PFF in a run-first offense, and people want to get rid of this kid. Laughing out loud. Thank you, Consumer. That's I had one of the stats when I saw it, and I wasn't counting on seeing it. I'm just posting this stuff. But you know me, I'm on this. This has been one of my current, I've been on my horse a little bit with this on trying to get folks to wrap their head around, how really great a player DK is, how he's getting better, how, you've got a guy that could be one of those next upper crust wide receivers as we move forward in the next few years. And there's a lot of trepidation from what some people consider diva antics to what some people consider injury risk, to some people have problems with the amount of money you pay, to it, some of them being all those three things. To me, it's a guy that's still relatively young. And if you want to talk about injury risk, has he missed a game yet? Has he missed one professional game? No, he hasn't. He's played in every single one. Seems pretty tough. Seems pretty durable. Still pretty young. Young guys don't tend to get injured as much as older guys do.
And if we're talking about cost, here's my only one last point on this with DK on the cost, because this is a little bit of a thing I haven't touched on recently on the podcast, that this is a little bit of a number salary cap thing to kind of break you guys off on it with this, because this is again where we as fans get taught and trained by what the media tells us to think a certain way about something, and then we don't consider the reality of what it is. So you hear a Jamal Adams contract signing for $17.5 million per year, and you go, God bless it, $17.5 million per year for a box safety after two. What you got to first do before you freak out is go back and look at what the cost is on the first 3 years of the deal. It's the first 3 years of the deal. And when you look at Jamal Adams over the cost of the first 3 years of the new contract he signed, by the way, it's $5 million this year, $9 million next year, $18 million in year 3. We clear year 3. We decide we don't like Jamal Adams anymore. We don't like Jamal Adams anymore. Okay? Now at that point in time, you can just move on from Jamal Adams, and it's only the dead money hit remaining. And it moves down the contract to somewhere in my numbers that I was working out yesterday to something like actually what you'll have then paid for 3 years of Jamal Adams' prime of his career is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $13.5 million for 3 years, not $17.5. So when you pay DK Metcalf $27.5 million, it actually really means if you wanted to get out from under it in 3 years, with the dead money, this is with the dead money brought in, only probably about $22.5, $23 million or so, if not a little bit less. So when they give you the average per year, don't get caught up in that sometimes. Players are not always going to go through that 4 years. And if they're going through that 4 years, it means because they're performing well. They're earning their contract. You're happy to pay them. But if they're not, if they're busts, if they sat on their couch after you signed them, you can easily get out after the first 3 years at a very minimum cost because you've had 3 years of bonus money winding off the books. All that hits you at that point is the final year of bonus money proration that is left. And I'm totally getting behind in the chat again. Plaga says, what's the cat doing? One's sleeping. I'll get the other one out here, though. Let's see her. If I get out, she's going to start screaming. If I wake the cats, it's going to be a cat calls, the whole deal. Emmett Gaming says, laughing out loud, this donation. I love the donation, man. I love Joey's energy. Joey's bringing it, and that's what I need for my peoples. I want that energy. I want you guys to get hyped up. Yeah, it's been a tough season so far. That doesn't mean it can't turn around. We're going into Lambeau. This is Green Bay we're talking about. We got to put on our mean faces. You know, this is what we play for. Jose Garcia, we should have gone in and brought in Adrian Peterson. I wouldn't have been opposed to it, Jose. Not a bad move. Not going to cost you a lot. He looked okay for Tennessee the other night. You know, boy, you can tell when he runs, though. You can tell he's lost a little bit of speed. And those poor players, after they've been in the game for so many years, man, it doesn't matter if you're a quarterback or running back, whatever, tight end. They just move with that it's that scar tissue move, you know, where just everything looks like it just kind of hurts just a little bit. not full on injured, just kind of, okay. In there, somewhere in there. Maxwell says Seahawks haven't won in Green Bay in 21 years. That's right, 21 years. Randall says Josh Reynolds is basically David Moore. Yeah, basically at that point. I mean, he's probably better than Freddie Swain, being that Freddie Swain's 110 out of 120 wide receivers right now in the NFL. But, you know, is he significantly better than that? No, not really. Not to my eyes, really. I don't think he had a lot of suitors out there in free agency. And I think even when Tennessee picked him up, it was before they had picked up Julio Jones. So they were in a little bit more of a desperate situation when they got him. But that's probably, it's about the same kind of production level you're getting out of either, I guess. Emmett says Russ called OBJ about getting him here. Yes, Russell Wilson has been recruiting OBJ. I would like a little bit better if it was our coach doing some of this recruiting, or maybe our general manager. You know, maybe not general manager, but at least a coach. You know, we'd love to have you in here. It almost, I'm not going to get too lewd with this, but it almost seems a little bit like with OBJ in this situation as far as the management's concerned. I don't think about this with Russ. I think about this maybe with Carroll and management on this just a little bit. I maybe feel like this just a little bit, and that they're just kind of putting the tip in. You know what I mean? Nobody's really deciding to. It's a little bit of like shades of the Sherman thing, where they're really not in on Sherman throughout the process of him remaining unsigned. They're kind of, they're in basic contact. They're looking like maybe they're going to do something, and then at the last second when he's on the runway, they call him and try to bring him back, just so they can come back and say, well, we were in on it. Well, we tried to get in on it. I feel a little, that's why I'm a little bit not feeling like we're at the head of the train on this one, is I don't know how past Russ and his always compete methodology he's applying, if it's being pushed across the board as much. Maybe management as much isn't as big on this and they don't want to bring him in. We're going to find out. We're going to see real soon how this rolled. OBJ on jet sweeps. I think he could do it if you have some problem at this point where Eskridge can't stay out there and keep going. And I think that's a big question mark going forward. There's a lot of people wanting to rely on that guy, which I don't know what you've seen so far to believe that he's going to maintain his health here going forward based on what we've seen already up until this point. But if he's out, we've already seen they don't really have a backup guy for that, Nas. We don't have a secondary sweep guy. They went to Gerald Everett as their secondary sweep guy more often than not. That's not going to work. Terrence Barbie says, no way they trade Russ. Terrence, I don't know if that's going to be the case if Russ asked to be moved this year. And again, there's a lot to unpack, I know, in this kind of stuff when we start talking down this train of things. But we're going to see how it plays out really soon, one way or another. So we'll see which way this goes as it could go. But there absolutely is a possibility they could trade Russ. And the thing with it on this, Terrence, is think about it just real quick base tenets with making Russ happy. If we look back to last year, okay, and it's not their job to make Russ happy; it's their job to build the best football team. I'm not trying to hammer the front office or whatever. They're making their choices. They're making. They may end up proving very right in this situation, and it may be the proper path they're going down is the right path for this organization moving on to the next 5 to 10 years. I acknowledge that before I say this, but me saying this has nothing to do just with what you see from them in the last year or so. Russ says I get hit too much, Terrence. Russ says, yeah, I take a lot of hits over me. It'd be great to have some of the things we see Mahomes having, like great offensive line, right? They get Gabe Jackson. That's the only move they make. That's not, oh, we heard our quarterback. We heard his calls. Your call is heard. Now we will address it. You didn't really address it. Last year they wanted Antonio Brown. They weren't willing to go up what was basically like $750,000 to beat the match, to beat the offer the Bucs were willing to give Antonio. It really came down to money on that situation. To me, I look at him last year submitting the list of 4 teams he wanted to be potentially traded to. That's an indication to me that he's open to being traded. Players get to that level of stage of things, Terrence, and it means it's pretty far along in the process of potential as far as separation between quarterback and team. You look at this year now. Still getting hit a decent amount, literally gets hit in the pocket by the guy that's hit him more than any other guy in his career, who Seattle's never found an answer to block in his entire career. Some of this stuff I think is going to lead down this direction, Terrence, and I don't think Seattle would hardline this where if Russell says, I want out, they're going to say, no, we're holding you here hostage. I don't think they would do that. This is why but this is also why, Terrence, I'm fighting like mad to try to avoid this at all costs. This is why I harp on this so much, is because I don't want to see this to be the eventuality of the situation. It's just that it's heading down a certain trek that's going in that direction of things. Seahawks Jose says, I said I didn't like him. I didn't say I don't want him. And DK are I don't want him. But him and DK are the same player. If DK gets hurt, then we look smart. If we have 2 problem children, we look bad. I guess, Jose, that's the downside we have to talk about on this, is that, okay, we get to a point where Odell gets to be a problem child in the locker room. This team and organization showed with Aldon Smith this preseason, Jose, that they will move on from a problem child very fast. And the key with this, of course, Jose, is no bonus money, no dead money hit. You basically can get rid of a guy and wash clean of it without any blowback to you whatsoever. So if you reach a point 4 games into the Odell Beckham experience and he goes off the rails, Jose, you cut him. There's no bonus money. You're paying him week by week at that point because of the time of year you're signing him, because he's coming off the waiver wire, because it's a 1-year deal. So if the problem child thing comes up, you make that move. And if you feel that way with DK moving into this offseason, then you move in the direction of also looking to move DK at that point if you feel like he's a problem child. Organizationally, I mean. I don't think he's that, but if they feel he is that, then you could go that path. I think that that situation playing out that way, Jose, wouldn't be the cause of the season not having us get to the playoffs. Maybe that pops up. That's a possibility. But I think we're much more likely to see like defense not good enough to get us into the playoffs, offense not maturing enough around Waldron to get us into the playoffs. We can't quite put up enough points or get enough consistent drives to keep our defense fresh, not getting us in the playoffs. Defense giving up too many points and not able to stop the run, not getting us in the playoffs. Like those are going to be reasons you don't get in the playoffs or get to the conference championship or get to a Super Bowl. I don't think it is that you got two diva-like receivers on the roster at the same time. I don't think that would be the thing to upend you. It is a problem, but I think there's bigger sort of fish to fry as far as issues are concerned. Ethan Techworld says, bonus pillar of the problem child. The fifth pillar, the fifth column. The upside of a player. If all of the previous ones are covered, if the player has high upside like OBJ, click, sign please. Well said, Ethan. I will try to remember to add that as a fifth pillar. I will take that. Let's add the fifth player, that they've got to have a monumental amount of upside. I'm taking on a crazy dude up in the head. I'm taking on a live wire here. Okay, so if that's the case, I need a little extra insurance from you. You got to be really good and worth it if we get it. We saw this a little bit a couple of years when Josh Gordon came in before he got suspended, where he was coming along. He had a couple of moments. There was the 49er game where he made a couple of key third down catches. There's the Carolina game where I think Russell Wilson threw maybe perhaps his biggest, longest, furthest moonshot ball he's ever thrown in his career. And you got Josh fully like almost lays out for it to make the catch like 65 yards down the football field. That's the upside you want to see. And it's not upside of I'm going to give him 7-8 catches a game. It's just upside of when we go to you, you're just be ready to go, be ready to roll here. I'm with it. Maxwell says the rumor is OBJ will decide by Saturday. It makes sense because we would have had to sign today to be ready by Sunday. Why make the decision today or tomorrow or Friday at that point when really, you just need to be ready by basically next Wednesday to get back on the football field the week after. I could, if I'm trying to read into it a little bit, I could say this would lend more towards leaning in the direction of a Seattle team, because he would say it like this, right? Like, and I'm going deep on this, folks, so give me some rope here. But he look at it if he looks at it like this, where he says, okay, I'm measuring against Saints and the Patriots and even Green Bay as far as touches go versus the Seahawks, who aren't going to give me the same touches. Well, then I want to get onto those teams as quick as possible to get those touches, to get those catches, to propel me to my next contract this offseason. Kicking another week down the street is one less week of film, one less week of him producing, one less week of him putting catches out there. But if he was leaning to go to Seattle and already at that point throwing the I need the catches and touches aspect, this season's sort of a lost year anyway. It was just about me getting the hell out of Cleveland. I'll have to go on the prove-it contract this offseason anyway. That value will kind of be locked into what it is as it is now, regardless of what I do through the back 8 games of my schedule. Maybe, again, I'm reading into this a little too much, but that would be maybe a little bit of hopeful optimism for you folks that want to see OBJ. Plagueis says, why so late? Doesn't he want to get rolling as soon as possible? Yeah, so Plagueis, he had to have to be back by Wednesday today. He would have had to assign by today, Wednesday. There's also some things, I think, with the contract that he signed with the Browns last week, where there was a thing where if he was picked up on waivers or whatever, now on an active roster, I think that's when the bonus money kicked in as well. It's reportedly that the Browns have opened up a Pandora's box here with this new contractual styling that they've implemented here on this OBJ situation. It's going to take a lot more unpacking beyond this live stream show to understand how this could impact contracts going forward. But it definitely threw things a little askew here. I think also it's a tough decision for him because like I talked about at the top, Plagueis, all of those aspects he's looking at on all these teams, every team's got a nice bonus to it, but every team's got a little bit of a detriment to it as well. There's no clean team out there for him to just go to who's got the star quarterback and the need at wide receiver and can pay him money. He's got to give up one of two or two of three of the choices that remain available out there. Randall says, if we sign OBJ, we get a comp pick if he leaves in the offseason. Very well put, Randall. Thank you for reminding me of that. That's correct. That's the other aspect of this. If you had signed him, if you traded, I believe, for him, or just signed him off waivers, I believe that you were not going to be getting a comp pick at that point if he signed in the offseason. Whereas now if you sign him and he signs a big money deal in the offseason, you would be able to get a comp pick. So a little bit of looking at this OBJ thing should be, okay, $5 million, but $5 million might not only just buy me OBJ, $5 million might also buy me a 5th round compensatory pick in the future if he goes out and signs a, let's say, a 1 year, $9 million prove-it deal, 1 year, $7 million prove-it deal. Because remember, the cap goes up to 208.8 next year, so the salaries are going to increase across the board, even of the 1 year variety. Is that out of bounds now? Does that make the deal look a little better? Am I bringing you over, guys? Plagueis says, yes, of course, DK is worth it. He's an absolute monster. I'm glad I got you with that, Plagueis. That's I've been having some good debates on the channel with some folks, and I get their perspective on it who disagree with me a little bit. I know where they're coming from. $27.5 million is an APY average per year. That's a significant portion of cost to swallow, but swallow it we will. Magic Vlogs, yo. How's it going, Magic? DK is easily better than OBJ, but I feel like OBJ gets a quarterback of Russ caliber on a team with Seattle's culture. He'll tap more into that upside that we know he has. I think there's some, that's a little bit of the upside that we're talking about is the 5th pillar to my problem child we were replying on there. And I agree. I think that you don't know that he doesn't necessarily have a little bit of upside here to this. The 2 quarterbacks he's played with are Eli Manning, who should not be talked about in the Hall of Fame, but who does not deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, but will be talked about because of the Manning name and those Super Bowls. And then you've got a guy in Baker Mayfield who's also, I think, not only, in my opinion, is a limited quarterback, but also a guy who had zero chemistry with OBJ. It's like those action movies, in the 80s where they would sometimes try to pair like a hot on the come type actress with a action dude, and they would come together and there'd be no chemistry between them whatsoever. Nothing. And you go, boy, the parts are all here for this to work. We've got the script right, the lighting's good, but there is just they almost seem like they hate each other. It's a little of that feeling of it. So now he comes with Russ. He's thrown with him in the past. Russ is going to be giving him a level that he's never had before. That is the off-script plays. This is the big thing that I was being a proponent of signing Odell was the fact that he's played with these two sort of. Baker likes to think he's mobile, but he's not mobile. He always gets caught the second he starts to try to be mobile. For all intents and purposes, he's just a barely past statue level as a quarterback. So now Odell goes from statue in Eli, semi-statue in Baker Mayfield to a mobile quarterback, even with not necessarily prime Russ. He's still a mobile quarterback in that pocket. Now it's not just about you always having to win on your slant route or your post or your comeback, but now when the comeback, if you happen to be still covered, you can go into your secondary route. Well, what is one of the great things that Odell really does? Not a pure speedster burner, but a 0 to 60 guy. He'd be your he gets up there in 3.4 seconds type dude, and that would help the secondary script stuff. That would help him get into that secondary route that much faster for Russ to get open that much quicker. For us to hit him down the field for those off-script plays that we all know are a part of Russ's game, like it or not. It's part of what he does. So giving him a guy that's good at those things could only help. This is one of the reasons I advocated for a guy like Antonio Brown in the same way last year. Not just because Antonio's a name, but again, a guy who did a lot of his damage and a lot of his greatest work as a wide receiver with Ben Roethlisberger working off-script. Ben just shakes a guy off, gives him an extra 2 seconds to get open downfield, and he wiggles some which way over here and gets wide open. Matthias23451 says, I hate this hype of the diva wide receivers. Comes with territory in football. Anyone who played or watches a lot knows that. To win, you need dogs of players. OBJ is possibly still that. I mean, look at AB. Yeah, I don't like the diva stuff, and there's definitely a line with me, Matthias, and that when we talk about this with DK at times, there is a line you land with guys where you go, okay, you're too far over the mark. You're too much of this. And it's weird that positional grouping builds it in the way it does. It's very unique in football. I mean, even running backs are just, you almost get the impression those guys, they're just hard hat guys that go about that. They take all that bunch of the damage and they don't talk half as much as these receivers do, and it's frustrating at times with them doing it, but there's a lot to do it. And the dog is the thing I think you do need of in your team, man. It's an important part of your football club to have some guys with some edge on them, to have a little bit of, and look, I think I would even argue that Coach Carroll teams are a little better the more wilder they get. He's a little wild coach. He plays it loose and free and easy. So stack a roster of that then, you know. This is, again, we get to that debate another one of the long held debates on this channel, you know, Boy Scouts or alphas. Do you look to stack a bunch of edgy alpha dudes, or do you look to stack a bunch of Boy Scouts? Do you look to get a mix? Do you lean more to the alphas? I mean, these are long held debates on this channel, no doubt about it. Emmett21 says, do you think it will snow? Well, let's look at weather.com and let's go to Green Bay. Let's take a look. I will not remove my ad block. You will suffer with my ad block. Weather.com. I don't know. It looks like it's going to rain. 29 degrees. It's kind of right on the line at that point. So the forecast has got 41 as a high, 25 as a low, 24% chance of precipitation. So I would say that, no, it's not going to snow. It's too early to snow in Lambeau right now. It's way too early. Plaga says, Broncos kicked the Cowboys' ass. Let's do the same to the Packers. Let's do it. Let's shock the world. We're going to shock the world. We're the best in the world. They just don't know. Emmett says, I want this upset. I want this too. I can taste it. I just want to smack the smirk off Rodgers' face for a week. Just watch him with that hateful look towards Russell at the end of the game as Russell's approaching him. Hey, Aaron. Good game, man. Well, got you this time, huh? Hey. You mother son of a bitch. I'm going to wish you right now. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me, Russell? Why have you messed up my career? Have a good week, Aaron. I really like playing you. Ellie Clark says, Bakhtiari is activated, but 50-50 to play. I've heard the same. Not a certainty that he does play, that's for sure. The Packers line's been pretty good. Pretty good overall, even without him gone. They've got that one guy in their line, sort of they can put him anywhere, and he's good at every position on that offensive line. I'm forgetting the name. He's going to be a free agent this year, and I should probably know his name because he'll be a guy we probably look at. But he's been fantastic for them in Bakhtari's absence, I believe. But, yeah, he's probably going to be 50-50. We're probably not getting prime, all ready to roll. He's 100% good, Bakhtiari, but he's still really good. Nas says, Rodgers gets way too much hate for how likable his personality really is. Yeah, I'm having some fun with him, Nas. He's the opponent this week. And again, too, I know with some of his little stuff with Russ and just some of the history involved there, it's fun now, you know. I still respect him. He's a hell of a quarterback, and to see him get this third win to his career now as he's going into his 40s is really surprising me. He didn't strike me as that quarterback that was going to be in the Brady mold, but more into the Manning. It all just falls off a shelf all of a sudden and suddenly. And it hasn't been that. He's played fantastic, outstanding football. Hawks are the ace. If we did pick up OBJ, would he be someone we keep for our future? Sorry, what's up, Brandon? Love the show as always. 100. Thank you, Hawks are the ace. And I appreciate you being so kind. This is obviously based a little bit on what the Seahawks intend to do with the DK Metcalf situation. Tyler Lockett is here. He just signed a contract extension. You're not moving off Tyler for at least another couple of years. DK Metcalf comes up for a contract extension this offseason. He's deserved one. He's earned one. They will pay him one, I would guess. This answer at that point would remove OBJ as a possibility for signing on into the future, unfortunately. Because if you're signing one wide receiver position, you're essentially paying, it'll be 27.5 average per year. But like I said, the cap hit first year would be like 13.5. Next year would be like 19 and then get up to probably like 30. So you definitely are going to have a lot of money at that point invested in the wide receiver position between Tyler and him alone to add another guy like OBJ in the long term, which OBJ would like, I think, ideally signing a multi-year deal to be like a 3-year, $33, $34 million deal with some signing bonus. You're not going to put that much assets to the wide receiver position, especially when you've not yet committed to throw that much over the long term. So it's a matter of just allocating and balancing your positional units with how much money you're spending, and you just can't dump that much money into one positional unit, in my opinion. Obi-Wan says, do you think with Russell returning, probably not 100%, it will force us to utilize the short passing game, or do you think we'll go full Carroll and run it 90% of the time? I do think that Carroll's going to try to protect him, especially in a game like this in Lambeau. He's going to try to run, even if the running game's not going well, at least at first. My prediction for this is that they're going to continue to slide as Russell comes back into being a run-heavy team or being super uber balanced. But then as time goes on and you get to a more of a desperate state and you need to win these football games and you have no more room for error, you bring out all your guns at that point, right? You're not leaving the elephant gun down in the basement, You're bringing out the 2 rounds that are this big and you're loading that sucker up down the 2 barrels and you're bringing them out. So you do what you got to do at this point. And I don't know if that's going to be this game, though, because you do still have a little bit of room for error. I think you lose 2 more games and still get in the playoffs to the back half of the schedule. So he'll run a lot, probably closer to 90% of the time, Obi-Wan. Plaga says, has Aaron Rodgers ever won in Seattle? He did win in Seattle back, I think it's the Holmgren days. So he pantsed us. He pantsed us pretty good back then. I think they blew us out on that game. That was when he was really rolling. I mean, that was prime like freak show Rodgers. Hawks of the Ace is Deshaun Jackson still available? No, he signed with the not the Los Angeles, not the Oakland, Las Vegas Raiders. Yeah, that's it. Terrence Barbie says Russ isn't going anywhere. Terrence, I hope you're right. I truly do. I don't want to see him going anywhere, and that's a lot of what my worry is as we look at this year and as I've sort of seen this situation play out. It's just a concern I have. Maybe it's wrongly held. Maybe we'll find out in retrospect there was never any chance of it happening, and I'll look silly from that, but God, I hope you're right. Mario Lara, what's your score prediction? Sorry, I missed it. No, I actually haven't even done my breakdown on this game yet, talking about the Packers. We'll get into that a little bit. I didn't want to get too far behind the chat. I've had some folks I know get a little bit mad with me missing out on some chats lately, so I just want to make sure I got to everybody in there. My score prediction on this game would be that you do get the Packers beating the Seahawks. I think that the Packers put up 30 points on the board. I think Seattle offensively gets some things done, but they don't get more than 24 points. So we'll go 30-24, maybe 30-27 if things work in the right way. But I would probably give the Packers this win. I think Rodgers is going to come back hungry and angry. It's just the general feeling I have on this one that you're going to have him coming back trying to it'll be the Seahawks on the other side that he's playing against, but he's going to see all these media members' faces and Seahawks helmets across from him. And, it's like the Water Boy, if you guys ever watched that, where he snaps into place at one point when suddenly the players' faces turn into people that talk crap at him his whole life. Their heads literally turned into those people in the moment, and he just make them smash. I think that's what Rodgers is going to have happen on the football field with us, where we're just really going to have to weather that storm a bit. In Lambeau on the road is going to be tough. It doesn't mean it's a death knell for us on the year that we don't still have a potential of getting hot and getting right and getting going forward. It just means this particular week I think it's going to be rough for us to pull off that win. Since you opened this up, I'll say I think some of the keys of this game are going to be, look, the Packers run that 3-4 defense. 3-4 is always going to have those inside gaps. You love to run your inside zone stuff, especially with Carson coming back. That's his bread and butter, right? Not getting him to the edge, but letting him get inside. You can get downhill on them if you can create some running game on them or some running lanes. I believe Kenny Clark is not playing in this game, which is kind of their centerpiece of their defensive line is him. So him being out should help you to find some holes in that running game. I don't think that the Chiefs were able to take advantage of that as much last week. Some of that had to do with the fact Clyde Hilaire, their number one back, was out and they were down to like Le'Veon Bell. Some of it is that they built an offensive line that should be really more pass protectors first than run blockers, which is great. That's what their offense does. Our offense is built a little bit more with run blockers, I think, first than pass blockers. So we could get after them a little bit in the run game from that standpoint of things. Eskridge being back is huge in this game. If you can really come back and start implementing more of that fly sweep, I'd run 5 or 6 fly sweeps with them in this game. If you're finding the Packers really starting to get, trying to take away the inside zone, if they're trying to get their splits in really tight with their defensive line, attack with Eskridge. Almost have it in there as a call that Russ can go to at any moment if he feels the defensive line really crumpling in like that, trying to take that inside stuff away. So you're not going to see a lot of passing. You're going to see a lot of running this game, I think. Obviously, getting Russ to throw the short balls would be ideal. We don't know what we're going to see from Russ as far as the ability to throw. It seems very fast to come back from this injury. A lot of people in this chat have been skeptical that it'll be anywhere near 100%. I think that's a huge question mark here, but that's just all the more reason to lean in a little bit into the running game, bubble screen game, that type of thing. Defensively with Rodgers, take away the deep play. Make him be patient in this game. You really got to, because you leave him open, let him hit 2, 3, 4 deep plays on this game's over with. It really will come a little bit down to it on that. But get him into the mode of having to dink and dunk his way up the football field. I think you can get him a little bit impatient, especially this week, because he's going to want to let it rip. He's going to want to let the big dog hunt. He's going to want to bring out the one wood. So sit back on that. Relax on that. Keep yourself covered up deep. Stay patient a little bit. They're going to move the ball on you. There's going to be times in this game where there's going to be a couple drives where you as fans are like, oh my God, can this team stop this offense? They'll hold on. They'll hold on for dear life. They will give up some points, but if they can make a couple plays in there, God forbid, make an interception or two, get a fumble here or there, key play there, maybe make a play on special teams, the game can easily swing in the other direction. I think we do play them tight. I don't think it's a blowout. I think this game's competitive deep into the fourth quarter. But I do think the Packers do probably nip us, just a little nip you there at the end, maybe a little bit. Randall says, did I hear a report that Russ is really spinning the rock while in practice since coming back? According to Coach Carroll, and you know him, Randall, he is the injury optimist of injury optimists. But he said he couldn't even tell he's ever been injured. We heard that Russell's doctor say that his finger come back stronger than it was before, which I find interesting, almost like they put a bionic finger on him. That's what I picture in my mind of them, just like Russell being like, what if you just cut it off and we just start some of the transhumanism stuff here and just hook the finger in right there and we're good to go at that point? That'd be just fine with me. It can only help. He comes out, he's got like just the rest of his career, we only have like one single glove over his finger and we never learn the truth until, he's at like his Hall of Fame scenario and he's like, you all thought I did it with 10 fingers, and he's like, I did it with 9. Oh, and he like pulls it off and shocks the crowd. Oh God, oh my God. He's like, no, it's fine, I'm good. It actually helped. Hawks for the Aces, whatever happened to Geno Atkins deal? I think Geno Atkins he exited stage left, unfortunately, on that one. I just don't think that whatever they saw in the workout was enough to interest them. I mean, Seattle, Poona Ford's been better as the year's gone on. He's done better than what he started out with. He still doesn't have a single sack this season from the 3-tech position, which you normally would like to see at least 4, 5, 6 sacks out of that position if you can get there in a year, especially for a guy getting the snaps that he's getting. But they obviously just didn't see enough in Geno Atkins remaining there, or he was wanting too much money to have a deal be made. He's obviously, I think at this point, out for the whole season and probably retired at this point. Maxwell Stern says, King Russ is returning in time to take down Rodgers. Also could be the last Russ versus Rodgers. Could be, last versus Russ versus Rodgers in Seattle, potentially. Or, yeah, maybe in general, you're right. Especially Rodgers goes to AFC and Russ to NFC or vice versa. But it's been a great battle between these two. I think we're going to look at in historical context of this when you're in the 2030s and the 2035s. I think you'll look at the NFC and this time period of the quarterbacks that were really dueling between each other. Yeah, Breeze will be in there a little bit. People will bring up other people, but it'll be really the Russ and Rodgers kind of going back and forth through the most of it. It'll kind of feel to a little bit of it. There's the Matt Ryans who popped up as well within that, but it's their rivalry that I think has been the best quarterback rivalry of our recent last probably decade here in the NFC. Now, is it Manning Brady? No, and maybe not to that full degree of things, but it's got some pretty cool moments here. We've had the Fail Marys. We had Rodgers getting sacked 8 times that same game in the first half, and then them coming back just leaning on a running game because they were so scared of our pass rush. We've got the, what was it? I'm trying to think of the other couple other games here. You got of course, the NFC Championship, which I covered here on the channel, my Great Moments video, which is just one of the craziest games you'll ever watch in your life as a fan. 2019 out there on the road. There's been some pretty epic battles between these two guys. They bring their A games when they're going to fight. We're going to go at it. Randall says, another positive to Sunday is Romo's doing the game and not Buck and Aikman. Oddity for 2 NFC teams. Lots of things lining up for a real classic on Sunday.
Could very well be, man. Could very well be. If we got a good classic game in Lambeau Field, I'd love it. That'd be fun to watch. I'm really looking forward to this game. I hope it stays competitive and exciting throughout. But I always love the pomp and circumstance going to Lambeau Field. We're in November. The weather's starting to change. It's getting that cold kind of feel to things. I like it. I like it. We got football, baby. I clickbaited you with the title? The Return of Russ and OBJ watch? I'm sorry, man. I wasn't trying to clickbait. I was just trying to, I had to get the Seahawks and Packers game preview in there, so I did the Return of Russ and OBJ watch. I can put a little deal in it. I can separate it if it's confusing on that. I don't mind. I don't want to clickbait. That's one of the things I like to, Berkshire, that's one of the things I try to avoid at all costs on this channel because I hate that when people do that. So definitely wasn't intentional, but let me put a little hyphenated little hyphen thing in here. There we go. Now it's just OBJ watch. Sounds like a knockoff Rolex. Hey, would you like my OBJ watch? Is it Rolex? No, it's just an OBJ watch. Cowboys are number one. Brandon, hello, sir. Great show. Thank you. Well, thank you, Cowboys are number one. Boy, your predictions or talk on Dak last week sure looked good. At his worst professional game. Some of your stuff that you point out with them kind of showed up this last week, didn't it? Oof. But you guys still got that division. You still got that. Still yours to be had. You guys are gonna be right in it too. And boy, I'll tell you what, Cowboys are number one. Micah Parsons is, woo, boy, that boy's, he is impressive. Is it your time to yell at everybody on the mic and tell them what's up? Hawks are the ace. If Shanahan gets fired, should we consider him as a head coach? I would be open to it. I think Shanahan's getting a little bit of a bad rap in 49er land, a little bit. Some of the criticism is probably valid. I think he's probably was given a little bit too much control coming in there, and he just needs to be a coach. Again, this is one of those long-held theories on this channel that I harp on. This is a little bit of what I push forward. Hawks of the ace with Carroll. It doesn't matter whether you're Carroll or Shanahan. Just as a head coach in this modern day, in this modern NFL, you can't wear too many hats. A couple of them end up falling off. And I think in Shanahan's case, it's caused that to happen. And I think in Carroll's case, it's caused it to happen. But I do think Shanahan is a great offensive mind. I think he would work really well in the stadium with the type of offense I would like to build within the stadium. And the conditions we play in a little bit. Talked about this a couple weeks ago. But yeah, he would be on my list if we're looking at a new coach. JDM says, let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Like I said, man, my name is so high right now. It's awesome. Maxwell Stern, I still remember those words in overtime. Seattle's going to the Super Bowl. I remember it too. Rabel with the classic call. Young Chief Capone, I'm a rapper from the 559. Check me out. Go Hawks. I will check you out, man. Hell yeah. Hopefully you got a Hawk rap in there somewhere. Laying some bars down on our Seahawks. You were a member of Spectre 7, so it just gives me this weird notification that it was the 2-month thing. So it was like he became a member, but it was actually you had been a member for 2 months. I'm learning how to read the feed. I'm sometimes special with it, but it takes me some time to read it. I figured it out eventually. I got it eventually on it. But no, thank you for the 2. You got 2 months on this, Spectre. You're awesome, brother. Young Chief Capone says, do we need to draft a stud running back next year? I don't know if a stud running back would be where I would lean towards, Young Chief. This is a little bit, though, personal preference. I believe that everything in the modern age has taught us that you should lean towards building a good, strong offensive line first and foremost. Before you look to get the quarterback, before you look to get the running back, skill position players get a great offensive line set up. And a lot of teams just are failing to sort of wrap their heads around this. I think the analytics teams, those teams driven by analytics, are doing it right. Look at the Cleveland Browns. They're signing all of these young, excellent offensive linemen that they've got to deals, big deals. And rightfully so. They're building on their greatest strength and what will maybe be the best strength in the NFL for the next couple of years because of it. And they will have a good football team because of it. They'll be able to overcome at least somewhat poor quarterback play in Baker Mayfield, despite that, because they have that in their back heel. And now Nick Chubb is great. He's been awesome for them as well. He's a first, not first round. He's a second round running back. But the difference in talent between a second round running back and a fourth or fifth round running back is not that significantly different, especially when you consider the offensive line's more important, in my opinion. Young Chief Capone says, I said we need to get the guy for after Carson, done penny a bust. Now, Chief, I'm down with drafting a couple of guys. I'm down with signing a low-end deal on a guy that maybe still has some talent left. I'm down on doing a couple things to be creative with this. The place that I want to avoid is high selection, going high in the draft and picking. Look, we're already down one first-round draft choice, right? So we're already down our top first-round pick. I don't want to take our second-round pick on a running back. But you can do it in other different directions. I do think we've got to address the position. Reality says, so do we know where OBJ is landing? Reality, it's going to come down to what OBJ wants to accomplish the rest of this year. Does he want to get paid and go to a great circumstance, or does he want to get touches? And then after that, does he want to get a lot of touches, or does he just want to get enough touches in a good environment where he can win? And I think that there's a lot of him balancing these variety of places. And because of that, I don't think that there's any certainty about where he is going to be at for the next couple of days. I think it all is going to probably sit as a little bit of a question mark. Nas, I hate to be the one to say it because I hope him so much, but I'm done with Carson. Top 10 potential that he will never reach because he's made of glass. No worries, man. Good props to you on this one for calling it. And, he's not landing through. The thing with me and the deal they signed this last offseason, I didn't mind it as much because they got him at such a significantly reduced rate off of what people thought he was going to make on the open market. But in retrospect from that, understanding the team knew and understood that he had this deteriorating neck injury. He had basically a chronic neck injury. And I don't mean that he's sticking a joint in his neck. I mean, he's got literally a thing that's going to be there with him for all time, so to speak. That would have given me a lot more hesitancy to have signed him at that point. And that's where I'm a little bit more in your camp of this now. I'm going, wait, you knew this and overlooked that and still gave him some money, because you are going to eat a little bit of a tiny bit, just a little bit, but some dead money this offseason when you do release him and move on. Magic Vlogs, Steelers game was an example of running the ball the whole game can't work. It can't. You've got to throw in this game of NFL. I still think that there's a value in running the ball. I'm not one of those guys that's advocating for Russell to throw the ball 70 times, but there are games with Russell Wilson this year that you have, I believe, run the ball 28 times and thrown the ball 23 times. Now, that kind of split is ridiculous when you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback in the back end of his prime, in my opinion. That's not utilizing him properly or utilizing him enough. And it would be maybe if you could lean back and tell me, well, our running game is just so damn dominant. We just opened so many holes for our running backs. We just shut down all of the penetration into the backfield. There's no way we can't lean on this running game. It would be like not stealing candy from a baby when we got a sweet tooth. But that's not the case. You don't have a good running game. Alex Collins, who everybody loves this year and rightfully so, has been really good at. He's got like a 1 yard per carry average. Nobody's really getting through any of these holes right now with this run blocking game. So, that being the case, being that that's not a strength or a plus on your ball club, or even not, and not even in a bonus level right now, I think you got to look in other ways and means, especially if it means trying to tap into the full potential of this year. Randall says something must be up with Geno Atkins. Nobody signed him. Have we heard what happened with Aldon Smith? We've not heard. Aldon didn't have a lot of suitors this offseason in free agency, so he had to wait very long in free agency, and then Seattle gave him a very little amount of money, which said the league didn't have a big belief in Aldon Smith going forward. But yeah, something must be up with Geno. There must be some more to that story, I think. Young Chief Capone, we need a stud number 3 wide receiver. I do think we do need the wide receiver ranks filled out past 2 guys. I don't expect them to stack 4 or 5 deep, but I do think you need to not sit there and rely on rookie wide receivers who were injury prone in college, who have a high likelihood of being injury prone in the pros, and then putting so much reliance on them being so productive in their first season.
That was not smart on Seattle's part to make that bet, and I don't think they should have. That's one of the reasons I think they should jump on Odell Beckham. You don't have to continue to make a bad mistake. You don't have to have a bad mistake continuing to smack you in the face. You can do something about it right now. User Big Hit says, thoughts on the Steelers beating the Bears with some help from the refs. Well, wait, we've all been there, haven't we, folks? We've all been there, haven't we? We've all been there. We've all watched as the refs gave the Steelers the football game. So, ain't no new thing to us. We don't even play in the AFC North. But we've seen it. We witnessed it. Crystal clear. And it is aggravating. And I don't know why the NFL does it outside a blue blood organization and the owner really has. I don't know. But it was a bad look on the NFL's part. The taunting rule I get. I've been a person that when we had the taunting penalty a couple times this year, like DJ Reed when he flexed on the guy and DK did his thing, and I said, well, that's right. You got to make the call in that moment. It was proper. I look at that with Cassius Marsh and him looking at a sideline. There is way too much in a game right now with the referees who have such a wide variance of what they can call game by game, referee staff by referee staff, crew by crew. It's so subjective as it is right now. You're going to now add another rule with so much subjectivity to it that adds even another layer of subjectivity. Really, taunting is staring at a sideline now? Boy, we're getting pretty far down the line, aren't we, on this? Getting pretty far down the line. And then the kicker being, of course, the ref sticks his butt out and literally bangs into Cassius as he's going through. I will say this. If you're Cassius Marsh, and I'm having your back on this one, the whole, I'm a journeyman who's barely had any impact in the NFL. I've done jack diddly. I'm a fringe NFL player at this point. I'm going to do my Jean-Claude Van Damme kick, stare at the opposing sidelines with my drawn eye shade. A lot of stuff for a guy that's like all that kind of swaggy behavior is a guy that's like, you're getting 15, 16 sacks a year. If you're a journeyman guy done that, it's like, yeah, just go back to the huddle maybe. You know what I mean? Just be happy to be here. Maybe. But I didn't like it, User Big Hit. I still didn't like it. Now it says Odell versus number 2 or number 3 corner every play. I like the sound of that a whole lot. As well you should, Nas. I try on this. I know it's a complicated situation because of money and touches and Odell Beckham and head case, and he likes to violently take down punting nets. I get all that, but sometimes on this you can break this down to some simplistic states of things. Odell Beckham versus the opposition's number 3 quarterback. Is that cornerback going to cover him really good? Is that a good matchup for us or not? Is that an added benefit to our offense or not? And then beyond that, you go, well, yeah, that is. And okay, is it a better benefit at that point than what you get from Freddie Swain? Yeah, it is. Okay, well then do the deal. Get it done. Do you want to contend for a Super Bowl this year, Coach Carroll? Yeah. Really? Yeah. You think you can do that? Hey, here's the funny part about this, folks. I contend with a Super Bowl in a year where the salary cap depressed for the first time in the modern salary cap era. You could write down the 10% increase every year for like 13, 14, 15 years straight. And now for the first year in the salary cap era where the cap depresses, it goes from $200 million to $182 million. You're going to then sit on an additional $13 million plus of cap space? You're just that good at your evaluation and your coaching. Team's just so dominant, you can just leave that money on the table. We'll leave that for future. We're good enough. Deron Everest, I thought it was odd that Romo and Nance are calling this game. They almost never call NFC games. Yeah, it is. It's ABC game, NBC game, something like that. So yeah, a bit of an odd one that they're getting the draw on this. NFL's doing a little bit of trying to help out some of these, I think, some of these different channel outlets to make everybody happy with the games that they're getting too. But I know some folks don't like Romo, but I do like Romo Nance over Aikman and Buck, who to me sometimes get very close to insufferable. Sometimes they're all right, sometimes they're very insufferable. Maxwell says Odell will get the best matchups in Seattle. We could be unstoppable. Well said. You go to New Orleans. You go to You go to the Patriots, not Green Bay, but those other places, you're getting the number one cornerback lined up across from you now, too. Well said. Duran says, if we got OBJ at the right price, that would make our passing attack very good. Agreed, Duran. I very much agree. Randall says, we're not a great running team because we don't have very good running backs. Well, this is a little bit of of course, Randall, this is my long-held debate on this. What makes a good running game a great running game? Is it the offensive line or is it the running backs? Is it 50-50? Does it lean more to the offensive line than it does the running backs? And I tend to think it's more offensive line. When I look at the struggles this year with our offensive line, I think it actually comes down to this. You've implemented more of a move-based offensive line with your linemen. You want more mobile linemen theoretically with this scheme. Yet the Seattle Seahawks over the course of the last few years have stacked up a lot of big round mound of rebound types, a lot of space eaters, a lot of guys with a lot of width, but not a lot of movement. Okay? And so now you've got the same guys you did before who are not the mobile linemen, but you have a mobile lineman-centric scheme. So when they're now trying to do those reach blocks where instead of me going from blocking a guy who's right across from me, right across the ball, and I got to block him, now I got to get on to that 3 tech who's over there from the right tackle position, let's see, or from the left tackle, whatever. I got to go about 3 more feet to get to him, and he's got a head start on me. So if you're not a mobile guy to begin with, and the task is already tough to pull it off as a lineman goes as it is, you're going to fail a lot with that. And if you notice in the Seahawks running game, Randall, so much of where we go wrong is you'll see the penetration happen because a reach block defender essentially isn't getting to his reach block and the defender's getting into the backfield that looks really ugly. And I tend to think that it's more that than the lack of talent at running back. I really do. I think if you had a better line opening more holes, because every one of these guys has had to deal with penetration into the backfield. Every one of these guys. Nobody's been special as a running back for this team this year either, but that if you've got guys breaking in through the backfield, say nothing of not opening up holes, you're not even giving a chance the running back to breathe with his vision, to find the cutback lane or to make a decision. He's now just reacting to what the defense is doing constantly. Alfred Demby says, what's going on with the OBJ situation? I think he's got to weigh in a couple of different factors, Alfred. He's weighing in, do I want to get more touches, which would be what he'd get in New England, which is what he'd get the Saints. More touches, more catches, more production. More production equals a bigger, longer contract this offseason. Or do I want to go play for a winner? Maybe that'll help me out as well. Maybe I can still go get that contract, going to a winner, going to a better quarterback. And then beyond that, then he's got to make the choice. If he does decide to go to the better quarterback or the more winning-like team, do I want to go to the team that's going to offer me more money or more touches? That's really how it bears down. And that's the Packers and the Seahawks, of course. The Packers can offer more touches. The Seahawks can offer significantly more money. The Patriots and the Saints can't really offer any money, but they can offer way more touches and catches than the Packers can. And I think he's literally trying. They're all sitting there in front of him, and I don't think he's sure at all. That's why he's probably waiting these couple of days, is to really give it some time. Megan's from down under, young one. She's part of our Aussie crew. Nas, I hope Russ was watching Geno at the end of the line of scrimmage. At times, he looked more in control of the offense than Russ. A little bit. I mean, against the Jaguars, Nas. But some of that's level of competition. I think Russ was looking a lot more in control of the offense before he went out, especially when you look at the up-tempo stuff in a couple of these games. So it's, to me, it's put Russ in control, give him the opportunity to run a little more up-tempo when he wants to see it. This is a little bit beyond, letting him cook a little bit, letting him, even call plays on the fly, on running that up-tempo if he's got to do it, if he can take advantage of something he's seeing. But I think we got to pop our brakes a little bit on Geno with the Jaguar game, because we've also got Geno in the Saints game and in the Steelers game when he looked way in over his head. Elliot says, Los Angeles to Brisbane flight needed 2 Valium needed. That's awesome. Yeah, that's how I do. I just go to sleep if I got to fly that long, because I will go insane. Tyler Welch, is OBJ signing with the Seahawks yet? Not yet, Tyler. We're in the mix. But not yet. We're going to probably have to wait till Saturday at this point. Duran says, we don't know which team OBJ will sign with. No, we don't know yet. Not yet. I don't think he knows yet. I don't think he's made a decision. I think he's truly sitting there like, man, this is a lot of different things to evaluate. Like, there's none of these parts are like the other. Every decision is different in its own sort of way. So I do think Seattle's up there. Randall says, I've had visions of OBJ in Seattle for years. This lines up too well. He's coming to Seattle. Randall, you are going to be known as the prophet if your dreams come true on this one, man. Because it's like I said, it's not like we've been looking at any point really like the front runner. I know there were the initial Mike Florio reports of him being most interested in coming to Seattle, but we've heard of such a wide variety of reports on this that are all differing information. But that'd be awesome if you do. I'm going to be stoked if that's the case. Rosalind Smith, Seattle's going to win this game. Oh, Rosalind, I love it. I love it. Joey and Rosalind bringing in that energy tonight, folks. You can feel it. You can just feel it. I love that. So it says Seattle is going to win this game. I don't think Rodgers is going to be 100%. Look what happened to Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson when they both came off the COVID list. They weren't their normal selves. Well put, Rosalind. Well put. John was talking about that above too a little bit. Okay, he's gone through this for this last week and a half. He's gone through this. He's getting over it, and maybe he'll get it'll be a negative test, and he will be able to be on the field. But has he lost weight? Is he back anywhere near 100%? He hasn't been able to practice with the team for 12 days. Is he as sharp? Yeah, the guy that has come to mind for me a little bit in this regard is Rashad Bateman, kid taken out of Minnesota this past year. And when I went back and scouted this kid on his tape this last season, I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, what happened to this guy? Because I was watching him the previous year when Tyler Johnson came out of Minnesota. You're watching him, and as you're watching that tape, you're going, yeah, Tyler's like, all right. But this Bateman kid, woo, he's going to be something. And then Bateman got the vid last year, lost like 20 pounds, came back during the season, like in the offseason he got it, and then came back to the season, but he was 20 pounds lighter and just never quite right. It affects you in a variety of odd ways, it seems like. Maybe Aaron just won't quite be at that 100 level of things. You know what I mean? Charles Riley coming in with a $10 donation. Charles, you guys are all being so kind tonight. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You're awesome, Charles, as ever. He says, the media attention on this game with Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers coming back has to be at least a third of Brady coming back to New England. Surprised NBC didn't flex it into prime time. And that was a question. Am I surprised they didn't flex it into prime time? Yeah, Charles, I am surprised that they didn't flex this one. I don't. Why wouldn't you have this game going, especially the history of these two teams playing each other? You know, and I would think they would have done that. You would get a lot of eyeballs on this game if you did. I bet we would be up. If you did this game, I bet it would be probably a top 4, top 5 Sunday night game for the season if you put it in there, if not even higher than that. So I guess, usually the NFL, who usually loves ratings and usually will at every turn try to maximize those ratings out. In this case, I guess, is they're turning away from it a little bit. So yeah, it's odd to me that they're so much went into the Brady going back to New England, and New England's a solid team, but there's not a lot about New England that is exciting or fun to watch in them playing football. They got some good players, but they kind of go about what they do, and they just kind of are what they are. And Mac Jones throwing 5-yard outs all game. It's like, but this is going to be dynamic. This is going to have years of vitriol behind it a little bit. I'd be all over it. They're missing a chance here on this one. Tyler Welch says, if I look up OBJ tomorrow and see he plays the Seahawks, I'm going to lose my shit. I love it, Tyler. I love it. Get hyped for it. Get excited. We haven't had a lot to be excited for this year so far. We've had some bright moments, but there's been some dark moments too. If he signs, no matter what happens, be hyped for it. Be excited. We don't know how it'll work out, but he's a dynamic young talent still. Not an old dude. Maybe he's not what he was, but paired with Russ, there is potential there. That's all I'm getting hyped for. Just, hey, we don't know for sure, but yeah, I like the chances. I like the opportunity here. I like the chance to upgrade this team. Cowboys are number 1, says the Sounders too. Let's go, Drew Carey. Randall, so you're telling me that if we put a talented player like OBJ on the field, it'll open up things for other players? It will, from at least the bare minimum standpoint, Randall, of moving off some of the double teams that DK has gotten. And I don't know what the percentage will be falling at the end of the year. It's hard to find those stats, but when I've watched a few times on it's hard to watch this all 22 tape this year, the way that they put this together. It's infuriating as hell, and I can't put videos together because it's so poorly
the way the NFL.com kind of set it up is just dumb. But he's getting a lot of double teams. And if you're going to double team him, it's one thing when you have only Tyler Lockett over there and you're not worried about Freddie Swain. You're not worried about the tight ends. And you're like, well, Lockett, we can run some things with him coverage-wise to kind of get some protections in there. But let's go back to just the first game with the Indianapolis. And on the play where Tyler basically puts the safety in the spin cycle where he's running up the field for the deep route, right? He starts outside and then just hooks it back in and goes up. And on that particular play, the Colts look like initially at the start of the play they're in cover 2, but the cover 2 free safety essentially comes down on DK to double him prematurely, leaving that safety in the open field where he's got a 50-50 go either way, where you're basically putting the safety in an impossible bind at that point, especially the route runner like Lockett. He's going to get open. And so if Lockett can almost do that to a small degree just by his threat, adding a secondary guy out there just almost all but removes, to me, in my mind, any sort of doubling those guys. Because now you're going to have to go to single coverage to the other side. That's usually the part we have to keep in mind with this, is if you're going to double DK, you really do more often than not remove most of your zone looks. You're going now man-on-man to the other side of the field. Man-on-man with Tyler Lockett. Man-on-man with OBJ. And OBJ, man-on-man at that point, against a third cornerback on the other opposition team, I like our chances there with Russell Wilson slinging him the rock. Nas, with the potential DK has, we should give him whatever he asks for. I'm not saying no, man. Nas, I'm with it. I'm with you on this. I'm riding on this one. I'm not jumping off the DK bandwagon anytime soon. Anytime soon. Yeah, Megan Gok Rogers got an awesome profile picture. No doubt about that. No doubt. And Charles, thank you again for that $10 donation, buddy. I appreciate you. Evan says, we need a win in Lambeau, though. Lambeau on Sunday. We do need to win Lambeau. That'd be awesome. Cowboys are number 1. You're going to move to Seattle someday? Well, I understand. The way Texas is filling up, you guys are going to be overflowing soon. Mike P., I could see nobody signing OBJ. Oh, somebody will sign him, Mike. I mean, Green Bay, we know minimum, Mike. The Green Bay's got a veteran minimum deal offer on the table for him. That's minimum. So somebody's going to sign Odell Beckham at this point. And he does have offers on the table, no doubt about it. Saints got an offer on the table. I know they do. They're just not offering a lot of money. I think maybe we are, maybe. Tyler Welch, we need OBJ for Sunday or else we're going to get pounded. And if he signs with the Packers, which he wants to, shoot me. Tell Tyler, if he signed, he would have had to sign today to get this done, to get onto the football field by Sunday. He's going to wait till Saturday, knowing that he's not getting on the football field this week, no matter who he signs with. So he's waiting till next week's games at this point to get rolling. That's in him taking the time like he's taken. That's just the way it goes. So Michael Crowhorse, with or without OBJ, we got Wilson and Rodgers on company due to the 20-plus years we've not won in Lambeau. Can change. Go Hawks. I hope we can change this year on that, Michael. You're right. It's been 20 years. It's been a long time. Especially, it's not an AFC team that's been 20 years. You haven't gotten into Lambeau in the NFC. Team that you've played like almost on a yearly basis at times. Tyler Wells says, yeah, positive energy. Let's go Seahawks. It's positive energy night right now, Tyler. There'll be plenty of room for negativity long down the road. But tonight, right now, I'm hopeful. I'm a child before Christmas. I'm laying in my bed. Sugar plums dancing in my head. Thinking about that OBJ in my stocking. Oh, OBJ. Santa, will you just put him in my stocking, please? And then I go down the next morning and I open the stocking and it's Josh Reynolds. I didn't ask for this shit. JS, what does Odell bring that DK and Tyler don't? He doesn't have the jet sweep quickness and durability. To me, I'm not worried about a redundancy of what Odell Beckham brings. I look at it through the lens of bringing him in, for instance, on 3 wide receiver looks. That would kick Tyler into the slot. So first and foremost, JS, I make the argument that Tyler's better in the slot than being on the outside when I have Odell Beckham on my roster. That's first right out the jump. Second part that I'll point to, maybe not in consideration on your comments, is the injury situation. Brock Heward pointed to on the Brock and Salk show they do every week that DK Metcalf's been dealing with a little bit of a foot injury. When you look at the recent wide receiver history with our Seattle Seahawks, we have at times had our receiver core get very thin. And at times within that, you've seen Tyler Lockett specifically wear down over the course of the season. If you were to suffer an injury with DK or Tyler, and Eskridge can't get himself to get going, and you end up with Freddie Swain as your number 2, that's not a team that's getting anywhere in the playoffs. You're getting nowhere. So think a little bit on the injury part, right, JS? Go back to 2019. Go back to that same place we're going to play this next week Sunday. Lambeau Field. Oh, Neller. And you got the Seattle Seahawks coming into Lambeau after they won their first game in the playoffs, right? Go into Lambeau, first half, trying to run the ball, don't want to let Russ cook. We know that story. Then finally you start letting Russ cook into the third quarter, almost right out the gate in the third quarter. Throw the ball over the football field, completing passes, scoring points. Rodgers and company starts to kind of slow down offensively after a hot start. You get down to a final drive at the end of the game. You're kind of trying to get the football field, trying to win that football game, JS. You have a key third down. I think it's a 3rd and 7. Russ drops back to throw. He's got a wide receiver who breaks open. My God, he's open, and it's going to be a first down. Russ hums that ball in, perfectly thrown pass, right at his numbers. Drop. The player's name was Malik Turner. Was Malik Turner a first-round pick? No. Was he a second-round pick? No. Was he a third-round pick? No. Was he a fourth-round pick? No. Was he a fifth-round pick? No. Was he a sixth-round pick? No. Was he a seventh-round pick? He was an undrafted rookie free agent. You've been in this situation in recent histories before. You've caught yourself in this type of situation before. And the thing I go to over and over again is it's not every team makes mistakes in the NFL. Don't be the team that makes the same mistake in the NFL. You've arrived where your receiving core got lean, light, torn down a little bit over the course of a year. Don't arrive there again if you don't have to, if you can have some control over that. We don't have to arrive in an important playoff game with Freddie Swain as our number 2 wide receiver when it could be instead Odell Beckham. God forbid something with injury comes up. This is my trying to sell you on this, JS. This is me trying to sell you on this. So the redundancy of Odell has little to do with adding Odell. It's really not a factor or a determinant factor in any regards to adding Odell. He helps and improves the team. He's far, JS, beyond what you have in Freddie Swain. You can see below me, as I mentioned earlier here, you can see below me on my scroll, I've got the Pro Football Focus scores for all of our players that are played any kind of significant snaps, both on the offense and defensive side of the ball, right below me right now throughout this whole stream. Okay, and then on top of the score that you see provided for that player, you'll see their ranking for their position. So for instance, right now, Russell's 3rd out of 34 quarterbacks in the NFL in his Pro Football Focus ranking. Tyler Lockett is 18th of 120 wide receivers in his Pro Football Focus ranking. Well, Freddie Swain is 111th out of 120 wide receivers in the NFL in his ranking. He is not getting open. He is not doing his job. Do you want to rely on that guy? Is that guy going to be the answer for games in late December and early January? This is my only argument I'm trying to make. I only come in peace. Ian Mills, what happened to the Hawks with OBJ? Sounds like Carroll was interested. Now I'm not so sure. I agree. Like I said, Ian, I feel like they're just trying to put the tip in a bit. They're not fully committing to go all in. They're just kind of like, let me just put a little bit in. Let's just show a little bit in. That's the part that makes me a little reticent to believe that this is gonna happen. I think we're in the mix. I don't know if they're going to be as aggressive as they need to be to seal this deal. Bergshow says OBJ is a diva. He's not as fast as he used to be. He's overpaid and a cancer. Very well could be that, Bergs. I've pointed to the reason when it comes to these kind of players, Bergs, a little bit like what Antonio Brown last year. I've got 4 pillars of what I call the problem child. If they meet the 4 pillars, I bring that player onto my roster. And the gist of it is, I won't break all the pillars down for your Berg show, but the gist of it is this. You take a player like that on, it doesn't cost you a lot of money, doesn't cost you multiple years, doesn't cost you draft compensation, and you can get rid of the player at any point in time. If Odell Beckham comes into the door and he is everything that you've just said that he is, you release him after week 1, after week 2, after week 3, whenever that shows its ugly head, and it is at a minimal cost. Is the squeeze worth the juice? Is the risk worth it? And you're not alone in that Berg show. There's a lot of folks that are not on board with it. So I'm not going to say you're on an island. You're definitely on a continent. There's other on the continent with you. Terrence Barbie says we should get rid of Pete. I landed at that a couple weeks ago myself, and it was long in the coming for me, Terrence. I don't have a lot of faith right now in Pete and some of the things that he is doing. And certainly if it comes down to, for me, Russ or Pete at this point, I think I would rarely say this, but I really think at this point in time, I would more lean towards Russ than if I've got to make a choice between one or the other, like this is Sophie's choice or something. Tyler, we get folks in from other fans in here, so we don't push them out. Cowboys are number one's a good friend of the show, and we got a lot of folks in here. We get from other fans and stuff. We talk it all here. We talk we talk Seahawks and everything. Randall says Pete is running the team like a guy who had inherited a business from his parents. Don't rest on your laurels. Very well said, Randall. Very well said, and I agree. I think there's a little bit of a lack of fire underneath the seats here, and I'm not saying these guys should be on the hot seat, but everybody should have somebody watching over the top of them, make sure that they're towing the line a little bit. And I think that's been missing a little bit since Paul Allen passed on, and it's just one of those things that slowly eased away. The tension, a little bit maybe of tension you need there is sort of slacked, and everything's just easy, loosey goosey type. We've got forever to do something eventually if we want to, maybe. Rather than like, let's go for it now. Let's get this done. Sense of urgency has been missing from this organization. Tyler Welch says, by the way, who's your favorite Seahawks player ever? Well, Tyler, over my left shoulder, you will notice a signed Steve Largent jersey, which eventually I got to get hung. And that is my favorite Seahawk of all time. I'm an old head. I grew up on Steve. So he's obviously my biased by far favorite Seahawks player of all time. I think he's up there as one of the best wide receivers in NFL history. I don't think you have to say, well, for his era or for when. I think he just, no qualifiers, he just is. But Steve by far. Matt Sliper says Ian Rappaport says 4 teams. Said teams that put in offers for, and Seattle's one of them. Okay, that matches up a little bit what I've heard too, Matt. We've definitely put in an offer. We're definitely been in the mix. Russell's definitely doing the recruiting. Come on, Obi. Come on, Obi. Come on, Obi. Come on in. Come on to Seattle, buddy. We like colorful personality types here. Come on, do whatever you want with your hair. Sure, come on in. It'd be great. Lance Graham says the Packers will get OBJ. Well, Lance, he's going to have to take a veteran minimum deal. That's the only thing that we were seeing with the Packers on this. What was interesting is I saw they did have a couple of $1 million to theoretically throw at him if they wanted to, but the reports are today that the offer that they've actually made is a veteran minimum deal, which I don't think that's going to be enough to get it done with him. Tyler says, it makes me feel bad about it because I really want him here over Seattle. I want him here too, Tyler. I do too, man. Michael says OBJ will be great on the third down conversions, and this man needs to be with a quarterback Super Bowl winning champion minded and not place only a 1 year after Rodgers waves. Yeah, I think he'd be a good fit here with Russell, man. And they've thrown before, Michael. They've worked out before in the past, so there's a little bit of there's a little bit of a rapport that's already built there a bit. Nagasa says he knows he can't produce good tapes. I hope I'm totally wrong, but Carroll isn't getting anyone. Lord, I hope I'm wrong. Green Bay has the inside track, apparently. I could see Green Bay being the one that makes the most sense to him because he sort of splits the difference of I get my targets, but then I still get the good quarterback. Whereas if he comes to Seattle, you get the good quarterback, but you don't get the targets. So it makes sense that if he does make that choice in that direction of things, but boy, to see him, a guy that everybody, who seems to like money a little bit, to pass on what would be a significant difference, I would think, in what Seattle would offer versus Green Bay offering, even if it was like 3-1, 4-1 maybe. Bergshow says, do you think that Rodgers should be suspended for lying about being vaxxed? people don't like this to a degree, Berg Show, but whenever we ever get even close to political stuff on this channel, there's always a bunch of the channel that starts getting into weird state of things. And when it comes to the vax, I know that there's a lot of people that are very much emotional about this thing, and people have a variety of opinions, and people are never. I keep it a football. You know what I mean? Do I think on that? If NFL has put together rules this year that you have to do certain things, and the Packers have violated that, or he's violated that, and they put those rules up there, then you kind of can't violate the rules. So it's more of, to me, it's just, why have rules if you can't violate them, I guess, is my agree. And if you could violate them, then we shouldn't have the rules there. But I don't know whether he did anything. It seems like he was supposed to be wearing masks at times that he wasn't. It seems like Green Bay's made a little bit of a choice here of trying to placate and make their quarterback happy versus doing what the league's mandating a little bit. And certainly there are many teams around the league that are reportedly very angry about this. So by the letter of the law, should he have been suspended for being disingenuous and sort of lying or doing whatever we want to call it that he was doing? Yeah, sure. Do I particularly care myself? Do I really care? Do I have a dog in this fight? No, I don't. Mike P says, any comment on Jimmy Lake? I think that, it's not a great look what happened on the sideline. I don't get up in uproar as other people do about that type of stuff, because it's not like their old 70s. Randall, you remember this, the Bear Bryant, I think, shot where you got Bear Bryant in an opponent, I think in the 70s, actually full on decked an opponent the head coach did back then. I think it ended his coaching career, actually. If not Bear Bryant, it was some coach like that did some move like that. He wasn't to that degree on it. And I would normally have given Lake a little bit more of a pass, but it did seem like he was sort of hyping up a little bit of the situation and some of the energy that was building up there between the two teams with what was going on a bit. Again, there's this little bit of you see this with the taunting penalties in the NFL. There's a little bit of this ratchet down the energy stuff in football, sort of take out the teeth of football a little bit. Don't be so edgy. Don't be so mean. Don't be so, this is the sport. There's a whole lot of soft sports where you can go and finesse your way around and, you hit me. I fell on the ground. It hurt my ankle. Oh, ref not looking. I'll stand back up. I'm fine. There's all these sports that are like that are so soft. Even sports that used to have a little bit of an edge to them, like basketball, where the edge has just been grinded down to nothing. And even with football, they've, in a lot of respects, done so much to neuter it as it is. Look, it's an emotional sport. You've got to play with an emotional edge. It takes men operating at their most intense emotional level to have success. It's very hard to do this kumbaya, I'm going to be like a senpai, Ronin, like the just emotionless. It's not the sport. It's not the sport. And there's plenty of other sports out there that are like that. There's the leisurely baseball. There's the leisurely golf. Go watch those if you want soft play. If you want to watch a sport with men doing man things, effing stuff up, breaking things, hurting things, acting not so civil all the time, then this is the sport for you. And it is the sport for me. You can say, well, just rub into your caveman nature. Then fine. Guilty as charged. I'm going to be over here banging my club, muttering in monosyllable words. Nagasaw says, why would he come to us with 0% chance for a deep playoff run? I don't know if there's a 0% chance for a deep playoff run. That means you have none. And I don't know if it's deep playoff run that Odell Beckham is holding at the top of his list of priorities. If that's the case, then yeah, you go to the Packers if it's about winning, right? If it's just about winning and money doesn't factor in, or if it's, what if it's about, I don't want to play in sub-zero temperatures in the snow. That might impact passing. I don't want to do that. Or what if it's, I don't want to play with the Saints who have Trevor Siemian as their quarterback moving through the rest of this year. That's the thing, Nagasaki, you got to put it through the other options out there and what they're offering as well. It's not just where we're at as far as things being somewhat bleak as far as our playoff run goes, but where are those other teams at as far as being intriguing possibilities for them? You can tell me that Green Bay is a better option, and I can admit that. But I don't know if there's other better options beyond Green Bay out there. If you're going to tell me, well, New England with a rookie quarterback, precise route running, I don't know about that. Some of these other teams, I'm kind of like, I don't see it. Saints, I don't see it. Lance says, I don't see anything wrong with the way Jimmy Lake handled things. He was trying to get the guy away from the Oregon player before anything happened. I didn't either. I don't think it's, they either needed to commit to Jimmy or not. The suspended thing was silly, I think, a little bit. I just, and again, I don't get as uproar as that. It's like, I saw that stuff when I was playing back when I was in school. Like, it's just the coaches are in a crazed state. The players in a crazed state. It's the nature of football, man. It is the nature of football. Now, so they asked him if he had been vaxxed, and he said he was immunized. He said, had the question asked him further or asked more questions, he would have told them. Yeah, but the question was, here's the thing about that, Nas, is the question asked to him when he said I'm immunized was, are you vaxxed? It wasn't, are you immunized? Are you vaxxed? I'm immunized. Well, saying in the context of that question is like saying a yes. And it's maybe not a full-on lie, but it's definitely being disingenuous. Again, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care if whatever Aaron wants to do with his body. I'm a big freedom guy, so whatever with that. But, at the end of the day, he was doing the smoke and mirrors thing with the way he was wording things and trying to get away with stuff rather than just coming out and being like, no. Again, though, I don't think that they should be asking people about their status. I don't think reporters should be asking players. You used to have privacy as far as your medical matters were concerned in this country. Tyler, OBJ won't go to Green Bay if he gets paid a minimum contract. He wants the money. I agree. I have a hard time, Tyler, seeing him turning down a veteran minimum deal when he's got maybe $4 million on the table sitting there from Seattle. That seems like a decent amount of change to turn away from. Lance Graham says the Seahawks are way too cheap with the money. Well, when you're sitting on $13.3 million, it does feel a little bit like, what are you saving that for? What's the rainy day? We got a lot of rainy days here in Seattle. It ain't going to get any more rainier than it is right now. You know what I mean? It's pouring out. Maybe time to break open the piggy bank. The Berg Show says Jim Plunkett won 2 Super Bowls as a quarterback, and he's not in the Hall, so why should Eli? Eli was awful more than he was great. Berg Show, I am in agreement with you on this 100%, first and foremost, okay? So, as always, I want to just make sure I qualify this stuff by not making it sound like I want to see this happen. So, I don't want to see this happen. Now, Jim Plunkett played in an entirely different era of football than Eli Manning played. I agree with you there. Not as pass-happy an era of football. But let's just take a quick look at these guys' career, because here's what's going to be the thing that wins those folks over to get him moved in. He is a Manning, which is going to win out. Jim Plunkett only played in a total of 157 football games in his entire career, and he only started 144 games. Eli Manning started 234 games and played in 236. So when you look at the two guys, you're going to see a gross differentiation between them as far as their output goes. So Eli Manning threw for 57,000 yards. Jim Plunkett threw for 25,000 yards, right? Jim Plunkett threw 164 touchdowns. Eli Manning threw 366 touchdowns. Again, I'm saying this under the understanding that I don't think he should be in there. I don't want to make it the Hall of Very Good. But those are stats, along with winning the Super Bowls, along with being in New York, along with being a Manning, that will get him eventually probably into the Hall of Fame. And I will be spitting at the ground when it happens. Tyler Welch, K, I'm leaving. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Tyler. Thanks for jumping on in here. Lolo, Russ was on pace for 34 touchdowns, 3.5 interceptions, 4,000 yards. Pretty darn good for a new offensive scheme. With another wide receiver like OBJ that could stay consistent. But DK doesn't need a diva teammate. I just don't think, Lolo, he'd be very much diva-y like he's been a little bit in the past, knowing he has to toe the line, knowing he's already forced his way out of town in New York and in Cleveland, and knowing with the contract we would sign him to that he could be cut at any point in time. I missed a couple of people in the chat. Sorry. I've been just caught up on my thing, doing my deal. Megan with $2 donation says, what are Seattle offering OBJ given our cap space? In my opinion, the offer would be making 1 year, $4 million deal. You could then still roll over somewhere in the neighborhood of about $9 million in cap space into next offseason if that's what you need to do. But probably somewhere in there would be what I would expect them to be willing to offer. If they were going far below that, to me, that tells me they're not really interested in being serious in their offer to him and trying to outbeat the other offers. Because you can't offer him touches, you can't offer him catches, you can offer him a great quarterback and a fun environment and a team with a lot of potential still, but you also then need to add a little bit more of a carrot because of that. Thank you, though, Megan, for the $2 donation. Charles, with the $5 donation, says Green Bay is getting fined for not following protocol was weak. Should have had a draft pick like they always do to Bill Belichick. And thank you, Charles, for the $5 donation. Yeah, I think it was telling. Somebody pointed out that somebody else got fined like $30,000 for like the taunting, and then they fined Green Bay $15,000 for not following protocol. Which again, to your point, yeah, it is weak. There are teams that have. I think there was a team a year ago that wasn't even Belichick and the Patriots. It was somebody else that had done something bad. I think it was the Saints that also got hit with a draft pick that was removed because they stepped out of bounds on something. The NFL usually comes down on this stuff a lot harsher than just a fine. They usually get you in the draft pick spot of things. But, Green Bay is one of those maybe, I don't know. I think that they just don't want to hammer Green Bay. They want this story to go away. Aaron Rodgers is the face of an NFL. He's like Tom Brady. The NFL knows that, and they're gonna back their guys like that. For right or wrong or indifferent, that's just kind of the reality of it. But I agree with you, Charles, and I appreciate the $5 donation, multiple donations on this channel today, as always. Charles, you're awesome for that. Nolan coming in with that $20 hot spot. Nolan coming strong tonight, my guy. I'm a longtime member of the channel as well. I appreciate you on the donation. He says, I've been in for the last half hour or so. Quick recap of the first hour. 3-5 record with a team that doesn't pass as much is a tough sell. I love my Hawks, but I take the minimum in his situation and go to Green Bay. Very well said. Very well said, Nolan. I think if I'm measuring in the same way, that might be where I lean towards, Nolan. A little bit of it would be, somebody mentioned above in the chat, Nolan, about the potential of waiting it out this week. See how these two teams play each other. Get a little bit more data, a little bit more information between the two top teams you have on your list. But it would be a tough sell. You're a 3-5 football club. You've got maybe the best 1-2 situation in all of football going on in your receiver ranks as it stands right now. You also like to run the ball quite a bit, almost at a 50-50 rate. This is Odell coming from Cleveland. That's been a very run-heavy team already. Does he want to go back to that sort of stage of things, especially on a team that's not running the ball particularly well? You're right. That is a little bit of a tough sell on that. And thank you so much for the $20 donation, Nolan. You are awesome for all that. All of you guys donating so much to the chat. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, I think those are the things that could preclude it from happening. And I think, to go a little bit further beyond that, Nolan, let's say Green Bay offers a little bit more. Okay, we'll shake a couple of coins from the coffers and we'll kick an extra $1 million or $2 million in. And then that's enough at the 25th hour to close the deal. Odell might be waiting for a little bit of a sweetener here, which Packers could easily do. They're sitting on, I believe, $6 million of cap space. They could throw the $2 million at him, $2.5 million at him. Even if Seattle's putting the $4 million, then that $4 million doesn't look as big over the top, and that's enough to get it done. If I was putting a leader on the board, Nolan, I agree with you 100%. I'd probably put the Packers at like 60% right now. I'd put Seattle at like 40%, Packers probably at 60%, and I think that the Patriots are probably sitting about 35%. That'd be my breakdown, with no backing whatsoever, just complete gut instinct all the way. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, you want to see passion? Watch the All Blacks. All right. I got to check out the rugby stuff, man. I've been meaning Megan to take a look at some highlights on there and check it out a little bit. So I know they get after it, and people for years have been recommending me to watch a little bit more rugby. So I'll check it out. I got to check it out. I got it on my list here. But thank you so much, Megan, for the $20 donation. And Nolan, you're awesome as well for that 20 spot. Charles, Megan, Joey, Spectre 7. Jeffrey Thistle with a $5 donation. The Bears and Steelers game gave me Super Bowl flashbacks. Felt dirty after seeing those calls. It is. You need a bath after you watch the Steelers play, don't you? And one of those like old Western baths, like I've been out on the trail and I had to go through a couple tornadoes and, maybe a hurricane. It's weird, the calls that they sometimes get when you watch them on stuff over the years. There's been some moments with them and you go, Well, I'll tell you, that game didn't come close. Didn't even come into the sphere. Didn't even come into the same ballpark as the 2005 Super Bowl. All that being said, it was an awful look by the NFL. It was an awful look. It reminded me a little bit of a couple of years ago. Remember when you had the referee literally congratulating Tom Brady, like as the game's wearing down? You're going, no, don't want that. This was like that in a lot of ways. Just what the ref was doing, and then the bump, and really. And I already got a little bit of a, in full admittance to you guys, I already got a little bit of a conspiracy brain when it comes to just stuff in general, not pandemics or just in general, when I just don't trust a lot of stuff. I'm very untrusting. And then you see the refs do those type of things, or you see key moments and key calls of games when they decide to come out with a flag where they're not calling it as consistently, for instance, like offensive holding, where it does raise your antenna a little bit. And you go, that's a little odd. I don't like that. And there are a lot of people out there that'll tell you that, oh, it's fixed. I don't think it's full on fixed, but I do think sometimes my suspicions are raised, if you know what I mean. But poor Cassius, he finally gets out there and makes a sack, and he gives the sideline a dirty look. And then I was at first like, Cassius, what are you doing? Like, come on, just go back to the sideline. It's one sack. And then you see the coach just tear into him. I mean, just ripped his ass apart on the sideline. And you knew what he was saying to him. Like, you fringe player, you're barely even on this team, and you're out there prancing and dancing around like some neat. Like, oh, you just know he was going off on him. Poor Cassius. Lance says OBJ will not get many passes in Seahawks with Wilson's two favorite receivers here. He might not. I think we're going to have to do a lot of throwing this year if we've got any chance to get to the playoffs, Lance. I don't think we get into the playoffs this year on the back of our running game. Just my feeling on it. Emmett21 says Roger Dangerous is coming for Rodgers. I love it, Emmett. Arisman. Alolo, while I agree OBJ would be number 1 or number 2, and he'd have to understand that, getting him would literally do nothing against our cap. Agreed. Wouldn't cost anything. This is the thing. This deal really has got no downside if you can talk him into coming here. You still get to roll over money. He's not going to cost you draft picks as far as trade, not future capital as far as you have to pay in cash down the road. So to me, it's kind of a little bit of a no-brainer a little bit on this deal, frankly. Maxwell says Adam Schefter said Seattle had offered a contract to OBJ, nothing specific. He probably doesn't have very many specifics on that, but yep, we know they offered something. They're in this at least. They're trying. How hard they're trying, we don't know, but they are trying. Robert Pennington says, is OBJ's shoulder okay for run blocking? I don't know. If you're running the spread for concepts, Robert, it's good to see you in here. If you're running spread concepts, then he's going to be just doing pass catching mainly and not a lot of blocking. But there are ongoing questions about his shoulders. There's like MC joints out of whack, and there's the torn labrum I've heard out there mentioned on him. I've heard rumors that maybe he wouldn't pass a physical. We don't have anything really fully confirmed on that as of yet, but probably should be maybe a little bit of a factor. I don't think you're bringing him here though, Rob, to do much run blocking. I think if he comes here, he's going to be, catching passes when you have him on the football field. Lolo says, is Russ back? Lolo, is Russ back and able to fling the ball? Then it's time to let loose with the ball. Then kill clock with Collins, Carson, and Penny. Yeah, I think you just got to lean on your best player. If you're going to go down swinging with your best asset. That would be where I would lean into this, especially if the running game continues to be hemmed up like it's been hemmed up over the course of the start of this year so far. So, yeah. Charles Riley says, Charles coming with a $5 donation, says, Brando, did Kubrick direct the moon landing? Yes, Stanley Kubrick did direct the moon landing. He did so because they had a specialized lens that they had developed, the Hasselblad lens. Not the Hasselbeck lens, the Hasselblad lens, and it was a very advanced kind of film lens that Kubrick wanted to use. And so NASA came to him and said, okay, you can use this for your 2010, 2001 movie, your Space Odyssey. That's cool. We'll let you do that, but you got to direct another Space Odyssey for us. Well broken down, Charles, in the room, I believe 1508, in which Kubrick then showed off his moon landing in the movie, the Stephen King movie. What was it I'm thinking of? There's a Stephen King movie with Jack Nicholson where supposedly within it, he sort of subtly put in all the frames, the whole thing that went down. He sort of hid it in that movie, so to speak. I don't know if it's true, but I love it. It's a great story, and I want to believe it. Now, Rogers reminds me of an old Star Wars Jedi using the Force to sling the rock around and pick apart defenses. He is. He's amazing, man. He just throws laser beams everywhere, man, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know how he does it, man, but he's not lost any of his arm strength. He can just fling it. Nobody's got the kind of delivery style really he's had. It's so unique. Just that the way he can kind of torque his body to get that thing to come out like a jugs machine almost sometimes in the way it leaves his hand. But he's as good as ever. He is good as ever. You got to give him respect, man. The guy is one of the all-time best. And I wouldn't put him top 5 or anything like that. I wouldn't put him high up on the list, but definitely is going to be one of those all-time guys when it's all said and done. Lolo says it doesn't seem humanly possible to come back from a ruptured tendon, fractured finger in just 4 weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if Russ slipped a quick milli extra on that check. Surprised if Russ just slipped an extra milli extra on that check. Maybe not. There's a lot of people in this chat too. Lolo has been very skeptical that he's going to be able to come back that strong in that way off of this injury. It's like, I don't know. The Shining. Thank you, Megan. Megan put a $2 donation to remind me of The Shining. Yes. So there's a documentary you can find on YouTube. I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore. It's called 1508. And again, this is just fun stuff. But in it, you literally have spots within the movie where Kubrick seems to be pointing back to the faking of the moon landing, buried within the frames of The Shining itself. And it's kind of interesting where it's also being, if you listen to, of course, Stephen King at the time, he's like, man, he wasn't even trying to use my book. It's like, I don't know what he was trying to make as far as a movie goes. Kubrick was trying to kind of make his own thing, it looked like. I don't know. Again, it is a fun topic of discussion. And odd that they lost the tapes. They don't have the moon landing tapes anymore. They just lost them, the originals. All we got's a recording of a recording. Megan, Megan's the one who's been our resident person who suffered from this mallet injury. She said, I did the same injury on my finger over 30 years ago and am still not right, which is why I doubt greatly he will be throwing as he did pre-injury. Yeah, it's amazing he's coming back, Megan, right? I was telling you last week, I just had a feeling he's gonna find a way, whether it's hurting him or not, whether the finger's like hanging on the tendon like a broken chicken leg with just a little bit of skin holding it together now. That's the only thing that's holding it from falling to the floor. It wouldn't matter with him. He'd still go out there and he'd still be spinning it. If he can, it's not so much a spin at that point. It's sort of a wobbler, but he still is going to give it a try. GoOx 2022, talking about Russ's finger. Dr. Pete Carroll says it's better than new. Exactly. They can build him stronger. They can build him faster. They can build him better. Lolo says Homer's utility back. Dallas is mainly special teams. Yep. They don't use him a lot. They'll give him a couple carries here and there. Lolo, Wayne Wilson Jr. Seattle is OBJ's best fit. Put in the best situation to get open with DK, Lockett, Everett next to him, not to mention Carson as his back. This team continues to go all in on Russ. He's going to leave. If this team continues to go, he's going to leave. I think I see what you were trying to say there, Wayne. Yes. I think this would do not only well to help us out on the football field, Wayne. It's going to improve your wide receiver core. It's going to be an improvement above Freddie Swain, right? We know that. No, I don't think anybody's going to try to argue with me on that. It's not going to cost a tremendous amount of money. But then your point on the end is a very valid one as well. We've got to acknowledge this makes Russell a little bit happier. He asked for Antonio Brown last year. So this guy's going to help this team out. This guy's not going to cost us a lot of money. You don't have to trade for him. He's out on the open market, General Manager John Schneider. Go get him. He'll help this team. He'll help me. He'll help me make me a better quarterback. Well, many in Seahawks fandom said, no, I'll never do that with Antonio. And his front office said no. And Coach Carroll said, no, we're not doing that. Antonio goes to Tampa Bay and helps them go win a Super Bowl. Again, it comes down to just, you're going to make a mistake from time to time. Learn from your mistakes. Learn from your mistakes. Maybe, not on all matters, your quarterback's going to have a point, but maybe on this particular matter, he's got a little bit of a point to push so hard for you to bring him in. And maybe you should listen to him, not just for the returns it'll bring in the now, but in the returns it'll bring in his happiness into the future. Great point. Great point, Wayne. All right, I'm going to get some more coffee. Folks, also, when I run to go get this coffee, you guys are going to see me run a little bit of an ad here, just part of my agreement here with my sponsor of the show, Manscaped. So please put up with that for just a moment. Very proud sponsor of the show, by the way. I'm thankful they did back this show up as they did, but I will be back in just a sec, in just a moment. Make sure I'm right on my deal. I'll get to the donations we just had here in the chat in 1 second. So bear with me, folks. I will be back. Let me Let me get my things here. I did, maybe not. Oh. Oh, I missed it. All right, we're back. Thank you for bearing with me on that. Just had to get a refill on the cup of coffee. Got a couple of great donos here on Leland. Always kind and generous of you to see in here. $5 donation. He says, "What's up, Brandon? 12s. What's up, Leland?" Thank you for your donation. And a long-time contributor here on the channel. I do appreciate it. Megan coming in with another $5 donation. Megan, you're always so kind and generous. She says, "Have a function to attend tonight, so I'm out, gang. We'll be up early on Monday morning to see how this all plays out. Have a great rest of your week." Well, I will tell you this, Megan. If we do sign Odell Beckham on Saturday night, you better believe I'm going live on Saturday night. So we are on the Odell Beckham watch, and I am going live when that baby is born. You better believe it on that. But thank you, Megan. You have a great night. Thank you for all the donations on the channel. And it's always just awesome to have you here in the chat. So appreciate you. And again, we're going to have to sync up when you get up here into Seattle here next year on that flight. So that'd be awesome. Arthritis sucks, says Go Hawks 2022. It does suck. It does suck. I'm not dealing with it. I got like a back that's a little dodgy at times, but I'm not looking forward to that myself. Atheist 4 because says Go Pack Go. Hashtag 4 Go Pack Go. Not this week, Atheist. We'll go next week, Go Pack. Go next pack next week. Emma21 says, "Are you and Brendan doing the Seahawks vs. Packers game stream tomorrow?" You better believe it, my guy. Unless I hear differently from Brendan. But I'm planning on being on there. Lola says, "Yeah, sounds like permanent damage depending on the severity. Russ was made to sound like the tendon nearly completely tore." Yeah, it looked brutal too, Lolo, right? Because when you see the finger literally at a point where it's bent over and he can't lift it up and straighten it out, you know it's in a bad state at that point in time. And again, to think that he's going to get back to full health in just 4 weeks. I know you have your cryobaric chambers and magical bubble water and all that other stuff in between, but you know the body takes time to heal from stuff like that. He's greened it out. One thing that I think that we really forget about with Russ, along the things that he does great, and the thing that he doesn't get enough credit for, and I think it's because he's got such of the happy-go-lucky nature to him. And so usually when you think of tough guys and guys that can really handle pain and just grit their teeth through it, you think of more of the iron-jawed, you know, just grind it out, angry almost a little bit. You don't think of it as the guy that's positive and happy, but Russ is that guy, that iron-jawed guy that's just grinding through the pain. I think he's got that kind of pain tolerance to him, and he's a special breed in that respect. And this is just more evidence from what we've seen throughout his whole career that this is the case. And he should be given, I think, more credit for it because it's hard to play injured in the NFL. It's hard to perform. It's one thing when you're at 100% to beat these guys. It's quite another when you're reduced in your capacity. Atheist 4, because we get Rodgers back the day before and you guys get Wilson back. It does seem like Atheist, these guys, it's like they're the two sides of one coin to a degree. That's why I was saying, like, their rivalry going back to 10 years. These guys are almost intricately linked in their careers to some degree, you know, whether either of it like it or not, so to speak, you know, and it's made it a little bit more fun in this rivalry, which is one that I've pointed to being the biggest rivalry we probably have outside of our division. And just looking at the last, hell, go past 10 years, go past 20 years of data, even to the Mike Holmgren era, you know, the we want the ball and we're going to score game, the Rodgers doing snow angels in Lambeau in the one playoff game, kind of his last hurrah there for you guys. We've got some fun. We've got some history here. We got some history, man. GoHawks22 says, okay, did BB get fined $30,000 and Rodgers got fined $14,000, correct? That's correct. Yes. That's just all very fair, right? GoHawks 2022. I know what you meant, man. No worries. Lance, I'm a Seahawks fan, but I got to go into every game thinking it's going to be a loss. Understandable, man. Understandable, Lance. We all got to prepare ourselves emotionally in our own way with these things. And I get that, especially with our heart attack Hawks. You don't have to tell me, man. I'm in the same place at times. I had one point a couple years ago, Lance, where I decided I can't watch any live games. I'm getting way too angry about it. I'm going to wait till the game's over. And then I will even look at what the score is of the game to just know what it is. And then I will watch the game on replay. It got really weird with it. I got really weird with it. I'm back to being able to watch live now, so it's all good. But, you know, I know how the emotionality of it can stir up inside you a bit. Randall says, here's why I don't think Russ leaves. Pete's at the end. If this isn't his last season, it's second to last. He's seen what life's like without number 3. Pete ain't coaching here if number 3's not on the roster. I hope you're right, Randall. That's always what I say with this. If you're right, that's awesome. And that would be amazing if that's the case, because it means that we do get to keep Russ here. He's not moving on. And I would hope Pete sees it in that way. The one thing that makes me hesitant to be fully on board with you, believing it is the case, like I'm leaning towards like, yeah, that's probably what is happening, is the optimism of Pete. Is that every dark road is just a half a block away from turning towards sunshine. And that is a thing that's a sword that cuts both ways, a knife that cuts both ways a little bit, right? Where there's an upside to that, where you're always finding positivity, which can guide you to overcoming bad and not good, but it also can keep you in that same place if you're not ever really learning the lesson that needs to be learned to get you to the bright roads. And that's my only one worry with Coach Pete with that, is that does he really see that in crystal clear fashion? Or is there a part of him, Randall, that looks at it and goes, the second I had to pay this guy, I love Russell, but the second I had to pay him top 3 in the sport, I couldn't build out a football team around this guy. And when I was able to do that, when I was able to just handpick the guys I wanted and didn't have to think as much about the cost at every turn, I built a Super Bowl team around a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. Why can't I do that again? That was only 10 years ago. That's the thing, Randall. I don't know that he thinks that way, but I could see him easily thinking that way. And we just don't have enough of an insight in Coach Carroll's head at this point to know really where he stands on that stuff. Charles, rather than $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome, brother. Coming hot. He says, Brando, I always wondered why a handsome fellow like yourself wasn't forced at knife point by a pretty woman into marriage and kids. Now I know. You're a conspiracy guy. Just having a laugh. Love you. Oh, I appreciate that, Charles. Yeah, I know, man. I don't know. Maybe that is the reason why. I've been wondering all these years, man. I'm like, I wonder all these years, like, why can't I? What's going on? Why can't I get me a lady here? This ain't working for me. I'm a picky bastard though too. That's for sure. I'm definitely not settling. So, you know, you don't settle for too long. You end up in your mid 40s going, okay, I'm not settling. I'm definitely not settling. Thank you for the $10 donation, Charles. And I just love conspiracies. I don't even it's not even the belief of them. I just love them as far as they make for interesting discussion. You know what I mean? They make for interesting discussion. But you're awesome, Charles. Appreciate all the donations. Not just that donation, but all you do on the channel to support this channel. You are amazing. I'm telling you, folks, I'm getting closer and closer to just doing a daily podcast show for you guys. I'll run out of stuff to talk about 3 months in, but You guys will be rolling with me. Lola says, dang, if so, that'd leave nerve damage and you'd have to cauterize it to save it. Maybe. If it's still connected, I think it can heal, but then usually you got to give it time to heal. You certainly would think there's maybe some long-term damage that's possible here coming back this quick. But I don't know if that would stop Russ. I don't know if doctors telling him that would make him, he's such a tough guy. They'd be like, I'll figure it out. I'll bionically correct it in the offseason. James, Odell going to choose between the winner of the Green Bay versus Seattle game. Maybe, James. I've heard that the decision will probably come down Saturday, but someone was posting up above in the chat a little bit. Why wouldn't he wait to watch how this game plays out? You know, what does look like the better place? Who is more going in the right direction and where I want to be? It wouldn't be the worst decision from Odell's standpoint of things, especially if they're very close as far as which one he wants to lean towards. Phil Freeman, why play Russell until he is needed? Is there some reason Geno Smith and company can't beat Green Bay? I think that the team's going to lean towards letting Russell Wilson decide this, Phil. I do. I think that if Russell comes to Coach Carroll and Coach Carroll says, look, the doctors are telling me that, you know, you really aren't fully healed from this, that you're really actually a couple weeks out. And Russ goes, I'm fine. My finger feels fine. I'm throwing fine. It doesn't hurt. The doctors have cleared me. I'm not going to theoretically hurt myself more. If that's the case, why wouldn't you play me? And from Coach Carroll's standpoint, Phil, if Russell's not going to get way better another week from now, so how much more healthier is the finger a week from now versus where it sits right now if they let him sit? Probably not that much. If we're talking about a significant 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you could probably sell me on the fact that the finger is going to get better. But 1 week? I don't know if 1 week it's going to be all that much more improved. And I think it'll come down at that point. Russell's like, let me play. I want to play. I'm fine to play. And I think, you know, coaches already tend to be in that lane of if a player's coming to you and he's saying, I want to be on that football field, I'm going to get him on the football field. They don't tend to want to lean in the direction of keeping their guys off, especially the guy that's the most important player on his team. I know where you're coming from on it. I do. I get it. But I think it's the ferocity of Russell wanting to get out there that you can't undersell, and that's going to have power in this situation, even overriding doctors. Lance, when Geno Smith runs with the ball, he carries it out in front of him and not by his side, so he gets way too many fumbles. He's just not a natural. I agree. He's not a natural ball runner as a quarterback. He looks like a typical quarterback when he's running with it. Atheist 4, because does Seattle like to blitz a lot this year? No, not like last year, Atheist. It was way more crazier last year. This year, we're being a lot more conservative with it. We do still a lot of the single high looks. We're mixing in some cover 2 stuff to try to keep teams off balance. You know, we're going to probably try to force Rodgers to do more dink and dunk stuff against us and take away some of his deep stuff against us a bit. But we're really not. We're trying to have our front 4 get the work done, and they're not really getting the work done. Not as far as pass rush goes. Android for life. We need Gurley. Get rid of Penny, that waste of a draft and waste of money. He doesn't belong in the NFL. I think they'll get rid of Penny at the end of the offseason, Android. I think if they were going to get rid of him at this point, they would have done so. So he's probably here through the rest of the year. I think Gurley's kind of done. You know, Android, he's got a problem with that knee, bone on bone, no more cartilage left, can't train like he used to train, already getting to be an older player for a running back, not as fast as he was, not as quick as he was, and he can't train to put himself at peak state condition anymore. He's done in the NFL at this point. Todd Gurley's not going to play anymore. It'd be great if we get a better running back, but there's just not anybody available on the street to upgrade. Lance Graham, I like Alex Collins. I like Alex Collins all right too. I don't mind. I think he's played well. I think he's done what he could do with the holes that are given to him. Like I was coming back to before, I don't think as much has been a running back problem as it's been creating holes problem, and that you just don't have a line creating a lot of openings for these running backs. Fabio Vera, thoughts on signing the quarterback that got cut from the Raiders? Sure. I'm going to go with a little bit of this based upon my assessment of Arnett coming out of Ohio State and when I was looking at those corners coming out. And my assessment of him was this. He really should be only a slot cornerback in this league. He should never have been brought out to the Raiders and tried to be put out on the outside as they did. That was right off from the jump. I thought that was a bad form on the Raiders' part. As well, he should have been a second-round pick. He shouldn't have been a first-round pick. They grossly overdrafted him. He's got a Seahawks corner mentality to him, really feisty type. You know, he's willing to mix it up. He's willing to be physical. Obviously, he's on video with a gun threatening somebody's life, so he doesn't mind playing with an edge. But that, unfortunately, him being on tape like he is, and the gun thing like it is, and the environment that's going on right now is probably going to prevent him from being signed the rest of this year. He's going to probably have to wait through the offseason, and maybe somebody brings him along. If you brought him in, it would be for me to look at him as a slot guy. And I'm okay with Ugo, who's kind of started to struggle a little bit. He started out really good this year, and then he's kind of fallen back a bit. I don't know if this guy would be better at this stage because I haven't watched a lot of his pro tape, and I don't think a lot of his pro tape has him operating in the slot. But I thought he had a future in the NFL as being a pretty good slot guy if you just put it there. If you're just a team committed to we don't need him as a number one, number two. Let's just throw him in at the slot. I thought it would have been a forward-thinking draft pick to do something like that in the second round. But he also had a lot of off-the-field questions, even in college. Lolo, I feel like the Carson contract was more of an understanding and an honorable thing to do for Carson's pride. The next thing is an issue. It is a little bit. I think it's hard in the NFL to be running contracts like that, to doing honorable things, in the NFL in that way. You have a hard time winning when you're going to get sentimental with players. You really will. You have to have almost the opposite to continue to drive towards being a winner. And you got to be a little more cold-blooded than that. It's not the worst. It's not the worst instinct for the organization to have, but I don't think we've ever seen any proof that type of we back our players and we're never going to do the hard thing on them or the cold-blooded thing. I don't know if we've ever really seen the benefits of that, being that this isn't a recruiting destination really. Yeah, even here we're in on the mix, but we're basically going to have to beat the other person's offer by $3-4 million to pull a guy to us in competing with a team like Green Bay, let's say. I don't know if we get the benefits from that as much. And it wasn't an awful contract, although they didn't give him tremendous amount of money. It was a pretty reasonable deal. But again, I wouldn't have signed it if I knew he had a chronic neck injury. You already had enough injury worries risk with him as it was. I mean, if you want to just give him a going away present, then give him a couple million and don't let him take up a roster spot at that point. Lance Graham Collins reminds me of Marshawn. Yeah, he looked a lot like Marshawn in college too. He's not as much now, but when he came out of college, you're like, whoa, it's like Marshawn 2.0 a little bit here. Atheist for because Packers left tackle David Bakhtiari has activated off the PUP, but he had to be, or his season would be over. This does not necessarily mean that he will play. We'll have to wait and see. Could impact you guys. I will say Atheist for because that swing lineman you got playing left tackle, I think he can play like just about every position on your line. He's been doing okay over there. He's not Bakhtiari level. David's special, but he's not been bad. Rodney Press Show. Once again, Brandon, this team fails to add anything that could help them. Got to keep Russell Wilson happy at the end of the day. I would have it as a priority, Rodney, if I'm a general manager and I've got a Hall of Fame quarterback in the back end of his prime, or in his prime, however you want to qualify it. And I have that. I'm working with that. He's been with my organization 10 years, and I know he's growing dissatisfied. I would probably lean towards trying to make him happy here and there where I could, rather than doing more moves that seem to be more in the direction of pushing him out the door. I don't know why you'd want to lean in that direction. I don't know what you could look at and say, well, this team did that, and look at all the great success they've had. Did the Patriots feel great about pushing Tom Brady out last year? I don't think their fans were loving that choice in retrospect. I don't know. I'm just not in a hurry to do it in that way. Jeffrey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Teletubbies shot Kennedy and Bigfoot faked the moon landings. Facts. Big facts, man. That big purple fat one was the one that got Kennedy too. It was from the grassy knoll, I'm telling you. Just behind the fence. See the little poof of smoke and then his stupid little head. Those dumb little eyes. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the donation. You're awesome. Randall, correct me if I'm wrong. We can give OBJ $3 to $4 million for 8 games, about $500,000 a game. If a team signs him to a vet minimum, let's say $1 million, he'd only get the prorated amount, like $70K a game. That is absolutely correct, Randall. That is our trump card in this situation. That is it. Is to be able to say, okay, look, Saints, they've got $500,000 of cap space. They're offering you a veteran minimum deal. Patriots, probably somewhere near that realm as well. Packers, that's what they're offering. We're offering you $4 million. We're offering a significant amount of money over the top of the other teams. Now, we have some
It's the detractions we have, Brandel, that causes that. You're not going to be a number 2 here. You're not going to be a number 1 here. You're not going to get a tremendous amount of touches, but you are going to get paid. You're going to be on a competitive team that's right in the mix. You're going to have a Hall of Fame quarterback throwing you passes when you are on the field. Not bad. Not bad. Megan says the taunting thing is BS. I can understand the NFL doesn't want to set a bad example for kids, but get realistic. If you call it for one, call it for all with no exceptions. Agreed, Megan, and take the subjectivity out of it. What is it exactly that is taunting? Don't give me the ref has a general feeling somewhere that was mean, and then he's going to pull out his flag. That's way too much of a wide berth you're providing the officials at that point, in my opinion. I don't like the taunting thing. It needs to go away. It's silly. It's in the same dumb column to me as not letting the players dance in the end zone or come up with their own stuff. It's why some people call it the no fun league sometimes. And I agree. Let them do it, man. I don't get I don't get it. Goax 2022 is walking bone on bone is no panic. Running is out about Gurley. Comcast, the Hawks says OBJ is a problem we don't need. You're not alone on that, Comcast. There's been a few folks in that lane of things. Lance Graham, what was it hurting when DK jumped on the goalpost? I don't know, Lance. I literally, it's just him having fun and him he's not putting his opponent down on it. It just, I don't get sometimes some of the rules on some of that stuff. Again, it's just like, why take the fun out of the game? You want more fun in the game, not less fun. Wayne says, continues to fail going all in for Russ. We do, Wayne. The team didn't build up the offensive line when he talked about being hit as much as he was hit. The team didn't convert his base to bonus money, which you didn't even have to take that base to bonus money and then bring in an offensive player. You could just have brought in better players. The team is sitting on a de facto $23 million of cap space that they are not using this year, in a make or break year, in a year where the cap is depressed down from $200 million to $182 million, in a year that you come off of an offseason where your quarterback requests to be traded to 4 teams or is willing to be traded to 4 teams, however you want to get into the semantics of it. It seems like you're not all in at that point for Russ. Seems like there's a little bit of a look to the future at that point. Could be wrong. Randall says, we need someone who is challenging the front office, need to be held accountable on the field and off the field signings. Is Pete living up to the always compete and win forever mantra, or just collected a check? Yeah, the mantra's got to be more than just saying a mantra. You got to live the mantra like they used to do. You could feel the always compete aspect to the team in the early days, with the roster churn especially, with the just, not good enough, try somebody else until we get the competition right, until we get this really razored in. And I don't feel it the same way. You don't see the same turnover. You don't see the same action of moves like they used to do. It's a lot more of just keeping riding out the same old stuff. Let's keep trying LJ Collier. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try LJ again. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, have him sit for 5 weeks. Okay, after the 6th week, let's try him now. How about now? No, still didn't work. Damn. Let's give it 4 more weeks and then we'll try it again. That seems to be some of the methodology of the always compete where it lies right now. Wayne Wilson says, OBJ is a problem we need. He's a problem for opposing defenses when he gets the ball. Baker is a mediocre quarterback and failed to get him the ball when he was open. Agree with Wayne. I think OBJ hasn't gotten a chance to play with an upper-level quarterback yet in his career. That opens the door to some more potential there with him as far as being a productive player in this sport. I am not a big guy on Baker Mayfield, and I think they were just a bad pairing. It just was not a good chemistry between those two guys. It's not the worst thing in the world. It happens, but it does mean that he could be good maybe somewhere else with somebody better. Lance, I wonder how DK would do on defense. DK would be an interesting defensive end. Michael Simon, who blocks Bakhtiari? Bakhtiari's a left tackle, Michael. Mike Motz, so what would be a good scheme for our offensive line when it comes to the running game? I don't think there's anything wrong with the offensive line scheme right now as it stands, Mike. The more mobile offensive line scheme is one I would probably lean to preferring over the bigger, guys that are more maulers, more of your, they're just going to road grade guys out of the way, which even I don't think we really do. I think they do that in theory, but our guys are not the road graders for the girth they bring. I like mobile linemen because you can do a lot more of the pulling and you can have a variety of different guys pull from a variety of different positions, which makes you more exotic. It makes you harder to defend. It makes you more unpredictable in the run game. You can just do a variety of different other things at that point. So I like more of the mobile guys. I do. But you have to go out there and get them at that point, Lance. And you're running right now with what should require mobile offensive linemen, and you have more immobile offensive linemen. Dwayne Brown is not really as mobile as he once was at 36, 37 years old. Damian Lewis is more of that road grader type. Brandon Shell, road grader type. Gabe Jackson, absolutely road grader type at this point in time in his career. Kind of is what it is on that. Phil Freeman, any reason the Chiefs have not used Josh Gordon? You got me, Phil. I mean, an offense that's sputtering doesn't seem to be looking towards him very often. In the game I was watching last week, he was on the field running routes. Mahomes just wasn't targeting him very often. There was a play that came up, I think, 2 weeks ago where Mahomes does this weird, I don't know what trip Mahomes is on this year, but he did this weird jump pass move where he literally hops in the air to leap over the defensive lineman and then tries to rocket the ball from about 6 yards away into Josh Gordon's hands, throws it a little high where Josh has to react quick, and it goes right up through Josh's hands, and it's picked off at that point. But it was really just a miserable pass. It wasn't Josh's. If he puts the ball down on Josh's body, it's probably a touchdown. But a weird play nonetheless. I don't know why they're not using him more. They made a hell of a sales pitch to bring him in there in the first place. You'd think they would have, especially with their need at wide receiver, tried to get more out of him, but I'm not seeing them use him at all. I don't have a good reason. Seahawks Gaming. Pete Carroll looked like he was poised in his press conference, like he had lost a playoff game or something. Maybe John Schneider doesn't want OBJ. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's possible. I'll have to go check out the presser, Seahawks Gaming. I haven't seen it up until this point, so I'll see how he looks from my standpoint of things. But hey, I just want, if Pete's got a little edge, if Pete's not just sitting there just like, oh, we're happy, we're good, everything's well, la 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 la. Fine, I like that better. I like him with a little hardened edge. Rodney says, if we can't win Sunday after 2 weeks of game planning, then we have serious problems. The Hawks have had so much time to scheme this team and learn their weaknesses. Agreed, Rodney, and it's an opponent that they have a good amount of familiarity with as well. I mean, they played this team with this coach, with Rodgers at quarterback a couple times over the last few years. They know what they're getting. They know what they got to deal with. With Aaron Rodgers, you got to be clean on your defensive line. Can't jump on his cadence. Don't give him free plays. So I think they know what they're going to need to do. It's going to come down to executing it and not making mistakes that have been duplicated over and over again at times, as Carroll's mentioned at times, where we know what we got to do. We just keep making the same mistake. We're not doing the things that we practiced or trained on. So I don't think it's a question of them not knowing what to do, but it is a question of execution. Lolo says, how the hell is Brady still throwing 25 touchdowns, 2,600 passing yards in 8 games? He's older than my dad. I don't know, Lolo. I seriously don't know. The thing I thought that was going to upend him was the thing that upended a lot of quarterbacks who played pretty deep into their careers over time. And the two specific guys that come to mind are a guy like Kurt Warner and Brett Favre, where eventually it's just they can't recover from the injuries. You get older and your body does not recover like it does in its 20s or early 30s. It's just everything takes so long to get right. And when you have multiple injuries stack up over a year and you see these older quarterbacks wear down over that time period, it's one that you just marvel at how you can pull that off, knowing that your body's getting beat up. And he's done a good job of keeping himself clean, not taking a lot of extra hits over this last 7-8 years as he has gotten older. But it just takes one rolled ankle that just stays dodgy for a whole year. I mean, hell, last year he played through a torn MCL through the whole year and still was productive in it. He's absolutely a freak. It defies explanation. And he deserves all the hype he does get for the greatness he's achieved, in my opinion. I say that begrudgingly. Randall says, anyone hear Michael Salk insinuate last week that Russ takes HGH and that's why he heals so quickly? Very interesting to listen to Michael Salk and his takes since coming back to radio and where he seems to be putting his eggs in what basket as far as this team goes. And there seems to be a conscientious decision on his part to throw shade at Russ while then raising Coach Carroll up. And it's very transparent in what he's doing, in my opinion. And I think it has a lot to do with access, personally, Where does Coach Carroll go for after his game Monday morning? Which radio is it? Does he go 950 or he goes to 710? He goes to 710. But I usually used to like Michael and some of his takes as far as having a little bit of willingness to go against the grain on stuff. I think he's kind of out of pocket on this stuff. And I don't know, and I would question whether or not he's being really, whether he's doing a little bit of that disingenuous stuff here as he applies it to his, to what he's talking about with Russ. I don't know why he's choosing this time to throw it at Russ as opposed to looking at the coach, but I don't hear Mike throw a lot of shade Coach Carroll's way. And whenever he does, he seems to qualify it with some good. Yeah, but he also does this. Yeah, but so it's always, then the bad doesn't really count, does it? Because you're only trying to talk about the good. Yeah, I've got that too, Randall. I got that too. I don't really appreciate it from Mike's standpoint. Because again, it's one thing if you believe it and you're operating. It's another thing if you're coming at it with an agenda a little bit, which I think I'm going to accuse him a bit. I think you got a little bit of agenda here on this Russell Carroll situation. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 donation. Another one, Jeffrey. Thank you. You guys coming in hot. He says, OBJ thinks he's a number one wide receiver, but fact is he's not more than an average 2. We may need him, but I don't want him. I'm not gonna be crying if we don't get him, Jeffrey. I want him. It would help the team. There's not going to be a lot of other ways to help this team moving forward. However we want to look at this, whatever position we want to look at, this is going to be about it. We're getting deep into the season. You're going to have to ride with what you got. Maybe he doesn't make a big difference on that one way or another, to your point on that. I do think he would help. Any helping hand is a good hand at this point, especially on a team that is not dominant, that is just barely trying to get into a point of being very good, which they haven't reached yet. And acknowledging that any little bit of help you can get is good help. I agree with you. He's not a number one wide receiver anymore. If we're talking about Odell in his prime, he's probably about 83% of what he used to be. But is he better than Freddie Swain? And Jeffrey, I'm putting this Pro Football Focus scores below me on my screen right now. Freddie Swain ranks 110 by Pro Football Focus out of 120 wide receivers in the sport. That is who Odell will be taking over for when he comes to Seattle. And that is an improvement in my opinion. Uh-oh. Come here, buddy. Cats are getting feisty. Cats are getting feisty. Okay, come here. You know you're going to scare her. You know you're going to scare her. I know. Everyone can hear you. Everyone can hear you. Oh, stop. Shh. Stop it. Mike Motts, I want to see Eskridge play. I do too, man. That would be interesting. My cat's so annoyed right now. Okay. Let's head out. No. Sorry about that, folks. A little bit of cat-on-cat violence right now. Mats, I want to see Eskridge play as well. I'm with you there. Yeah, Charles, you're right. NFL does test for HGH, which again makes Mike's comment ridiculous. But he's thrown shade like that for years in that direction of things. So not for years as much, but again, coming back on radio, listen to him. It's like you heard it from the jump with him on his take on that. I don't know what's going on with the cats right now. Stop. There's nobody here. What are you crying at? Hold on, folks. Sorry, cats are having a thing here. Okay, I need you out. You gotta go out. Buddy. Come on. Yeah. I understand. Whew. Okay.
Goodness. Seahawks Gaming, do we have an offer already on OBJ? Yes, we have an offer presented to him. We don't know what it is, but we do have an offer. Cowboys are number one. Did you see Jokic destroy Morris? It was crazy, but I think Jokic finally got tired of being abused. Yeah, I don't have an issue with it. Jokic doing that on that play. Morris has got a little bit of a history of being not a full-on dirty player, but he's got some moments where it's like, yeah, questionable. If you're going to play with that, you're going to play on that line, you're going to play at that edge. You eventually push guys over the other edge of it, and it's been a couple times that they've dealt with it. Oh my God, cat is just having it. I don't know what his problem is. Randall says, we sign OBJ. Russ takes game to another level with the horses out wide. Russ takes $20 million a year to keep the triplets together. No, wouldn't that be that'd be just a best case scenario? That'd be a dream scenario. As Russ is like, this is working pretty good. I'm gonna take about $10 million less. We'll keep OBJ on. Sound good to you, Schneider? Okay, sure. Yeah, yeah. All right. That'd be awesome. And it'd be a great win for Russell Wilson to pull something off like that too. No doubt about it. I'd love that, Randall. That'd be awesome. That'd be a best case scenario. Randall says, Michael Salk said, I'm not saying he's taking something, but it wouldn't shock me to hear he took a page out of Manning's book and Sierra is having it shipped. Again, like Randall, it's like, I certainly do a lot of pontificating here where I make predictions or I say, I think things are going like this and I don't have a lot to base it on. I usually qualify it by saying that. To say it like that, where he's doing that and he has nothing to base that off, I just feel like it just probably is happening. So it is. You need a little bit more if you're going to throw accusations like that, major accusations like that. You probably should have a little bit more proof than that. You probably should have a little bit more backing than that. Michael Simon says, who do you get rid of if you sign OBJ? I don't think you got to get rid of anybody, Michael. You've got to free a roster spot. You can probably find the 55th man on the roster to move at that point. But if you're looking at the wide receiver ranks, you got DK, Tyler, Odell, Eskridge, and then you would keep a fifth wide receiver with Freddie Swain. But you've had 5 wide receivers before in the past. You've kept 5 wide receivers before in the past. Charles says, Randall, I forgot about Manning did that for his neck. I think Rodgers, Clemens, and Tiger might have done that method as well. They did. Yeah. Manning did seem to do it for his neck. I will give, but with Manning, they had the receipts. You know what I mean? Like it was sent to his wife. It was, there's some backing to that. This is more like there's no backing to that. Joe Manning says, Shanahan coming to Seattle. I love it, Joe. I would be, I don't know if I love it, but I'm okay with it. I like Shanahan. Jabor Michael says, you going to a game? I'm not going to be able to make a game this year. I've been just too busy running around, and I got to get over to the west side if I did, and I just don't think I'm going to get a chance. I don't think it's in the budget this year either. Things are a little tight. Keep it a little tight. Leroy Estevan. What's up, Leroy? Jabor Michael, I don't want Russ to leave because I want to go to a Seahawks game with Russ here. Me neither, man. Next game, Seahawks game I do go to, I want Russ to be here as well. Randall says, can anyone recall the last time we scored on D? Was it Diggs pick 6 versus the Rams in 2019? I'm thinking, Randall. I do think that was right. I don't think we got one. The turnovers have not come as plentifully over the last 2 years. That's been part of the problem, Randall. But yeah, I think that was it. And I think it was Bobby's like pick 6 a couple years before that, the one that was prior in that one. Daniel McCormick, Eskridge could be better than OBJ at this point, but I'd rather have 4 receivers than 3. D could have a big impact this game. Waldron's got his guy back. Watch out for some smooth offense this week. D, though. D's going to be a question mark, Daniel, going up against Green Bay. It'll be nice for some of us folks wondering, okay, has it been a little bit of fool's gold over the last 3 weeks and what we're really seeing as far as, what this team can really do? Or are they legitimate? Have they turned it around? Have they gotten better? And I don't know if we've got a solid answer until we can get. My goodness, what is going on? Okay, come on, buddy, come on. don't know what is going on here. Okay, cats are having a moment tonight, folks. Sorry. It's a live show. Fun stuff happens on a live show. Goodness gracious. Got a couple more donations on the chat here. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, national media is on Pete's side, pointing at his win record only to me proves they aren't watching our games. They're just reading stat sheets. Yeah. And maybe to your point on this, Jeffrey, is a coach just, or are we only going to take the measure of a coach by wins and losses? And then what's the win and loss percentage record? That's the minimal okay win-loss percentage record, since we're also going to throw out that point. We're going to throw out anything of the way the teams look on the field, any way that the team is winning at that point. We're going to throw out any of their playoff success at that point, right? Because then win and loss record only has to do with regular season. You're throwing away a lot of data at that point and determining a coach's greatness, ability off of something very simplistic that has so much more behind it than just that win-loss part of it. And I think that's the little place that those people do, to your point on that, Jeffrey, and I agree with you. I think a lot of people just look at the stat sheets, and I think a lot of people come back over and over that, well, Pete's won for many years there, and that's so hard to do, and I think people just don't understand how hard that is, and we understand how hard it is. But a lot of the recent winning, a lot of the last 5 to 6 years of winning have been done on the back of riding Russell Wilson like a pony up the Grand Canyon. And that is not a formula of great coaching. That is an aging philosophy, a coaching system that's getting a little stale, leaning on its only real valuable parts and pieces to cover it up a bit. And that's the part more of us that glom onto, okay, maybe it's time to move on here, Carol, are just trying to kind of touch on a little bit. It has nothing to do with hating Carol or anything else beyond that. Just has to do with what's the best asset of this team. What's the best possibility for this team going forward? And a guy that's relied so heavily on a Hall of Fame quarterback while his systems are failing is probably not the best guy to rely upon then moving forward for a team that needs a lot of fixing. But thank you, Jeffrey. You're awesome for the $5 donation. I appreciate all of your, not just that $5 donation, but all your donations on the chat. I appreciate you, dude. Charles with the $5 donation as well. Thank you, Charles. Agreed with you and Randall. Part of me thinks Salk is doing the whole controversial point for the ratings sake thing, but access is another explanation. Yeah, I can't say for sure if it's not that too, Charles, to your point on that. And thank you for the $5 donation. Again, like you and Jeffrey, thank you for all your donations on the channel. But it's hard to say for sure what is the explanation on it, because we do know that Salk has within him a willingness to do that. Let me stir the pot thing. It's not really what I think, but this will make for good content. It's part of why I was mentioning a little bit on the stream. I hate doing clickbait stuff or anything. I don't want to do that. That should not be the way you draw an audience in, is to sort of head fake them out in what you really think. I think instead you have, when you're talking like this, you have more, there should be more placed upon you being honest and truthful above all else than you BSing and playing some, let's play devil's advocate for the sake of playing it. I don't really think it, but I think it, but I don't really think it, but I kind of think it, but I don't, but do I? You determine. I don't like that. Say what you mean, think what you say. And if you think he's a cheater, Saul, then call him a cheater. Have the guts to say, well, maybe if he did that, yeah. But yeah, I don't get it as well, Charles, because even when he would take that little devil's advocate point in the past, when he was on the radio before, it seemed like he would at least be doing it from the sake of at least an intelligent point of view. Like, he may not believe it, but he's at least giving you an intelligent thing. You're just throwing like darts at the Wilson board with HGH accusations and nothing to back it up. That to me is, why? For what? But yeah, I think access, Charles, I also don't undersell access, because we know with our own reporters, and I don't hate them for this. I understand where they're coming from. Well, we know with our own reporters, one of the reasons that we as fans are harp on them and say, why don't they ask this question? Why don't they ask that question? Why do they let Carroll off the hook with this? Why don't they mention this thing and say, why wasn't this done? Why isn't the question, for instance, up until this point been asked by any Seattle reporter, hey, you seem to be in somewhat of a make or break season here with Russell Wilson. Why haven't you used up all of your cap space in a year when for the first time in 15 years, the cap is depressed down to $182 million? Why has no reporter asked that question? It's not that brilliant of a question. It's not even a brilliant question. It is a straightforward, this is what a normal reporter should be asking type question of a coach. They don't ask it. Why? Because they're worried about the blowback they're going to get from Carroll. He's going to side-eye him, and he's going to go to his media person. And he's going to say, hey, that dude, make sure he doesn't come here anymore. I don't like his questions. And I can get that that's your job, and you need that access to be able to perform and do your job right. But when it's at the cost and expense of you doing your job well, I think that you've got to kind of toe a different line than that. You got to be willing at that point to ruffle some feathers. I think that's the better way to lean, in my opinion. I could be wrong on that, but I don't care if I don't get any access in my life. I'd rather be honest and truthful. Thank you, though, Charles, Jeffrey. You guys are awesome. Your boy Michael says, imagine Pete Carroll having Derrick Henry. They were definitely in on Henry. He was one of the guys that they had visit the facility when he was coming out of the draft. They got leapfrogged a little bit in Tennessee, drafting him ahead of them, but he very well could have been a guy that they took a strong look at picking. I don't know if he would have been as good here, though, your boy Michael. A lot of what Derrick Henry does and his successes, though he is awesome back, modern day iteration of Jim Brown, I do think he does need to have an offensive line creating holes for him. And I don't know if the Pete Carroll offensive lines over the last 3 to 4 years have shown a lot of an ability to open up big, wide holes to allow Derrick Henry to get up and moving. He's like one of those kind of running backs where you got to get him in his first 3 steps in the backfield. And if you let him get up to speed, he's gone. Well, if we have the kind of penetration that we've seen against defensive lines here, like an Aaron Donald type, you're not going to get as good a career out of Derrick Henry here as you are with the Titans team and the kind of offensive line he's had blocking up in front of him there. Lance Graham says, I'm surprised Tampa Bay hasn't went for OBJ. Just doesn't make a lot of sense. They don't have any need for it. They're 3 deep at their wide receiver core. They're 3 deep at their tight end core. They drafted Jalen Darden in the 4th round this year, a wide receiver in this draft, kind of a gadget guy. Where's the need, Where's the need for them? Not to mention they don't got any cap space. Randall says, is the man groomer also a beard trimmer or specific to Big Jim and the Twins? Just to Big Jim and the Twins, Randall. Just to Big Jim and the Twins. Though they do have a nose hair trimmer that works great, too. Randall, where's the 559? I don't know where the 559 is. Your boy Michael says, I can't wait for Russ's first game back at Lumen. Me neither. That'd be awesome. That'd be cool. Simple 1970. The coach who decked the player was Woody Hayes of Ohio State. I think it was 1978. Thank you. Simple 1970. They all the coaches in college became Bear Bryant for me in my hit. That's how I had to clear space in my memory banks. So rather than remembering names like Woody Hayes and whatnot, I just, it all became Bear Bryant. Late 60s, 70s. But yeah, that's right. Woody Hayes of Ohio State punched the player on the sideline. Just one of those crazy moments. Just lost it. That's how you know coaches are intense. Lance Graham says, my thought is Russell gets sacked on the first play. No, don't say that. Randall says, heard Brando's cat and thought our cat got outside. Well, they were on a weird trip. I don't know what this one coming in. He likes to come in and just attack mine for whatever reason every once in a while. He just gets in a mood. Lolo says, sure, New York is cold, but not as cold as Lambeau Field. Seattle is closer to New York. Oh, Seattle's nothing compared to even New York. New York winters are even way worse than Seattle winters, by far. I've lived in Montana winters. I've lived in New York winters. I would say New York winters are worse than Montana winters. You don't get more snow, but the wind factor and the cold, and it's just awful in New York in the winter. Awful. Your boy Michael, our offensive line has, from what I've seen, been better than the first couple of weeks. What is really needed is a center. Cough, Creed, cough, shaking my head. Yeah, Creed Humphrey was sure would be nice to have right now. They've got a little bit better. I still think, especially in the running game, they're struggling. They're not creating a lot of holes in that running game. Lolo says people are saying Aaron lied to everyone's face. I don't exactly agree in a petty way since he didn't say he was vaxxed. No, I again, no, Lolo, he's being asked the question, are you vaxxed? It's like, I say, did you go to the park? And you say, I went on a walk. Well, wait a second. I asked you if you went to the park. Why are you answering that way? He's playing a little game there, right? That's the point. He's playing a game. He could have just said no, or he could say, I don't think I should have to answer that. That's personal medical information. I don't feel like I need to, any of those would have been okay too. But when you do an answer like that, you are playing a little bit of you are playing games with words and whatnot. Jaboy Michael says, okay, so I live in Ohio. Is it true that I'm Seattle? They only got like 1 hour of sunlight. It's getting like that. It's getting like that. It's like about 8:30. You finally get some sunshine, and then about 3:30 right now, the sun goes down. So it's pretty brutal. Like it feels 8:45, but it feels like it's like 12:30 right now, with the dark as it is outside. Lance Graham, OBJ reminds me of DK Metcalf. We don't need another one of him. It's not about DK Metcalf on this, Lance. Again, it doesn't come down to DK Metcalf. Let's frame this argument, or let's frame this debate in the proper way. This is not a matter of, is it DK or OBJ, or is it OBJ and Tyler? It is, Lance, is OBJ better than Freddie Swain? That's the question. Does he improve your third wide receiver? Would all of us love to see center fixed? Yeah. Or corner, or a 3-tech, or any other offensive? Yeah, we would. That's not what's available to us right now. Right now, we can improve our number three wide receiver position on this team. That's to me more of the debate here. Randall says the trick is run if it's effective, but adapting is the key. So what's working? Not run just because we say we're a running team. Agreed, Randall. You got to be effective with it. You can't just do it especially when you're just passing away possessions. You can't do it that way. It doesn't have to be where you have to run for 5 yards a clip, but you do need to be at least efficient with it to some degree. And I don't think we're efficient enough with it now to lean on it as a strength right now. Big Country, howdy, howdy. Howdy, Big Country. Good to see you. Aris Mana says it wasn't just the half-truths, was also the protocols Aaron wasn't following. Good point. So you can maybe differ with us on the whether or not he's lying or not, but you can't argue the fact that he's not been wearing a mask at all the times he's supposed to be wearing a mask under the protocols. And again, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask if you're Aaron Rodgers. But again, we're talking about whether or not he's sort of, the question at hand is whether or not he sort of I don't even know. Whether he misrepresented his place on what was going on. Charles with another $5 donation. I appreciate you. Thank you, Charles. Coming in hot today. We got a lot of great donos today on the chat. Says Joe Fan is the only Seahawks reporter that had any teeth. Now he's gone. I agree with you on that, Charles. Yeah, Joe is one of the only few willing to really ask a tough question in there. And especially the longtime guys that have been on that beat, man. They're comfortable in their spot. They know their lane. They're not leaving their lane. It's kind of sad for me to see because there's a little part of me when I was growing up that would have wanted to maybe be like a journalist reporter type, and knowing the pride that goes in that position and what the stories you truly could write and how good of you, when you're doing the job really well, how awesome it can be. But there's some people that are just going to hit the cruise control. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but I mean, when was the last time you guys asked a tough question out there? Now, I'm not you guys, but our reporters at these press conferences. And there's been openings in times where you've needed to ask a tough question. I would hold their own feet to the fire on that. It's journalistic standards a little bit here, I'd say. But yeah, Joe not being there's we got weaker there from the reporter group than we couldn't lose any more. Nice to see Joe's laying on his feet though. Charles with another $10 donation. Charles, my goodness, so kind of you. Says this is a drunken question, but if the Hawks need a win in Arizona Week 18, would you go if your subscribers funded it? Obviously, you'd have to make arrangements for the feuding felines and such. Yeah, I would. I'd be open to it if the subscribers wanted me to go on that. I'd be open to doing it. It wouldn't be a hard thing getting the felines. I have people that can watch my kitties. So if it was something that was wanting to happen, I'd definitely be open. I love going to a game. So absolutely, man.
I'm completely open to it. And thank you for the $10 donation. So yeah, it's been a little tight with me money wise, and then just again getting over there, it's gonna be a hotel room usually, and it's just all that stuff. So, but I'd love to, man. I love going to a game in CenturyLink. I do. Plus, getting over the west side, it's been a while for me. I've been over here in Spokane for a minute. So, hell yeah. Eventually, I would like to do too at the very least, do a meet and greet thing with the subs over on the west side. I know we got a lot of people. We've never done like an in-person thing. We got to do that eventually too. Lance Graham, can we stop talking about OBJ? He's not coming to Seattle. Well, Seattle's in the mix. I don't think he's likely to come to Seattle. Kevin Getchell, I understand DK hugging the goalpost was homage to OBJ. If so, having OBJ would be a riot. It would be. I didn't know that was a homage to OBJ. But that's awesome if it was. That's cool. That is cool. I think it would be fun having OBJ. It'd make it interesting. It'd make the games just a little more funner. Atheist 4 because NFL found that Packers mostly always followed COVID-19 protocol. Mostly always. I like the way you put that. There was just one team-sanctioned Halloween party that guys didn't wear a mask for. They threatened to take a draft pick next time. Yeah, and again, on this Atheist 4, I'm being asked a question on it, so I definitely will answer where I stand on it. But at the end of the day, like the word I like to say, or the phrase I'm going to use on this is no dog in this fight. When it comes to Aaron and his situation on this, I don't care. I will say this, Atheist, I've had my fill of Aaron Rodgers stuff for like the next decade. Between the whole off season and the whole training camp and all he wrenched out every last bit of drama in that situation he could. I'm definitely done with hearing Aaron Rodgers stuff. Like I'm over it. I got Rodgers lash. Big time Rodgers lash. Dustin, carry on. If the Seahawks sign OBJ, DK can play slot more where he is better. I think that could for that he has done pretty well at the slot. Great point on that, Dustin. I hadn't thought about that as much, but he has looked really good in the slot when you put him in there. He has. I think it gives you some flexibility. It really does. Get OBJ, you can move a lot of different guys around. You can get the mismatches you can kind of get put if you're smart about it. I think it opens the door up to a lot of different potential. Your boy Michael, if we get Odell, I could see a slight change in the offense where we do more pass plays. I think especially you'd probably lean into more of 3 wide receiver sets, maybe a little bit less tight ends, more 3 wide receiver sets, maybe more spread formation concepts. But yeah, I think you would throw a little bit more if you're bringing in Odell, for sure. Robert, my brother Pennington, says, love the Haka, the All Black stew. Rob, you're already on this one? I got to go check this out now. My brother's already on it, Megan. I got to check this out. Rob says, the tension created between Aikman and Buck in the booth could be cut with a knife, if you know what I mean. Yes, I do know what you mean. Randall. A Northwest Fugitive, man, you are dedicated. I love what I do, man. It ain't dedication when you love what you do. I'm talking to my people. I'm rolling. I'm talking Hawks. I'm talking to one of the most important matchups of the year. I'm talking about adding one of the more dynamic talents in the NFL. It ain't work when you get to talk about this stuff, man. It's nothing but fun. And Megan, Robert is my brother, by the way, Megan. Mike P. Marsh didn't even earn it. It was a coverage sack. He was milking his 15 seconds on Monday Night Football. No sympathy for him. What good reason to walk up to the opponent's bench? Dumb play. He was leaning into it way too much. He was leaning into it way too much. And like you said, it was a coverage sack. It wasn't like he beat his man. He's out there doing like kicks and dances and stare downs. He did a season's worth of celebrating sacks all in one sack. He got all of his money's worth on that one. Dwayne Eskridge, how do you think Dwayne Eskridge will do after being on IR for a while? Well, Dwayne Eskridge, I think you're going to come out pretty dynamic on Sunday. I think they're going to use you mainly on those fly sweeps and a couple of pass plays. I still like your talent. You got me scared with your toe. You got me scared with the injury situation coming from college. Got me scared now with this real serious concussion you got. But you are absolutely quick and you're fast, which is something we don't have right now on this team. A guy quite like that as far as the skill set goes. Charles Riley 2001 was an awesome flick. It was an awesome flick. Still holds up. I still go back and watch it every few years. Shining's good too. Michael Simon, what does
the moon landing have to do with the Seahawks? Nothing, Michael. Somebody was asking me something on it, so they heard me say conspiracy. So the first thing sometimes people go to with conspiracy is, you think the moon landing was faked? That's kind of one of the number ones. Atheist for because Packers defense has been playing really well lately. Only gave up 13 points against Kansas City. Packers are now 5th in yards allowed and 6th in points allowed. And doing it, too, without no Kenny Clark and no Jair Alexander. So very impressive on their part getting it done. They brought a new defensive coordinator in this offseason, which has helped drive that along, I think, a little bit, Atheist for because in the transition that they've made a little bit with some of their scheme. But they are playing excellent football, no doubt about it. And that was impressive what they did to Kansas City. I mean, Kansas City's been scuffling. They haven't been as good this year, but that is still a very talented offense that you basically completely shut down while your offense wasn't able to move the ball. Well, they just kept punting it back to Kansas City, which defenses over the course of the game, as we've seen here in Seattle at times, will wear down when even they're starting out strong as your offense is not able to get anything together. And they're playing good. It's going to be a challenge for us in this game, Atheist. It is going to be a challenge. Charles Riley coming another $5 donation. Charles, you're awesome. Says, what does Randall mean with Aikman and Buck? Are they a little light on their feet together? And I think that they, there's times where they each like to have a little bit of the red light special, and they both like to be in the room during that time period. I think that's what Randall means, Charles. I can't say for sure. I don't want to speak for Randall, but I think he's I think he's talking a little bit about the lights going down low. A couple of glasses of champagne. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of, and we all know who the bottom and the top is on that one. Dwayne Eskridge, what are my thoughts on Dwayne Eskridge? Well, Dwayne, my thoughts are basically on this. I think you're a very talented kid. I think you're a little older than you normally come out at prospects at 24 years old. I think the injuries are the big thing with you, the big question mark. I think you can be a useful player in this league. You got even some potential to be an upper level player. But the injury stuff, being that's hounded you since college, continues to be the big question mark with you. And you've already suffered 2 injuries on about 7 snaps played. So it just kind of continues on. So until you can get on the field, show availability, it's not your fault you got your bell rung as hard as you did. But until that availability is out there on a consistent basis, then there's a little bit of that's going to be remaining the question mark with you. I mean, you changed your jersey number in college just to try to change your luck on that, right? Which is understandable. I probably would have done the same thing myself. TLG Kevin says we need better play calling and better defense. We're going to need better defense against those upper level offenses we're about to be playing here soon, TLG. So I agree with you on both accounts. I think we need to let Coach Waldron take on the play calling and keep Coach Carroll out of it. I don't think Coach Carroll will stay out of it, but I think we need it to happen. And I think that if it did, the offense would be able to go a lot further as opposed to Coach Carroll having his fingers and hands all over it. Randall, is it a problem that he sees himself as a number one? I want guys that believe that they're the best. I don't see it as a problem that you see yourself as number one. It doesn't change anything with us. I mean, we signed him. We're saying, here's the deal, Odell. We're going to give you more money than anybody else is going to give you on the open market. You're not getting the touches here you'll get in other places, but you're in a great situation. And, we think you're really talented. This is how we're going to use you this year for the back half of the schedule. Are you in or out? And I think he makes his bone one way or another at that point, how he wants to roll with it. And I don't know how he'll go with it, but I don't think that's going to hold us up because he considers himself that. Lolo says 100% agree. Russ is a soldier of pain. Yeah, this is a little bit my issue with Mike Solka too on the HGH. Is like when you start passing it off to HGH and that being the recovery for Russell, you sort of throw away a little bit of that pain tolerance. You sort of throw away one of the things that he brings to the table as a football player. And maybe that's a little bit why I take a little bit of an offense to it in him raising that blindly without any proof. TLG Kevin says, what the hell was DK's penalties over the last few games? I don't think he's had a lot of penalties in the last few games. He had one penalty in the last game where he jumped on the goalpost, which players used to be able to do, but now can't do. I don't know. The rules always seem to be changing with this stuff. What's good one year isn't good the next, and the guys do something that happened the previous year, but now it's not right. I don't know. It's weird. Dwayne Eskridge says DK is going to pick a fight with Eric Stokes. Well, Eric is not the biggest guy, so Eric's about 185. I think he's losing that fight, but maybe I could see him trying to sun him. I could see him trying to bully up on that Rook a little bit. Alexander Matthews, 8-9. We will miss the playoffs with the 9th seed. Well, that's a bummer, Alexander.
I hope you're wrong too, man. It's a possibility. And look, you've got to be really good through the back half of the schedule. You're going to have to go 7-2 to get yourself into the playoffs. And that's a tall order with the schedule you have remaining. No doubt about it. TLG Kevin says, I can't believe it's been 10 years since we've won a Super Bowl. I know, time goes by fast, man. The older you get, the quicker time goes by, too. Dwayne Eskridge, I have a question to you. Do you think that we should have got Richard Sherman before Tampa Bay took him because we got rid of our bad cornerback Trey Flowers? Yes, I do, Dwayne. I do think we should have gotten Richard. I think that even with him getting injured in Tampa Bay, and knowing that now, that wouldn't have still prevented me from going after Richard at that time. I think that I don't know that he would have gotten the same injury here because I don't think we would have rushed him out onto the football field like Tampa Bay did. But yeah, I would have made that move. It would have cost you $3 million for him. Not a significant cost at that point in time. Not a lot of downside to it as far as a move. It's a one-year deal. Seemed like it made a lot of sense to me. Randall says it's not a conspiracy if it's true. That's right, Randall. Alexander says, I would sit Russ one more week, but just an effing fan. What do I know? No, it's all good, Alexander. The only thing I question with that on that is this, from your standpoint, if the finger's not going to significantly heal within a week by the one extra week of rest, do you do it at that point? Or, I mean, if it's a matter of the doctor's telling you, if you really, Pete, want us to be honest with you, it's really going to take another month of full healing for it to be a significant amount of healing for you, it to be a difference or for him to really even notice. He's going to be about in the same state 1 week from now, 2 weeks from now. He'll be feeling about the same. If that's the case, Alexander, would you still sit him? And Ray Alexander, we always get the porn person come in some more point or another. They always change their username, so even when we ban them under one, they come back over here again. Some thirsty folks. Alexander says, Eskridge has been out for 8 weeks. That's crazy just from a concussion. It is. It would point to it being a very serious concussion. Dwayne says, how long do you think Bobby Eskridge has left as a Seahawk? The back end of the schedule. I think after the season, he either retires or Seattle moves on from him. And that's not because he's not playing great. He's playing outstanding football. But I just think he's the cost of what you're paying for a middle linebacker. The fact you have Jordan Brooks, his replacement waiting in the wings, probably leads it to being him out after this week. Randall says Eskridge got knocked silly. Watch that play. He got knocked the F out. Yeah, he got the forearm. He got that old 1970s forearm treatment, Randall. It just got unnoticed it was such a bang-bang play. But that guy came in with elbow up and just caught him right across the dome. Danny McCormick says, need a big game from Dunlap this week. His toe injury has affected him. I think he's back. I have lots of trust in D. Taylor. Just bought his jersey. That's a solid buy, Danny. That's a great buy, Darrell Taylor. I think he's here for the long term. He's going to be a hell of a player. We do need Dunlap. We've been missing his presence as the pass rusher of what he gave us in the back half of the schedule last year and what's just been absolutely missing from this team. Taylor's been a great bright spot, but Dunlap, past being a really good run defender this year, has just not given you the same as far as a pass rush goes. He's not been bad. He's not been miserable. Just not giving you that same kind of impact. And you might be right. It could be that toe injury that he suffered, I think, like week 2 or something. It could be the thing that's causing him to be just holding him back just a little bit. But it sure be good to see him bounce back a little bit and get a little bit more production from him. Randall says it's a great point you made about rolling over cap money in a season where the cap went down. The draft picks, lack of moves in free agency. What is the plan with the team? Can't call it. Yeah, it's one thing if you're rolling over cap and you're on a normal cap by cap year and it's going up 10% and you're like, oh, we're just going to happen to use this over. But when the cap depresses, when it goes down by essentially 13, 14% this past year, you would think theoretically, logically, you would use up every last inch of that cap space. That would not be the year you would be sitting on extra space. It seems counterintuitive, especially counterintuitive if you're a team that is truly going for it, if you consider yourself a contender team. So it means one of two things. Either A, they thought their roster was so stacked they didn't need the $13 million, or B, they're more looking towards the future and not this particular season for the long-range plan of what they want to do with this team. And honestly, on either two of those things, I don't like either of them. Mike P says, Doc Tari, best theme song ever. Very much. Alexander, I wonder if Chris Carson can stay healthy the rest of the way, and saying how much he gets hurt. Well, the neck injury he's got, Alexander, is a chronic neck injury, so that's not going away anytime soon. He's going to have to manage it. Seattle's going to have to manage it with him. And look, he's been injured all over the place, up and down, back and forth, left to right. No doubt about it with it. He has been beat up. So it's one of those things where I don't know if you can really look at him long-term and go, this is a guy that's going to stay healthy, or count on that. Whatever we can get off this guy is going to be bonus probably moving forward. Anderson, what's up, Anderson? Good to see you on in the chat. It says, interesting to see that Russ is pitching to OBJ. Not surprised, though. I think it's a long shot at this point, but you never know. I have a good feeling about Sunday's game. Almost too good. Well said. I feel like we're going to be competitive in this game. I don't think we're getting blown out. I think we're going to bring our A game. It's going to be a tough matchup that'll go a little bit back and forth to a degree. I love seeing Russ out there pitching to OBJ like he was with Antonio Brown. Sure, Anderson would love to be hearing that Coach Carroll's also making those calls, who's also in OBJ's ear. I hope it's not just Russell trying to sell this all himself. That would not be awesome for me to hear, but it's great to hear that Russ is in it. I think we're in the mix here. I probably put Green Bay at like 60% chance of signing him. I'd probably put us at about 40%. But we're one of those top three teams in this mix. And he's probably mulling over a lot to balance where he's going to want to go. But I think we are in that mix. Alexander says we haven't beaten Green Bay in Green Bay since 1999. If we can somehow win, we would be changing point in the season. But final score, Seattle 20, Green Bay 31. You're pretty close where I was, Alexander. I was 30-24 Green Bay. And yeah, it's been a lot of time since you've won in Green Bay. A lot of years. And a lot of times you played in Green Bay too. You've probably lost a good 5, 6, 7 times over that span that you won that game in 1999. Alexander, you guys think Russell Wilson is leaving 2022? Alexander, I do. I don't want him to, but I think that he'll look at the front office, sitting on the $13 million of cap space, not converting his base to bonus, not going out there and upgrading the offensive line, then getting injured because your offensive line's not upgraded by the player who's most game wrecked you over the course of your entire career, who's hit you more than any other player in your career, who's sacked you more than any other player in your career. I think that that's going to push him out the door if they can't get past the glass ceiling of being okay to very good over the last couple of years. Alexander, we need to use Jamal Adams like we did last season. He's dropping back in coverage way too much. Agreed, man. Agreed. I think they had him at one point in time in this year, a couple weeks ago, we had him playing single high safety at 40% of his snaps. That's ridiculous. That is not where you're going to get the most out of Jamal Adams. Just absolutely dumb. Emmett says, what the F? Why do you always stream when I'm tipsy? Damn, maybe I'm drunk. At least I don't drive too. In your face, Ruggs. And you probably don't carry a loaded weapon if you were to drive and you were to be drunk driving and you were to be drunk driving too fast. I know, Emmett. I'm on the same time every week. I just catch you on your drink days, my guy. Randall, do you think we don't go all in because Pete would rather just chug along at good? Pretty conservative at times in order to avoid team falling off too far. No, Randall, I think more it's about him having this long-term plan. It's a little bit of that. This is why I think you're sitting on your cap space, is a little bit of the hubris to believe we'll rebuild it again and it'll look like 2012, 2013, and we'll tap back into that model. I could be wrong on this, but this is my instinct on it, Randall. I don't see, because Randall, look at it like this. You've not rolled over any cap over the last 7 or 8 years. You've used up every last bit of cap space every prior year with Russell Wilson here. What changed about this year? I mean, the cap went down. It didn't go up. And I think it points more to you having a long-term plan in play, and that long-term plan is not about getting the most out of this season necessarily, if it's at the cost of getting a better future. Landon Edwards, Brandon, I know you live in Spokane, but what part? I'm over here in Newman Lake. We should meet up sometime. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I got to do I might do one of these games where I go out and do like a bar thing or something here as we get up. I think there's going to be a game coming up on, I want to say it's maybe a Monday night game or something. I might go out. I'm over in the Valley, Spokane Valley myself, Landon. So I'm up over in here on this side. So not too far away from you, right down the road. You're a little east of me, I believe. Randall says, why are we not going all in? Well, there's my answer to you, Randall, is that it's the long-term plan, is that you're looking towards next year and saying, okay, we're going to move Russ and we're going to eat $26 million, but we're not going to eat $26 million because we have $13 million of this cap space we're rolling over. And so we can actually then go out and then compete in 2022 once we do move on from Russ. I think it's the ego to believe that you could go move on from Russ and then still compete. I mean, even Belichick didn't believe that when he moved on from Brady. He knew once he moved on from Brady, it was going to take a year to fix things. But the other factor on this is to look at where the cap space is sitting right now as we sit. Because even without rolling over that cap space, Randall, the only other argument you could make to me is, well, our cap situation is so poor in 2022, we have to roll over this space from 2021 to 22 to make up for that because it's in such a bad state. No, it isn't. Cap goes back up to $208.8 million next year. And you are currently sitting on the ninth most amount of cap space in the entire NFL for 2022. You're sitting on the 8th most amount of cap space for 2023. So you don't have a tremendous amount of money put out into the future. Almost if that was part of the plan, Randall, you know? Alexander says, OBJ might as well pick him up. We aren't making defensive moves. Get OBJ, hopefully score more points. That's where it comes down to for me, Alexander. It's not a solve or a fix for all things. It's just it's a move to help improve the team a little bit. And it's a move to improve the team where you don't have any other moves you can make to really go improve the team. There is no 3 tech defensive tackles sitting out there that's going to help this team. There is no corner out there that's going to help this team right now. There's no offensive line, no center just sitting on the street waiting to be signed. You only have what you have to work with. And right now what we have to work with is a very talented wide receiver. You got the cap space to get it done. He can help your wide receiver crew out. He's better than Freddie Swain. Get the deal done. Emmett Brown, I'm one of the biggest Hawks pessimists, but I bet a large sum that we win this game in Green Bay. If the league is rigged, we got this. I love it, Emmett. I love your confidence, man. Bring that. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I hope so. I hope so. There's a lot of folks in here with some confidence for us going into Lambeau, Emmett. You're not alone, man. We've had a few folks come into the chat that, for us not winning there in 20 years, there's some folks who are I think they're feeling it this week. I love it. I love it, man. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, whether Buck and Troy get down like that, they are bad audio. They are my least favorite commentating crew. Love the Mannings and Alan Chris. I'm with you on that, Charles. I like Alan Chris overall. I think Chris does a good job. I love how he's brought in the pro football focused stuff and analytics into play on this a little bit, which is just great. But yeah, I just think Troy and Buck kind of had their heyday for a little while. They had a period where they were all right. I've never loved Troy was good. I never really liked Buck all that much. He's more of a baseball guy to me, and just a guy that can get annoying. The Manning stuff is much watched TV. That stuff is just awesome. I could do that stuff all day long. That is just geeky stuff to watch. But yeah, I agree with you. Buck and Troy are not. I don't look forward to knowing that they're going to be broadcasting games. I'd even like Schlereth and that combo that they do over those guys. And I know a lot of people hate Schlereth, but I actually dig Schlereth. He's always going to be talking about offensive linemen, but it's what makes him so unique. Brandel says, been thinking about John Schneider. I really like him. Think he's very well connected in the league, but I feel the front office has gotten lazy, selling records off their greatest hits album. I think so too as well, Randall. I know it's a little bit of where's the consistency and methodology and the approach and the philosophy? Where's the plan in place that everyone can see and what you're trying to accomplish, rather than that we're just throwing stuff up at the wall. We're going to be aggressive in one stance with Jamal Adams. We're going to give up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, and then the year after that, we're going to get super conservative. And then, no, we're not on anything. No, we're just going to stay back in the shadows and just save our money. We're going to just hold on to our precious, under our cash, because we don't want to take any more risk. Well, which is it? Do you want to be all in and go for it, or do you want to rebuild it? And that's a little bit of this issue, is that they do this, let's split it down the middle thing, which doesn't accomplish either thing. GoOx 2022 says, wow, was awesome. Just watched Bobby Wagner's 98-yard pick 6 again. Man, that's just awesome. That was the year he almost got into Defensive Player of the Year contention. He was very close that year. Randall says, looking at this season and how we played it so conservative is irritating me. It's hard to figure out. Why extend Tyler? They're half in, half out. Sandbagging money to help relieve Russ's dead money? Yeah. It's one thing if you want to go out and be rebuilding. I'm okay with that. It's another thing if you want to be all in behind Russell Wilson. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is doing this split the difference thing. You cannot really make any excuse for it. Splitting the difference is never going to get you to the Super Bowl.
Splitting the difference may just barely allow you to get into the back door of the playoffs and maybe win one playoff game. What is the upshot behind that? Why not decide one way or another? And it continues to frustrate me as well above anything else this season, Randall. You've got to have a methodology in playing football. You've got to have a plan of attack and what you want to accomplish and what you're trying to get done. You got to know whether we're an aggressive team right now. Are we all in or are we out? That's the choice. And if you're not in, then be all out. But choose it to one another. It's this, rather than crap or get off the pot, we're hanging our butt over the pot and like now we're starting to poo and it's like going to land on the seat and on the floor, and decide what you want to do. Stick with the choice. Alexander says, I wonder how many bandwagon fans are jumping ship. I'm sure there's a lot, Alexander. I can attest to that. I think we are a very loyal fan base in Seattle, so I don't want to throw us under that boat in that way. But there's always a segment of fans that if it's not going right, they're going to jump quick. But look, not in my chat. My folks are still riding. Including you, Alexander. Alexander says, just talking in general, Hawks good every season, and now we're struggling is what I meant. Oh, yeah. I know what you meant on that. Did I miss something on Alexander? Oh, no, I think I got it. Randall says, we will make the playoffs because of Russ. Without him, we're a 6-win team. Sounds about right to me, Randall. I agree with you there. Yeah. Jeffrey Thistle with a $2 donation says, still waiting for the Brew Breeze in-game commentary. Brew Breeze. Yeah, we got to be doing some in-game commentary here soon on the channel. I got to do a Seahawks game in go. Yeah, Drew Brees is on too. I haven't watched a lot of him so far yet. Is he doing good, guys? You like him? His hair transplant throws me off a little bit. Lolo says cat fit. Laugh out loud. Mine do that too. Yeah, I got this one. He gets his mind up on my orange cat. And I've got this orange cat. You guys have heard her. She's super loud and real vocal and everything. So he gets close to her and she just starts freaking out like a banshee, which only draws him in more. He likes it when the ladies are a little loud. You know what I mean? Randall says, you're 100% correct on Michael Salk. He makes a lot of excuses for Pete. Michael is to Pete what Jacob is to Russ. The mole. Very well said. Very well said. Yeah, it's the impression I've been getting too, and I didn't feel like it was always this way with Michael, even before when he would have Pete there on the shows, that he was still willing at times to say, yeah, I don't think he's doing this right. I don't really like how this is being gone like that. I don't like the clock management on this. Some of that has been seemingly thrown away a little bit with Salk's return, and it frankly has turned me off a little bit to listening to Mike. I liked more of the fact when I could count on him being honest and truthful. And the second I got to wonder whether or not you're being that, or whether or not you're coming at it with some weird agenda that's going to make me tune out as a listener. Emmett says, I definitely want OBJ, especially since Russ wants him. And I do consider this another blemish on our front office's record if we can't land him. But in the long run, no OBJ is better for DK's development. Very, very well said, Emmett. I think I would tend to agree with you all the way down the line on that statement, in every way, shape, and form. I do think if you miss out on this, it is a blemish on the front office's record. They could throw a good pile of cash at OBJ, still roll over a large amount of their cap money, and probably land him at that point. Blow anybody else's offer out of the water. We already know, Emmett, that Green Bay is only offering a veteran minimum. We know the Saints, with their $600,000 of cap space, can only offer the veteran minimum. I doubt that the Patriots are going much past that. So you could blow everyone out of the water with your offer if you wanted to. If you wanted to be aggressive. Understanding there's not going to be another place or another spot for you to be aggressive moving down the rest of this season. This is it. Lance says, doesn't the team who gets OBJ have to pay $7.25 that's on his contract? No, Lance, if he clears through waivers, he's now a street free agent. If you claimed him on waivers 24 hours ago, if you claimed him on waivers, then you're going to have to pay the totality of his contract. But once he slides through waivers now, you can sign him to whatever you want to sign him to. Randall, after last year, how can that front office not go all in? Your point on them sandbagging cap space this year on a retraction was basically me taking the red pill. Well, it's striking, isn't it, Randall? I mean, it's striking when the cap reduces like that. It's striking when this goes down in this way, in this fashion, in this year, in a season. Throw the cap out the window. Throw the rolling over. We know with this situation with Russell Wilson, you're in a make or break season. Most fans have reached that stage where it's pretty much everyone can kind of acknowledge that to some degree or level. There are those fans that go, "Well, Russell will never leave. He'll never leave." Okay, maybe. But we know that. We know the front office knew that. And in a year when you knew that this was hanging in the balance, in a year where the cap retracts, where it goes from last year in 2020, the cap was at $200 million. This year, the cap is at $182.2 million. So in a year, for the first time in 15, 20 years where the cap's retracted, outside of the lockout year, I think in 2012, you're rolling over $13 million of cap space this season, when knowing that next year you're already sitting, without rolling over this money next year, you're sitting on the 9th most amount of cap space for 2022 as it currently stands. Something ain't adding up with that, right? Something's a little off with that. Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this, buddy? Come on. He hears you. He hears you, and I'm watching him. You're fine. You're okay. Okay. You guys are going to have to, she's just in a mood, guys. Sorry. MSR Rook, if the Hawks don't get OBJ or at least make a very competitive offer for OBJ, then this shows that they don't value Russ and probably want to move off from him this season. Sad to see, but let's hope not. Well put, MSR Rook, and that's my point on this. And again, it's a little bit of a dodgy practice by our front office and Coach Carroll, because it's a little bit of them having this plan in place, even going back to last offseason, yet not really being open and honest to the fan base with that being what's going on. And that we're all going to see this in retrospect and go, oh, that's what you were doing. And honestly, it's one thing where I'm not really going to excuse it or let it just pass over. It's something that they need to be held accountable for. Because I don't think they're going to be able to turn this team into a winner when they take that path and they go down that road. Shh, stop it. You're good. He's laying down. Emmett says, all the COVID shot opinions aside, the fact that Rodgers didn't wear a mask on the sideline or during the postgame hugs is the issue for me. He thought the rule was stupid. F him. Obey the rules. That's where I've been a little bit on this, Emmett. I don't have any, and as I've said, no dog in the fight, but if you're supposed to be wearing a mask, if you're not, and then you don't, did you break the rules? Well, yeah, you did. doesn't no one, and I agree. And it says all of ESPN is pro team. Only Heaps is on Team Russ, and that's because he's on Russell Wilson's payroll. You want to hear real BS? Listen to David Snore Wyman. Oh, I know, man. Between David and Michael, it's just sometimes like they're both competing each other for who can be more monotone. I don't know. And you're going, God, you guys, can somebody just take a little bit of coffee before the show and get up for this? Like, let's go. Come on. But yeah, Dave, I especially love Dave. Every linebacker that the Seahawks have ever drafted, Dave is loved. And like Cody Barton, oh, he's amazing. Jordan Brooks, amazing. Everybody's loved. It's pretty awesome. Everybody's a key role player type. What are you doing? Nobody's over here. Now you're just hissing at ghosts. Nobody's here. Shh. Quiet. But yeah, well, the Dave and the Michael show, both of them, just like, come on, guys. Come on. Juice up a bit. Isaac Fisher, can you explain how cap rollover works? If we are $14 million under the cap, does all $14 million roll over? Yes, Isaac. So you can roll over as much cap space as you want to roll over. The caveat being that there is what's called a floor within the CBA. This means that every team has got to hit a minimum salary cap that they in totality are spending. So if you're at $182 million, the floor is probably at like 125 or something. But whatever money that you save on a given year, you can roll over into the next year's contract. Absolutely. And every last dollar rolls over, not just a partial bit of it, but every bit of it rolls over. MSR Rook, did you check out the outside corner from Ohio State, Seven Banks? I'd want him, but only if Pete stays good. Cover 3 corner. I did. And I'm going to tell you about this with Saban Banks. I like the tape of what I saw with him. He's a guy that's a little hard to read for me at corner. He's a guy that's going to take probably 3 or 4 like full games kind of watching the cut-ups on him as we see on him. But I will say this to your point on this. Really smooth guy in cover 3. I mean, he takes to cover 3 like it's a natural language he learned coming out the womb. He can play off coverage and react off coverage really quickly. He keeps things clean over the top while still being able to react on the underneath stuff really well. That's the main thing with the cover 3 stuff you really, from my standpoint, want to see, because it's such a hard defense to evaluate cornerbacks within, because they're playing off coverage and they're playing zone and they're protecting against the deep stuff. And sometimes they're giving up completions in front of them, which isn't a great look. But he looks like a pretty solid tackler overall. Doesn't always fight off the blocks as well as I'd like sometimes. Some of that kind of comes and goes. He's got it in him to do it. Relatively good ball skills. He's got great timing. That's the one thing I'll say with him. He reminds me a little of the other guy that I've charted a little bit in this draft, being Kyer Elam. They both are awesome at knowing right at the time that they can get physical with a receiver at the point when the ball's arriving, where it's not like it's face guarding. They're not really going for the ball, but they're gonna lay a nice little hit. They're gonna get a little punch in there. They're gonna do something to kind of disrupt that wide receiver as he's about to make the catch, even if they're not in position to make a play on the ball. I love that in him, and that's in a position you're going to be placed a lot in the cover 3 defense, because you're reacting so often. You're not just staying sticky with the receiver and already in his hip pocket. He would be a perfect fit for this defense, but I echo your belief in that if you're bringing him in, you need to stay more into that cover 3 look of things. You can't slide into cover 2 with him as much, in my opinion, because then you're going to ask him to do a little bit more of the press stuff. I don't know if he can do the press stuff as much. Some of this rook is me wanting to watch a little more tape of him doing that to see if he's got it in his game. But he does look like one of the better corners coming out in this draft. Don't yet have a good firm point if I'd say he's a first or second rounder. I'd lean probably more to second rounder in looking at him a little bit. But again, I need to watch a little more tape. I need to see if that tackling gets a little more consistently. Him getting off the blocks is a little bit better at times. But I did like what I saw out of him. A very interesting cat. You do have to be a little careful too, though, with those Ohio State corners. You know, Sean Wade wasn't good. Jeff Okudah, Damon Arnett. There's been some recent corners coming out of Ohio State, highly drafted guys that have not quite really been able to bring it at the pro level. And I mean, maybe you shouldn't penalize guys for other guys coming through, but there's something to be said for those college programs that can kind of churn out certain positional groupings in the NFL and churn out good players. Alabama does pretty well with defensive linemen overall. You at least will get a functional, good defensive lineman from that program, usually if you're drafting there. Ohio State with corners, it's a little hit or miss. They tend to be a good corner. You know, this is the Sean Springs. You've had some good corners come from, but recently, I like him though. And Rook, give me a chance though. I want to watch him just a little bit more, a couple more games. The one that I watched was his Clemson game, which they picked on him a little bit in that game, but he was still really good too at the same time. Emmett says, agree with the guy who said Joe Fan had teeth, but I think Dave Moore was anti-flow as well. Dude was a dick at times, but he did ask questions. I miss him. He did ask tough questions. That was the thing I liked about Moore. Another monotone guy. Everything is just said with the same sort of inflection of voice at times. Like, come on, guys, get a little hyped. But yeah, he was at least willing to press the issue in those times where he was asking questions, which I did appreciate about Dave. He's a true old school journalist, that guy. Jim Moore, not Dave Moore, Jim Moore. You're right. That's right, Emmett. There was some Dave Moore that came through at some point, so I know why you put Dave. There's been a Dave Moore too. Coax has been a season ticket holder. I have one game we can't go to. It's the Detroit Lions game. Oh, okay. Nice. Might be an interesting game. Could watch the Lions try to chew off our kneecaps. Lance Graham, Seahawks could be worse. We could have the Lions record. Could be that, Lance. You're right. You could be that. Though, I mean, at what place does your organization fall into when you're now saying, well, at least we're not the Lions as your base barometer of success? You've probably fallen a little bit from the ranks of the highs that you were at 10 years ago. Goax 2022 says, can't stand that twerp Joe Buck. Yeah, he just rubs me the wrong way. I don't, and he's grinded over me more over time. TJ says, I hope Love is the starter. Me too, man. We got Jordan Love. That's going to be a lot better. He did not look good last week.
That is the definition of a deer in the headlights look throughout that whole game. Yami says, has someone seen the Samuel Gold video on Trey Brown? This was a very good pick for us. Yami, I saw it. It came up on my feed today. I got too busy with stuff to get a chance to check it out, but I am going to probably try to watch it tonight or the next day. So Samuel Gold does some great work, especially on the Seahawks breakdowns. He does phenomenal stuff. So I will absolutely check that out. I saw that. It'll get me hyped. And Yami, I'm a big Trey Brown guy already. So I like the pick coming out. I'm not surprised. Surprised he's playing this well. But I did think I think he's even been above expectations. Yami says, yeah, you sure I'm not jumping over the goalpost? He's capable of that. That mic'd up of Pete Carroll was hilarious. It was pretty funny. Yeah, he probably could jump over the goalpost, man. I wouldn't put it past him. Yami says, I hope Bobby retires. I think my heart can take seeing him, and I don't think my heart can take seeing him in another jersey. I would too. I'd love to see, especially with all the Legion of Boom guys that moved on here, to see one be able to retire and go all the way through his career here through the end would be a cool thing to see. And maybe he's not done. Maybe he still feels like he's got another couple of years left in him. I mean, he still is, Yami, let's face it, he's still being very productive. Guy's leading the league in tackles right now. I mean, he's just a tackling machine. Jamie Don says, OBJ may want to see who wins before he decides. You're not alone in presenting that, Jamie. We had somebody else in the chat that said that earlier, and it would make sense, wouldn't it? There was nothing to be gained. Once he missed the Wednesday deadline this week, that meant whoever he signed with, if he signed tomorrow, he's not playing on Sunday. If he signs on Friday, he's not playing on Sunday. So that meant it was going to be another week before he got to play regardless. If that's the case, why not, if it's between these two teams and it's down to those two teams, watch them play it out on this given week. See how it goes. Wouldn't it be crazy if he's like in the stadium up in the box or something, just watching? He got like the binoculars. Sector 7 says, you better believe I'm going to be drunk for that Packers game. Me too, and hopefully it'll be drunk celebration. Emmett says, what if we're rolling over the cap to absorb an Adams move? We can still get a first back for him. You think he's got a first round quotient in value right now back for him? I mean, maybe. You might, Emmett. There might be a team that looks at it and goes, well, we'll get him back into a 3-4 attacking scheme and he'll be fine. It's possible. It's maybe for that. It's possible. I mean, maybe. TJ says, it doesn't matter how much cap we have. We don't do anything with it. Remember, 70+ million. I do remember. Yeah. It makes me look like, even on this, I'm one of those guys that is a big proponent for asking Russell Wilson to take less money. It's like, well, how do you ever come back to asking Russell Wilson to take less money when you ain't using up all the cap money in the first place? For what? To make the owners richer at that point? It becomes harder to make that argument on that side of it, but that's the choice they've made with this. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, is Breeze a hair transplant guy? Brady has to be, right? Brady was going bald in his early 20s and now looks like a Wham era George Michael. Oh, God, he does look like that. Yeah, he's also got, I would say, Tom's had a lot of stuff done, I think, on the top end, neck above. I think he has. I think there's some Botox in there. There's a little bit of probably pulling, when you don't have a single wrinkle in your mid 40s at that point, it's like, yeah, that's not really possible. It's got a little bit of that Tom Cruise going through his 40s look to him, doesn't he? Just a little bit. Like there's a lot going on here to get this right. But yeah, Bree's got the transplant here as he's become a commentator now, and it draws your eyes to it, and you can't not look at it. I had a friend who got a transplant, and I was just like, man, it is hard with him. It looks just, that stuff's coming down like doll hair. And I relate this with it's like girls with the boobs who get the boob jobs. And they never just go for the one that looks like, not, some do, but there's those ones that don't go for the, what's going to look realistic. They just go for the big, huge monster cans. And they're just they go all in. It's kind of the equivalent of that with some of the hair transplant guys, where it's like, just get it rounded off through. But they go all the way down to I want my hairline just a half inch above my eyebrows. Can I get that look? It's just a bit much, guys. Just dial it back just a little bit.
Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're so kind tonight, my brother. I appreciate you on that. He says, I feel like Bob Stelton would be showering with Joe Buck and Aikman. Imagine that commentating trio. Oh, Jesus. Bob would come in with a little bit of analysis just to put you to sleep. That looks like that pass maybe should have been completed. I just realized Bob's got kind of an Eeyore thing going on, doesn't he? It's not full on Eeyore, but there's some Eeyore-ness to Bob Stelton a bit. I don't know what the Hawks are going to do recently now. That's the dream team, Charles. That's the dream team trio right there. TJ Wilborn says, have you ever seen the movie Never Back Down? There's a part where he said, either get the hell in or get the hell out. That's right. I think I've seen the movie. It's been a while. It's been a little bit of a time. So yeah, it's been a minute for me, but that's how I am, man. I'm an in or out guy. I'm a guy that you go all in or you're all out. There's nothing wrong being on either lane of things, by the way. I'm okay with doing rebuilds. Rebuilds are fine. Being on that route of it. Own it. That's what you're going to do, move forward. Just like the Seahawks did when they first came in the door, and they turned over the entire roster within about the first year and a half. They moved on from very talented players. They decided we're going to own this process. We've got a lot of goodwill built up, being that we just walked in the door here. Let's utilize that. That was great, a great approach, and they got the fruits of that. Now we maybe land in that same situation where you either back your Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime, give him the support. Other teams would be giving the support of a similar quarterback in a similar situation if they were so lucky to have that on their team. Do the same thing here. Do the same thing here. Or don't. Go for the full rebuild. They didn't do that this year. I have a feeling they're going to make more of a certain choice this offseason. And I have a little bit of a feeling that we might not exactly like it all that much. You know? Lance Graham says the DK hug in the goalpost was a homage to Antonio Brown doing it. Oh, okay. Ethan Tech World, Silly Kitties. Silly Kitties indeed, man. They're on tripping tonight. Must be like a full moon or something. Emmett laughing out loud. So true about Wyman and linebackers. Dude's got a linebacker boner. Yeah, I get the whole, I'm a former player and I play this position, so I'm gonna, gravitate towards it, and I've got a thing for this position because of that. But again, it just comes down to like, and you can attest to this, Emmett, there's things that I'm going to be right, I'm going to be wrong. But you never have to question whether I'm being honest and truthful with you. And when you love every linebacker that comes through, that rolls through the door, whether they're a first rounder or whether they're a seventh rounder, and don't give honest assessment, which this is where he holds it back on, Emmett. If Wyman's being honest and talking about what you see out of, let's say, Cody Barton, a guy that he hyped up for 2 and 3 years without any good data to go off of why he's hyping him up, outside of telling us he may look good in practice, I guess, where in actuality, you as a former linebacker should explaining to us why he's failing as bad as he is. We should have been hearing from Wyman, wow, Cody Barton just keeps catching all of these blocks. He's not able to slip the blocks. He's not able to take them head on. He's getting driven 4 or 5 yards down the field by these guards getting on the second level. That's problematic. Oh, wow, he's not quite looking as good as in coverage as we thought he should be looking, or as good as he's looking in practice. And admittedly, I'm not listening to Wyman a ton, but the times I've heard him talk about these guys, he doesn't talk about it in that retrospect. And it's not about being negative. It's about being honest. If you look at my player thing here, and you look at and just FYI, the scrollers, what's rolling here is the players as they rank, what their PFF ranking is this year so far, what their ranking is versus the rest of the players at their position. Well, look at Cody Barton as he passes below my screen right now. He's got a 36 rating by Pro Football Focus. 36, 50 for a linebacker would be bad. But this is the guy that Wyman would present to us over the last couple of years as an answer for the position. And he knew it wasn't. That's the thing about Emmett. I don't think he's being honest. He knew. Anybody watching Cody can look at that and see it's not that. He wasn't a fit at Sam. He's not a fit at the Will. He looked functional as a middle linebacker, but he's not getting there anytime soon. Head scratching. Randall says bedtime. Randall out. Well, thank you, Randall, for your donations and always for you being in the chat, my brother. I appreciate you. Seahawks 35 says, I heard something that the reason they have the $13 million in cap space is because they have something like $9 million of dead money from void years in contracts. Not sure if that is true. You are right. This has been a presented argument out there, Seahawks 3 and 5. Let me counter this for you though for a moment, okay? You did those voidable years not 2 years ago, not 3 years ago. You put all of those voidable contracts, all of those voidable year contract deals were done this year, this offseason. And you did it for the first time having ever done it. And at the time, the reasoning seemed to be the reason why you were doing it was to maximize the cap space this particular year. Why not just pay the voidable money this year, Seahawks 3 and 5, if that's the reason? Why add the voidable years in the first place at that point? Why not just pay it? I don't buy that it's to cover the voidable year costs. I don't buy that at all. I'll buy even what Emmett presented that they're trying to eat Adams' dead money. But I in actuality think it's to eat the Russell Wilson's dead money beyond anything else. But no, you don't sign those dead money contracts in the first place if it's just to eventually repay it back down the line. You do that to maximize out the salary cap space this year, this season. I hope that's clear on how I'm explaining that. I'm sorry if I'm muddling that up a little bit, but that's the part to me that doesn't add up on that. You don't create the voidable years in the first place if it's that then you're not going to use the cap space. That's a pointless move to make at that point. Ethan Techworld, Dave said at the beginning of the season last year, they got good production out of Freddie Swain, who was undrafted. If they can get that production from Eskridge, that would be good. That sounds like a Wyman statement. Oh my God. Just the kind of stuff where you just roll your eyes, right, Ethan? It's like, oh, Jesus. Freddie Swain was an undrafted 7th rounder. That's small details from Wyman. You know what I mean? Small details, schmeetails. Spectre7 says, oh man, that Trey Brown video is a must watch. Does that mean post-game drunk stream? Post-game drunk stream only happens if I go crazy. So I'm getting a lot of people asking for it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We might have to bring it out at some point this year, but it's usually made for for being depressed. I want us to do well. So celebration, I don't know. Of course, that might be fun, me being drunk and celebrating. That might be a better way to go to a degree on it. But we're going to get another post-game drunk stream at some point, Spectre 7. I already got my Dr. Sanders already mixing up some drinks there at some point here. But I had a lot of fun with that last time. I mean, you guys seem to enjoy that. You guys did seem to enjoy that. All right. Well, we are 4 hours here into the stream, and it does look like I have gotten to the end of the chat here. So do please get in your last couple of comments or whatever you want to say or talk about, any last questions or whatnot. It's been a good little stream here. We are going to be going live. If there is an OBJ signing on Saturday, I will be going live for us to discuss it. I'll be too hyped. I'll be too excited. I think we're probably going to have to wait a couple of days to get some word back on it. A couple things I guess I left out on this. I might as well do these right now. I put these together. So I'm doing this new graphics thing. This is a good time to try this out. I hope you guys like this here. The last 56 people I've got in my chat here. This is a little thing. I didn't do this segment. We got right in the chat today. I knew people were going to want to talk Odell. So I do this weekly segment. I forgot to do it today. It's a little thing, just a little thing that I call. Oh, wait, didn't do it right. It's a whole cool graphics thing here. Check this out. It's 10 things I think about the NFC West. That's right. 10 items I think about the NFC West. So let's go with number 1. These are just 10 random items that happened the past week that I just thought were interesting. I thought we should talk about a little bit. First up is Rams got Donald. That's right. The Rams got Donalded. We've had it happen to us for years here. That's an inside 3 tech who is just absolutely game wrecking you. And Rams actually got it by a double dip. And it was both Jeffrey Simmons, who's really tapping into his star potential, along with Danico Autry, a very key signing for the Titans this offseason. And they went out and they really wrecked that game plan for the Rams in that game. I mean, they were providing pressure from the inside throughout the course of that game over and over again. Must kind of hurt for the Rams to have to suffer from that again, huh? Number 2 on my NFC list, Brandon Ayuk shaking off the bust. I mean, the rust. Boy, I've been harping on for last whole part of this year here for the 49ers to start bringing in Brandon Ayuk. You look at Deebo Samuel, he's on pace to break Jerry Rice's records for catches and yardage in a season. He's being used way too much, in my opinion. They're leaning wholly kind of on him. Well, finally, Brandon Ayuk came out, got 6 catches in this past game, showed them a little bit of something in this past game. Interesting to see, encouraging for the Niners. They need this former first-round pick to finally start to kind of perform for them and give them some production. Number 3, the NFC West quarterbacks. From fingers to ankles. Well, we had a couple weeks there with Russell Wilson and then with Matt Stafford where they were hurting their fingers. Everybody was slamming the top of their hands on helmets. Now we get ankles. Of course, Kyler Murray out this past game. Colt McCoy playing against the Niners this past week. And then we saw Matt Stafford right at the end of the game against the Rams roll his ankle up. And you wonder, how good's that going to be? How healthy is he going to be? What shape is he going to be in going forward? Already dealing with the finger, already dealing with an ankle. Stafford has been a guy going forward that has gotten a little bit beaten up. As well as is Kyler going to play this next week? He's still been out of practice up until this point. Still a little bit dodgy with him as well. Going to be an interesting situation to monitor with both of those guys. Not to mention Russell Wilson's finger, of course. Next up, we got the NFC West appears silent on Beckham. Boy, this is, and we will see if the Seahawks end up signing him, which does, of course, remain still a question mark. But the one thing that's been interesting with this Odell situation is the NFC West has now sort of become the uber de facto aggressive conference of the NFC. And they've been doing this. They've been going. And here you've got them being really silent. Rams, of course, don't have a lot of money. They made their deal with the Von Miller deal. No surprise there. Obviously, the Cardinals don't have much of a need for Beckham. I don't know if they would have a way to sign him either, but their wide receiver crew is pretty well stacked. But you do have a team like the Niners, which would have maybe been interesting. We know Odell wants to get back and playing in California at least a little bit. Would have been interesting to see that, but everybody's been mainly silent with the exception of our Seahawks, which has been just kind of interesting. Next up, this is a little bit on the Cardinals defense, and this is something to note with them, which is that the Cardinal defense makes you earn everything through the air. There are no freebies with this team. They are 9th in the NFL right now against the pass. But one thing that stands out when you watch the tape on Cardinals is that their players are always close on the receiver. They're always tight in coverage. They rarely have a lot of blown coverages. They're just very sound in how they play as a secondary. And when you stop the pass in this league, as it's become a passing league, this maybe portends to a little bit of a brighter, hopeful future for them in the playoffs in this upcoming season if Kyler can stay healthy for them. Next up, Trent Williams against Chandler Jones this past week was much-watched TV. If you've got an ability to go back and watch the NFL replay, they didn't match up every single snap, but when these two guys got matched up, it was awesome to watch. I'll maintain Trent Williams is having one of the better left tackle seasons we've seen in recent memory. I think he's starting to sort of separate himself as the left tackle of his generation. He's an absolute mauler out there. Watching him go up against Chandler Jones, and Chandler with all the moves that he brings into, I mean, he is just, you talk about a rolling ball of knives, that's Chandler Jones. Jones got his butt beat throughout the whole course of the game anytime he got matched up with Trent. Then he finally got him beat at the end with a nice bull rush, which was impressive on Chandler's part. Just a lot of chess match going on between those two guys. But again, if you get a chance to watch, there's even a cut up you can watch of Brandon Thorne on Twitter if you want to watch just a quick cut up of some of their reps. But just awesome to watch. Next up, Seattle gets reinforcements back this week. Not telling you guys anything you don't know. We got Eskridge. We get Carson. We get Russ. Reinforcements help. The cavalry coming over the field helps. Eskridge with the fly sweep game could help. Attacking that 3-4 defense of the Packers between those A gaps, where when you have the 3-4, of course, the linemen are a little bit further, a little wider apart on the defensive line, which open up those gaps naturally normally. Sometimes teams can be good enough to stop it, but you got no Ryan Clark this week, who's a big part of the Packers stopping that run from the inside. That should help our Seahawks out by a little bit, at least a little bit. I'd expect these guys in the cumulative of their addition to give you a few more points up on the board this week than what you've been able to get out of Geno Smith. Still think you fall a little bit short against the Packers this week, but they are going to definitely help. Next up, I was talking about Marcus Golden a couple weeks ago, and he does continue to step up for the Arizona Cardinals with J.J. Watt out. And Chandler Jones being good, but them needing another pass rusher, and he is providing that. He got 3 more sacks this week. He's at 9 for the year. He's on pace for 13, 14 sacks this season. Golden has been a godsend for that Arizona Cardinal team that needs pass rushing help. They're going to need him to be a productive player for them opposite Chandler with J.J. Watt out. They don't have a lot else behind these guys, but he's absolutely bringing his A game to the table. He's helping that Cardinal team out. He has been absolutely fantastic for them, and they got him on excellent value. Next up, Colt McCoy is the second best backup quarterback in the NFL. Case Keenum for me is my number one above all else, but I think Colt has really put himself into that play as that number two. He went against us last year with a Giant team that was not very talented offensively speaking, and he went out there and he beat us. He made throws. He made plays. He did the same thing this last week against the San Francisco 49ers. There's not a lot impressive about him physically. He does not wow you with arm talent or mobility, but he gets the job done. And I think he has firmly cemented himself as the number two quarterback, backup quarterback in the NFL. The Seahawks playoff candle gains some wax as the flame stays alit. We got some help this last week, didn't we, folks? Got a little bit of help. You got the Vikings lose, you got the Saints lose, you got the Carolina Panthers lose, you got the 49ers losing. I don't know if they were a big threat for us as far as that final playoff spot goes, but we need a little bit of help to get into playoff contention. We got a little bit of this help last week on a bye week when we kind of really did need it. So we do to a small degree. We do still need the Vikings to lose a little bit more, Saints to lose a little bit more, but we do to a small degree at least here still stand to be able to control our own fate, in my opinion, if you can go 7-2 down the road. You don't have to be perfect. You just got to be good enough. You just got to be good enough. And those are my 10 things I think about the NFC West. Sorry, it took me a little while to get into there on that. Emmett Brown says top 10 about the NFC West. Rams got Stafford. Even though I'm higher on him the most, dude continues to prove he's unclutch. Well, he definitely was struggling in that game. I mean, he made some bad throws. And again, I think he's starting to get beat up a little bit now, too. GoHawks05 says, I DM'd Odell and told him to come here. Well, that's the sealer, man. That's going to get it done. Yami says, bye, Brandon. Stokes are waiting for me. See you soon. All right. Have a good one, man. Strokes are waiting for me soon. Appreciate it. Spectre 7, record prediction if we beat the Packers convincingly. Well, I've got us going 7-2 down the stretch. Maybe it's being a bit hopeful. So I'll put us at, rather than 10 wins, I'll add us to 11 wins at that point. So it would be rather than 10-7, you're 11-6. And you are getting in the playoffs at that point. But I'd put about right there. TJ says, when we drafted Trey Brown, people said I was silly hyping him up because I know him, but look what I know. Hey, if you got I look at it like you got insider knowledge, if you know him. So I took it from, and I liked him too. I don't know why people didn't like him a little bit more, frankly. I think it's because of fourth rounder and people aren't going to get super hyped by fourth rounders, TJ. They're always going to think that that's more of a flyer pick by that point. It's like once you leave the third round, the hype dies down just a bit. But the kid put out really great tape. He's a Seahawks corner in mentality and the way he goes about his business on the field. All he's really missing is size. And if he had been a guy that was 6 feet tall, he would have gone top 15 in this draft. That was fairly well acknowledged about him. It was really the size thing that you could only really knock him on. He's just a solid football player. He knows how to play the cornerback position. And I really like his upside. We need more of these guys with their young guys on cheap rookie deals as we do go forward. Matthias23451 says Brandon is the ducking guy. Brandon is the ducking guy. Packers going to lose. I can feel it. I love it, Matthias. We got a couple people that got this feeling, Matthias. We got a few people that got this. I don't know if you guys are psychically tapping into some future. We got to get back into this because I'm seeing a lot of positivity here. I love it. I love the optimism, man. Yes. Wash Visquez has just arrived. Go Hawks. Tried to do a super chat, but it won't take. No worries, man. I tried to do a sign out and in. Sometimes it gets a little weird on the super chat, but people have been able to get some through here. So not sure what's happening. The Crybaby, Washa Visquez says, the Crybaby Rogers will play. We will embarrass him. Our season will turn. It will rain donuts from the sky in Seattle. Go Hawks. I love it, man. Love the positivity from my crew in here, man. I love it. And I hope you guys are right. We're feeling pretty positive on the 3-5 team. I got a lot of people still feel like, we can get this. We can get this. And look, we can get it. We got the talent to do it. We got the Hall of Fame quarterback coming back. We got the horses on the outside to get it done. This team has underperformed overall this year, but it hasn't underperformed badly. And it still has some potential to tap into. And I've maintained we've not yet played our best football. And I've also maintained that if you want to get to the Super Bowl or you want postseason success, you need to be playing your best football at the end of the year. Not week 2 or 3, not week 7, end of the season. And Seattle's got every opportunity to go out there and do that at this point. GoHawks says John Schneider is scary good with late round quarterbacks. He's been very good with late round quarterbacks. Yeah. It's been a good spot for us to pick in. I agree. And this might be one of the better ones of their bunch outside of Sherman and maybe Baxwell. I maintain Go Hawks. His opening couple of games that he's played at corner starting has been impressive. A start for a rookie quarterback or first time starting cornerback for us as any we've seen going back to Sherman. Go Hawks 05. Let's manifest the Hawks W. Let's do it. Manifesto, win and victory, Seahawks in the Lambeau Field. Manifesting the Seahawks win in the Lambeau Field. Aaron Rodgers is Aaron. We're doing it, man. We're doing it. There's a symbiotic, synergistic energy flowing through this chat right now that is doing nothing but just building up the W. It's just already building it up. You're already creating that flow. My guy. TJ Wilbur says, we are the 2011 Giants. It's coming. Oh, it's coming. And the NFL is not ready for it. They're not ready for this narrative. They're not ready for this dark horse. They're not ready for this left field winner coming at them. They've already buried us. We're dead and gone. They put up the headstone last couple weeks ago. It's been engraved. The flowers have already started to wilt. But they buried us too soon. What they didn't know is that we already had a little bit of breath left. Our pulse was still beating, but just a flicker. And we just needed some time. We just needed some time, like that moth going into the cocoon to eventually come out at the butterfly. Well, we are about to spring from that casket, claw our way up through the dirt, pull ourselves up out of the lawn, and go out there and beat the doors off this goddamn Packer team. Emmett Brown says, OBJ and Russ are friends. There's a chance Russ told OBJ to not come to make Russ's exodus next year look more like the front office's failure. Could be. I tend to think Russ is too competitive for that, Emmett. I think he's just too much of, if it's going to help his team, if it gets me better, gets us to eventually getting the season back, yeah. I think he's kind of driven in that way. That's the way it sometimes feels, at least a little with it. Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Got 2 donations for you with double $5 donations to finish this off, right? Charles, thank you so much for being so kind on this channel and donating as much as you do. I really do appreciate it. He says, I like Wyman, and he was a very good, competent player on good defenses. He's a bit of a pussycat when it comes to evaluation. Glass half full. It's well put it. And I don't mind, I don't like having anything against Dave Wyman. He's not a bad guy or anything like that. It's just that's where it comes into is, he gets asked at times as a former player, what's your evaluation? And it carries weight. You're a former player. You were in the NFL. You played this position. But all that much more reason why you've got to be honest in your assessment and not just glass half full it. And a little bit of when you decide to become an analyst, I believe, is you also at that point have to understand I have respect for these players who are playing right now as a former player, but I also have to call it as I see it. And you see a lot of these guys that do this that get blowback from players who don't seem to understand that. It's like, look, this is the job. The job is to me be honest about what I'm seeing out there, not to sunshine and roses and everything's positive and everything's all great. That's just not the job of what they're there to do. Charles also says, go Hawks, let's manifest a W. Charles doing with the $5 donation. See, Charles, just spinning it that much faster here. We're going to get to this. We're going to the sound of speed of light here before the game with this manifestation of winning. I love it, brother. I love it. TJ says, I want to blow out Sunday. Let's win 35. Let's 35-0. A man can dream. A man can dream. Don't get greedy, TJ. Let's just get the dub, my guy. Let's just get the dub. we just got to do the dub on this one. Go Hawks 05. We all know Russ wants to stay here. He just wants that support. That's what I think it is, Go Hawks. I think he's been looking through this whole process, even to the time when he submits a list of teams he's willing to be traded through. I think the whole part of this has been to propel the front office out there. But just because he's put the groundwork out there doesn't mean that he also doesn't have it's 1 foot out here, 1 foot here. And the 1 foot here and staying here and remaining here is, are they going to support me? Are they going to build a team around me? Are they going to give me the weapons like others of my peers out around the sport are given? And that's the question that I think for Russ remains, and it's a valid question for him to ask because the front office has not totally answered it in a way to say, yes, we will. Yes, we do want that. It's a little bit of splitting that difference. Yeah, we'll support you. We'll get you DK. We'll pay Dyler. We'll go do Dwayne Brown. We'll get you that second, third round pick. But then we still need to keep building our defense. We still need an awesome defense in the resources we put into it. We haven't got an offense. We haven't gotten an awesome defense in the results, but they've poured the resources of what should be an awesome defense. You know, you've put so many resources into it. It should be much better than what it is. And that's been I think from Russ's standpoint, a valid criticism on his part to say you should have been supporting me more on this. You should be going a little bit more to the model of what the Chiefs have done, which is let's get by on defense. Let's create the super offense around a Hall of Fame quarterback. That's the pathway. The same choice that Bill Belichick made with Tom Brady. That's the choice to make. And one that they've begrudgingly still not fully made yet. And one that if they let Russ move on, I've said, be one thing that Coach Carroll and Schneider end up looking back on this era going, man, we should have made that choice. Why were we so conservative towards Russell Wilson? Why didn't we try to put more support behind him? Why didn't we try to lean on the best player that's been here over the last 6-7 years by far? Washi Visquez, thank you for getting the $5 donation in. I appreciate you fighting with that, the dono on the YouTube thing. It says, Rodgers' tears can't save him. He'll get us on an extra man on the field trying to sub like 5 times, but it will do him no good. 33-27 Hawks. Hawks win. Hawks win. Hawks win in Lambeau. Melting the frozen tundra. I added the last part in there. I hope you don't mind Wash Visquez, get carried away sometimes. But I love it, man. I love it. I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's roll. Let's get this win. Let's go sick. Let's take him out by a touchdown in Lambeau Field. And Rodgers with little tears, having to go to midfield with Russell again with those bitter eyes towards Russell. Why is your star brighter than mine? Seahawks Brandon, catch you tomorrow, Brandon. Catch you tomorrow, Brandon Nelson. You know I'll be there, brother. You know I will be there. I look forward to it. Look forward to it. Thank you for Wash Visquez for the donation. You're awesome, brother. DJ says, have you noticed every time we stop a team, our offense gets lazy with it? It's like we only score when we absolutely need to. Well, there's definitely a part of that. I think especially TJ, there's been some times in recent years where you've, as an offense, taken your foot off the gas, like for instance, the Colts game or the 49er game, where you get into the third quarter and you go, that's about enough. Let's pull it off now. And I think that's Coach Carroll in those moments doing that. I don't think that's Russell Wilson. I don't think that's Waldron. And it infuriates me too, because it's, again, let's just do just enough. Let's just get just by. Let's blow the doors off some people. Let's be dominant. The LOB wasn't just trying to not lose. The LOB is trying to beat your ass and beat it bad. Now, we're not just leaving welts here. We're drawing blood. You know? Where's that mentality? TJ says, oh, hell no, greedy is needed. It's been 21 years. We're allowed to be greedy. Fair enough, my guy. Fair enough. Hey, I'll take it. 35-0. I'd take that. You want to talk about a statement win at that point. Woo! Emmett says, let's say the best player available when we pick first this next draft is a running back or linebacker. What position do you pick? Oh, my God. Well, I'm going to guess within your question, Emmett, that you're not talking about middle linebacker because you have Jordan Brooks to take over for Bobby if Bobby leaves, and we just still don't know if Bobby's going to leave. So we're talking about it either being a Will or a Sam. I mean, if we're talking about first this next draft, Emmett, we're picking up a high first-round pick because it's got a Russ trade. I guess I'm begrudgingly leaning towards running back, Emmett, but there's a lot of questions that come up from this. Are we still running the same 4-3 defense? But yeah, I guess I got to lean more to the running back than a Will linebacker in a 4-3, if that's what you're running. And it's begrudging, Emmett. Oh my God, it's begrudging on both those positions within this defense. But I'd probably go running back at that point. Go Hawks 05. Trey Brown with 0 yards allowed in man coverage. Just let the young fella press and ratchet up the pressure. Oh, I love it. Go Hawks 05. And that's maybe one of the most important stats to take away from Trey Brown and the Samuel Gold video is, yeah, we could absolutely get up and play a little more man. And that would allow you to get Jamal Adams up near the line of scrimmage and ratchet up the pressure. Go with some more blitz looks. I wouldn't mind seeing it. It's being aggressive. It's going for it. Again, get off your heels, get on your toes. And sometimes with our defense, we get a little bit on our heels rather than on our toes.
Watch Visquest. No, not this time, TJ. No pin. You know the rest. Woo! Go Hawks. Robert, my brother Bennington, says if the Seahawks lose draft picks for having practices that are too intense, Packers could lose a draft pick for knowingly violating protocol. It seems a little bit, it does seem like a little bit of a difference in the way that they're judging that, right, Rob? We have a hard practice that's a little too intense. Guys happen to roll over on each other because they get their legs tangled. We lose a draft pick. The Packers, knowingly for months on hand, maybe get around a little bit on the rules and they get a slap on the wrist with a $15,000 fine. Yeah, I know it's frustrating me too a little bit on it, Rob. And it's odd how the NFL is doing this, but it's also obvious the NFL is trying to basically get this as quickly out the door as they possibly can so that it's not a topic of discussion anymore. No doubt about it. And this is part of that is not being punitive and just slap on the wrists and let's just keep it moving. Good to see you, Rob. TJ says Pete and Russ is like a relationship that you don't want. You have, and Pete and Russ is like a relationship, then you don't know what you have until it's gone. I felt a little bit about this with both of them in the way that each of them should look at their future together. And that I think both of them have a tiny bit of an eye where they've looked towards separation and what they can get out of moving on. But I've long wondered if maybe the best potential for both of these gentlemen moving forward is to do it together, but to do it with an ideology that fits together, rather than one that seems to be more built upon heads banging, differences in philosophy, differences in opinion, and the way that they should go about trying to win. But if they both could get on that same page, that they could still tap into that. And I don't think that either of them are going to get to that level of success if they do part from one another, in my opinion, TJ. But it's well said, and I agree with you. Charles Riley coming to the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate you. He says, we need to do the things at GoHawks05 suggests because, A-Rod weirdo girlfriend is doing spiritual stuff. She's literally right now sacrificing a baby at this point for the win next week. I mean, they're going hard like that in Green Bay. So we better bring some kind of other energy to match that, right? I mean, we ain't going after no baby, but we gotta offset this a little bit. We gotta offset this. They're using all that voodoo black magic stuff, They're not worried about their souls. They're not worried about the price they're paying. GoX05, haha, Aaron Rodgers' girlfriend has been known to eat clay. I've heard that about her. What a weird thing to get into. But, I mean, I've known somebody that ate their own placenta after they had their baby. So we're into that kind of world, right? We're into the placenta, the mama eating placenta baby sack because they saw the cat do it. Lance Graham, how good do you think the Rams are going to be with Von Miller? I think they'll be very good. They're already with the defense that they bring to play, a defense that's built to really get the most out of their pass rushers and how they set it up. That also does open up a little bit of holes at times for them in the run game where you can attack them that way. You see this with the Chargers a little bit as well. But Von Miller is going to help that team out. He is not Von Miller of what he once was, but he's still Von Miller, who's still a pretty good player, who's still got a little bit of, in my opinion, gas in that tank. And knowing that he's going to get single blocked, knowing there's not really any double teams coming his way, it's going to help out Leonard Floyd as well, as to take away some of the chip blocks he gets on the other side and allow him to probably be able to flourish within that as well. But I think it's a great move on their part. I love the aggressiveness and how they did this. I love them being all in. This is what I'm asking my team to be. Be all in. Go for it. Don't worry about tomorrow. You're in win now mode right now. Tomorrow will come and we'll deal with it when it comes. Let's go for it today. I think that they gave up an incredible amount. I wouldn't have matched the deal as a second and third round pick, so I wouldn't have done the same deal. But I appreciate a team going for it. And if you err on the side of being aggressiveness in the NFL and it fails, I think that's way more excusable than being scared of how things will fail. Because you're just as likely one way or another to end up in that place. You might as well be moving forward than moving backwards. Lance Graham says Tom's got to stay young for Giselle. Probably. I'm sure she's got him with every beauty product to stay young that you can get.
TJ says, "Oh wait, why doesn't Aaron wear a mask? Isn't that the NFL policy?" It is. People keep telling me that somebody mentioned in the chat that they just lightly went around the rules. You know, they didn't totally cut in line. They just went like 5 people ahead in line. Well, did you break the rule or not? I mean, really, we get into it. Is it a broken rule or not? Was there a rule and you broke it? If so, penalty. That should be how it goes. That's how the NFL is with everything else. You fail your drug test, penalized. You know, you do something off the field we don't like, penalized. So what is different here? Well, it involves one of the blue blood organizations with one of the faces of the NFL. That's your difference. GoOx05 says, change Russ's Gatorade to holy water. Hey, we'll be on Team God. And where would that put Aaron Rodgers on Team who? Fine with me. Fine with me. We fight on the side of right. Sector 7 says DK is going to be the one feeding placenta Sunday afternoon. Oh, I like it. I like it. Just forcing it in Eric Stokes' mouth. Eat that placenta. Eat that. Eat that shit. Emmett Brown says, I love asking tough questions, but I wish I would have been more specific after hearing your questions about our pick position and scheme. Good night. Good talk, Hawks Nest. Night, y'all. 29-19 Hawks. Oh, I love it, Emmett. I love it. I knew you had more in that question, too, because I was going to ask you, and I was like, well, wait, are we talking about the Will or the Sam? Are we talking about like a JOK type with the Cleveland Browns, you know, a guy that's burst onto the scene as this new age linebacker? Are we talking about the Cardinals kid they drafted, Simmons type? You know, and is that verse, and then the running back type, is it a Najee Harris type or is it like a Ezekiel Elliott type, right? So we definitely got to get more, we'll have to get more detailed centric on that one, Emmett, as far as that, measuring which one you take on that, you know, on the either or. Seahawks Brendan Nelson says the best thing about placentas are cold placenta sandwiches the next day. A little bit of cheese, right, Seahawks Brendan Nelson, on some sourdough. Oh man, that's finger licking good stuff right there, right? You get a little bit of the placenta on the plate, you pick it right up, it goes right in the mouth, right? Just melts in the mouth. Melts in the mouth with the DJ says the NFL takes taunting more serious than the virus. Very true, man. Very true. Charles with another $5 donation. Charles, you're awesome, brother. I appreciate you guys so much. Charles says, GoX05, change Russ's Gatorade to holy water. That's a start. But if Mark Rogers is at the game, it goes around the holy H2O. He'll burn. That's right. If Mark Rogers even walks around him, he creates little burn marks in the ground where he walks. Mark Rogers. No doubt about it. Oh my God. Russ, get that Gatorade. Get that Gatorade in your mouth. Walk up and smack it out of Russ's mouth. No, Mark is near you. Spectre 7 says, does Rogers get a penalty for taunting the virus? He should. He should. If there's any justice in this world. Washington Quest says, God has picked Russ over Rogers before. See 2014 conference championships. Fail Mary. Hallelujah. Go Hawks. Hallelujah. And go Hawks. Washington Quest. He has. He has. How can you explain the onside kick? How else to explain the onside kick? Like, that guy knows he's not supposed to touch that ball. He's one of the headhunters out there. He's there to block. That's his only job. He's been told that 10,000 times throughout not just the past week, the whole year. But yet that ball on that kick, on that perfect Hauschka onside kick, he just can't stop himself but to try to grab it. Why? Because God grabbed him in that moment and said, you will try to catch that ball, but you will not. Thus I have said, thus thy will be done. And it was. We won that game because Rodgers mocks God, just like he mocks the NFL. He's a pagan, and, you know, all pagans eventually fail. By the way, Brendan, I forgot to mention Brendan in here on the chat. Congratulations. I was going to tell you yesterday, but you're here right now. Congratulations on crossing 6,000 subscribers, my guy. You have been just killing it. You're working your ass off this year. I love to see it. It's great to see you. Just awesome job. Awesome job on your part, man. Well earned. Very well earned. You just keep kicking ass, my brother, on that. I can't wait to see tomorrow on that too. It's awesome to see. So, and you're rolling with that call-in show stuff, Brandon. I've been trying to do that at times, and I don't have a lot of luck with it. People just jump out of the chat the second I do. They've hated me doing that, but I want to do that again because I love having folks come call in. Gohawks 05, Seahawks 26-23. Russ struggles in the first, but lights it up with 3 second-half scores, and the defense forces 2 turnovers as well as 3 sacks. I love it. I love that prediction. And yeah, Russ has got to knock off a little bit of rust. He's been out for 4 weeks. It's going to take him to the second half. But then I like it. He gets hot. He's feeling fresh. He's got those fresh legs. He's out there bouncing around like a young jackrabbit again. Let's go, Russ. Let's get it. I love the optimism in the chat, you guys. I love these scores. Let's get this win this week, huh? Watch Fish Quest, another $5 donation. Charles. Fish Quest. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Charles, another $5 donation. You're responding to Wash Fish Quest. Thank you for donating to respond to Wash Fish Quest, though. I appreciate it. It says, at Washington Fish Quest, God picked Russ. The devil already picked his agent. That's very true. I don't know if there's any truth to the rumor or not that Rodgers has an upside-down cross that he covers up every game with tape on his arm. He's got those armbands, and that there's actually an upside-down cross underneath it. I'm not saying I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. But I've heard. I'm just saying that I heard. I'm just saying it's kind of a known thing. Emma21 says Rodgers always gives Russ the dirty look. He does, man. I got a couple of them up on the TV behind me of them having some moments after games. I was looking up some pictures to put together for the slideshow on the video behind you guys, and I saw a couple of times where Rodgers gives him some icy stares after games. And you get beat by Russ so many times like that, it's going to happen. You're going to feel that way. But boy, he's got some. He does not like Russ, man, and he does not mind letting Russ see that he doesn't like him either. I don't think those are going to be guys that are going to be simpatico in retirement. They're going to be in the Hall of Fame once they're all old in the Hall of Fame. You'll have one guy on one side of the room, another guy on the other side of the room. I don't think it's going to be like the Tom Brady, Peyton Manning thing where they eventually come to peace. They just don't seem to like each other. DJ says, call me stupid, but if we trade Russ, then I don't want that much for him this year. I want 2023 first or more so we don't overdraft for a new quarterback. Well, I definitely want to draft in 2023 for the quarterback. I mean, that's shaping up to be a pretty nice class for quarterbacks, in my opinion. I want to get as much as we can get for him if we do trade him. I don't want to trade him, but if you do, then get every asset you can get at that point. Don't turn down nothing. Especially you got like the Eagles coming in, TJ, where they could offer you 3 first-round picks in this draft. You can always move one of those first-round picks in a trade for a future first-round or two, so it doesn't hold you back from making a move with those deals to get another 2023 first-round pick. But they got to be smart with it if they go that route. TJ says, damn, 2014 championship was odd. First the comeback, then Deflategate. It was just a weird year. Yeah. Emmett says, well-deserved Brandon. And Brandon, I hope you hit 6,000 subs as well. I'm sure we'll get on that route. We're on that roll too. We're not too far behind Brandon on that. But look, he puts out more video, more content. He's on it every day with this. I get on 2 live streams a week. So he's killed it. He's earned getting those 6,000. He's been doing a great job. Awesome videos all the way through here this year. And just getting better and better, Brandon. That's all you can do on this stuff. Just try to get better, a little bit better and better. Watch Fish Quest. Sorry, I got that. Charles, pretty biblical stuff. Evan says, let's beat Green Bay. Danger Russ is back and ready to cook for the Packers. Get ready, Packer fans. Russ is ready for revenge. I love it, Emmett. I love it. We're going to get angry Russ. We're going to get first 6 games of the year last year Russ with that little bit of that edge, a little bit of gangster Russ, a little bit of swaggy Russ, right? A little bit of a I don't give a shit Russ. I want that. Let's get a little bit of that Russ again. I like that Russ. That's my favorite Russ. I like Russ a little edge. Lance Graham says, Brandon, you're awesome. I really like this live chat. Well, thank you, Lance. I love doing this too, man. I like I said, this is my favorite time of week. There's nothing I enjoy doing better than hopping in here with you guys in the chat, talking Seahawks football, getting into the weeds on it, man. It's awesome. Emmett21 says, I'm excited to see Russ back. Tired of Geno already. Yeah, Geno, I'm good with Geno. I've seen enough on the Geno train of things. I'm ready to roll on from Geno. So yeah, I We've saw what a backup quarterback looks like here once you have no Russell, and it's pretty stark and startling. He looked great against the Jaguars. I didn't know he had that kind of game in him, frankly. I mean, we got to acknowledge Geno played his best game as a pro. Even those games he started with the Jets that last week against Jacksonville, he was great. But now's the time to bring back our leader, as Charles says, Mr. Unlimited. We need Mr. Unlimited back in the building because we can't put no limit this season. This season is unlimited. The top ain't done. Our tale is not yet written. We are not yet in that casket. We still got time. We still got games. We just got to get hot at the right time, folks. At that right time. If we can be smoking at the right time, we can be like the 2005 Steelers. We can be like the 2011 Giants. And the other year they went and won the Super Bowl. We can be that team again. If it's been done once before, why can't we go down that path? Yeah, it's the path not often most taken by Super Bowl champions. So what? We took a little bit more of the beaten path. We took a little bit of the path. It took us a little bit longer to get to where we're going to be going. But we're going to get there eventually. Watch Visquest with the $2 donation. Thank you. You guys I'm so kind in the chat. It's a couple bucks because you keep saying my name. Ha ha. I saw Charles responded to you on that, and he was donating. He's so awesome. I appreciate it, Washington Fishquest. Thank you again, too, for being members. Both Charles, you, Riley, and Fishquest, thank you for being members on top of donating to the channel, too. The port account's here. Yeah, port account's coming in. It's coming in hot. Ethan Tech World, I want Russ to come out with rage and just go flat out ballistic. I do, too. I want him out there frowning. I want him out there up in guys' faces defensively if they try to tackle him a little too hard. I just want him out there with some edge. I just for the hell of it, Russ. Just come out there with a little bit of what? Wouldn't that be awesome to see Russ come out there like that? A little bit of fire. That'd light the team up. You know the team would be on his back. M21, if we beat the Packers, then Russ is going to go to Rodgers and give him a tissue for his tears and also for his cold. Wouldn't that be cold-blooded? Russell goes over for the meetup after the game, walks over, hands him a box of tissues, and then hands him some Sudafed and taps him on the chest and is like, good game. That'd be pretty cold. That'd be pretty cold. Kay, what's up, Kay? Good to see you on in here. Love you, B. Needed this. I needed you in here, Kay. That's what I need. I needed you in here. So thank you for jumping in. Good to see you, girl. Nolan R. Vance. Pat McAfee and Rodgers were punking Russ for running the 2-minute drills while he was out. Yeah, I bet Rodgers even was in before the thing went, hey, Pat, I want you to bring up Russ running that 2-minute drill while he was out. Bring that up. I want to hit him for that. Yeah, not surprised to see Rodgers as he's taking all this shade across nationally, not to try to bring Russell into that. I'm telling you, he's got something with Russ. He's got some weird thing with Russ. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's Freudian. I don't know if it's an Oedipus complex. Where he looks at Russ like his mom or his dad, but he also wants to make love to him. I don't know what it is. But there's something weird in his heart for Russell Wilson. It is an oddity to be seen. Russ don't hate me. How do you hate Russ? You can think a lot of things about Russ, but how do you get to a place of actually hating Russ? Oh, God, he goes to Children's Hospital every week. That jackass. Really? Did you piss on Mr. Rogers, too? Come on. Gox05, I like Pat McAfee, but his alliances with Rodgers has soured his content for me. Yeah, it's a little bit of like what we talk about with some of these guys wanting access for player access, and then you lose a little bit of your honesty. It's like the second you start moving on an agenda, and you're operating more from an agenda than being honest, and it's getting access, and it raises you're sort of making as we're talking about the devil and God, you're making a little bit of your deal with the devil at that point. And the devil with the deal is that you're hurting your content, you're hurting your voice that people have responded to accomplish that. It comes at a price a little bit to get that. And is the price worth it? Is it to lose a little bit of your authenticity at that point to get access to the guy? So I'll tell you this, guys, if I get players to come on here and we interview players, we do that. I'm eventually going to plan to do that with this channel. It's not going to be to bring them on to throw them a bunch of fluff questions or things that I'm not interested in, that I don't care about the answer on. It's going to ask stuff that we want to know, But yeah, Pat is definitely in Rodgers' pocket a little bit right now. No doubt about that. TJ says, don't worry, he's gone. Seahawks mods are here. Thank you, TJ. I appreciate you shuffling the porn out the door. You know, they seem to think we need that quite a bit here for some reason. We don't need porn. We got football talk here. Seahawks Gaming, you heard Deshaun Jackson's press conference. He said he wanted to go to a winning culture. I guess the Rams are not making the playoffs. Yeah, that's a bit of an odd statement, Seahawks Gaming. Yeah, a little odd on that one. I think probably what he meant is I want to go to a winning culture, but I also want to be able to get on the football field and play. I thought it was kind of silly on Jackson's part to leave the Rams. He was being very productive in the moments they're putting him out there. He's a guy who historically always wears down every single year whenever you play him too much, and now he's only gotten older. Why wouldn't he want to preserve himself on a contending team to have a chance in the playoffs when it counts, being he hasn't had a lot of those opportunities? A bit of a head-scratching move by Deshaun to request the release like he did. But, we'll see how he does against the Raiders. I think it's a good fit with him and Derek Carr is a good fit, I think. M21, I kept thinking about this, but is it me or does Rodgers look like Sid the Sloth? Maybe a little bit. I could see it. You can see a little bit. Ethan Tech World, yeah, imagine a different Russ, a trash-talking Russ, getting in everyone's face. I think my fingers would tingle if I saw that. Mine would too, man. It'd be awesome. I mean, he had a little bit of an edge last year at times where you could see him a little bit with, there was just a little bit of his face wasn't just happy and bright and shiny. There was a little bit of a hardened edge to it. I don't know how to put it. Maybe I was seeing things. But it seemed like, especially that first 6-7 games when he was really cooking, when he was really throwing the ball over the football field, there was just let's go. Imagine him coming out with a little bit of that chip this week, just snatching everybody into place. Like, get your goddamn head right. We're going to the dump. Like, Jesus, Russ, okay. All right, let's go. All right, Russ, it's like that, okay. I think it would galvanize things a little bit. TJ says he's mad at Russ because he stole his championship game. Yeah, I guess so, right? Meanwhile, is Russ mad at him because he beat him in 2019? And it's like, oh, you beat me. Get over it. You should have done more. You shouldn't have thrown that interception to Richard Sherman on the first drive of the game. Maybe if you didn't test Richard Sherman out, maybe if you hadn't let Richard Sherman get in your head, because Sherman gave you a hard time the previous matchup asking if you didn't throw at him because you were scared. Eris Mana says Pat wears skinny pants. Enough said. Spectre 7, definitely not a fan of Pat. He has a hatred or bias against the Seahawks, just as most Colts fans do. Colts fans do have a weird hatred thing for Seahawks fans a bit. I don't know where it comes from, but I've felt a little bit of that too. I think we got a few Colts fans in the chat right around the time we beat them in week 1 too. I remember going, where is this coming from? We play you guys like once every 10 years. But he's not. I don't remember him saying a lot of good stuff about Seattle in time of watching Pat. That's for sure. Emmett says, so Rodgers is going to host Jeopardy after all. And he also says there's a chance he didn't play. That Rodgers did say there's a chance he doesn't play. He does have to pass that test on Saturday to be able to get into the game. So that is the key. He should probably be able to pass it. I'm sure he's taking every different thing he can get to make sure he passes the test. But that does have to happen for it to go down. DJ says, I would laugh if Russ runs on the field screaming at our defense. Oh, just going nuts? That'd be awesome, dude. Tell me that when all of us would have the hairs on our back of our neck would stand up if Russ came out with that kind of fire. Be like, let's go. Come on, Russ. Ethan says, like every other word out of his mouth is bleeped. I want to see that kind of energy for his return. Yeah, I do too. Just cussing people out. Just fiery as hell. He'd be opening some eyes. He'd get that team on. You watch that team like, damn, all right. Jesus, bro, here we go. Shit. I don't know. Russ would like that. All right, Russ. Charles Riley coming with a $5 donation. Charles, you'd like $50 on this stream today. I appreciate you, my guy. You were awesome. Says, I think A-Raj hates Russ because he has Sierra and he has some Hollywood whole-stick skeezer. He used to have Olivia Munn, though, and she's Bo Derek level. I agree. He's definitely gone downwards with the current girl. She does nothing for me. Nothing. And Olivia's legitimately pretty uber hot. But and I'm not, the new girl's like, I don't understand. There's some people, they're actors and actresses that get like, how are they a thing? Both men and women. You go, what is this person? How did this person get to a stage of being stardom? What is it with this? Miles Teller's that for me as a guy that does that. Like, what is it that guy does? I don't know. I don't know with that one. But yeah, the Olivia's, he definitely went downward on that one a little bit. Emmett says, yeah, hopefully Kevin Love plays so it can be a little easier battle. If not, then it's whatever Danger Russ is going to cook either way. Kevin Love, you mean Jordan Love? Kevin Love plays that'd be okay too. 6'10" power forward, trying to throw the ball around. A little bit of a old Dan McGuire view from things. Let's let Russ cook. Let's let him cook. Arizmana, Russ needs to scream the defense like it's Future, the deadbeat daddy. He needs to scream at the defense like Future's deadbeat daddy. That's awesome. The defense wouldn't even be mad. They'd just be so hyped. Bobby'd be like, eyes like saucers, like, damn, this Russ, you had this in you your whole time? They'd be fire ready to roll. I'd love it, man. It'd be great. TJ says, I wish Russ would scream at the O-line, like, if I get hit one more time, I'm going to whoop your all ass. I don't know if that'd go over well with the offensive linemen. You can scream at certain people, but I don't know if you can scream at the offensive linemen. They'd be like, what? Excuse me? Excuse me? Sorry, what are you saying? Charles with another $5 donation. Damn, Charles, you're rolling it tonight. Charles is at Arizmana. Pat wears skinny pants. Those pants equal wanting to meet up with Aikman, Buck, and Bob Stelton at the local YMCA shower. What a visual image that draws up, Charles. What a visual image that draws. That's a train I don't want to see. That's a train that can stay in the background tracks on that one. Oh, God. Ethan, that's what happens when you break a man's finger. Locked in a cage for 3 weeks. Never before. Let's see that vengeful Russ. That's right. He's been locked in a cage. Dark, deep basement in his cryogenic chamber because you've got to reduce sunlight for a moment for the healing to work right. And now he's coming out angry. How dare you remove me from that field? How dare you? Just pissed off in general. I'm telling you, I want this, Russ. I want you angry this week, Russ. I want you mad. I want you spitting fire. Every time you talk, spittle's flying from your mouth. I want that type of rage. I'd love to see it. I'm not even joking. That'd just be awesome. Seahawks Gaming, have you seen what Mac Jones did to Brian Burns? Of course the Patriots get away with it. Yeah, I don't buy Mac's real deal either. I don't know. I got hit hard and then I twisted his ankle down like that. I thought that was kind of BS on his part. I don't know if he was trying to injure him necessarily, but yeah, it was a horrible play. Horrible play. Horrible look on the football field in that moment when that went down like that. I don't know what Mac, and Mac didn't strike me as the kind of guy to do that. That's why I'm not thinking it's absolutely fully purposeful, but something's a little bit dodgy on that, in that situation with went down there. I've never seen a quarterback do that before on a defensive player like that. And that he didn't even have the ball on top of it, that you tackle him like that is just, Evan21 says, Russ is coming back for vengeance and revenge for Lambeau and the Packer fans. That's right. He's coming for blood. He's coming for souls. He's coming for your goddamn cheese. You better believe it. No prisoners were taken this week. TJ says, I hope Russ is mic'd up for this game. When we honest, he's mic'd up and he's just swearing every other word, just beep, beep, or they just black it, all you hear is, yeah, damn it. Why they don't go there? To you. I don't know. Something like that. GoX05, best way to get linemen to block for you is free donuts on the daily. They can't hurt. That can't hurt. Especially if they're those good donuts. I'm not talking about Safeway donuts here. No, we got to go Krispy Kreme. Sector 7, oh goodness, that Mac crap was uncalled for. See how he swept his leg too? Yeah, it was just awful. I mean, just to tackle a guy like that and bring him to the ground and twist it like that, to hurt him at that level of things, I know Mac's a rookie, but that was beyond rookie stuff there. That was awful. Just a bad play. And again, I maybe be a little more understandable in Mac pulling that if we've seen other quarterbacks do that, where, does sometimes a quarterback get hit and they're just, they're seeing stars and they're out of it, and they're stars and out of it dazed state. They can just suddenly drop them an ankle and start twisting and turning it. No, you don't really see that. When they're tackling it, they usually can see the ball's there. So the I got hit hard was I don't know if I bought that excuse. Emmett says, I hope Russ is mic'd up for this Packers game because this is the dangerous we are talking about after all. And I hope so as well. I'll be ready for this Sunday. Go Hawks, my guy. Go Hawks. Go Hawks always says, Russ is hungry, scarred, and battle-tested. He will go after these backup corners all day with Alexander out. Oh, he will test them, and he will test them all day long. I agree with it. You have nowhere to run, Eric Stokes. You got nowhere to run, Kevin King. There is no safe harbor in this storm. The waves just keep coming over your bow, one after another. And just when you think there's only waves, now comes the wind. And it's about blowing you off the deck. One hand on boat, one hand for man. That's how it goes. But you ain't going to put one hand on boat. You're going to be so scared by the rain and the water and the lightning. You drop that hand off that boat and you're flung from the bow into the ocean. We're throwing corners to the ocean. Russell's throwing corners to the ocean this week, one after another. There will be no. there will be no safe harbor. There will be no prisoners taken. Jeffrey Thistle, Bill's like, sweep the leg, Mac. Sweep the leg. Bill probably is like,
It's a good tackle. Good tackle, Mac. Best to err on the side of caution. He's just erring outside of caution.
Sector 7, are we going to see Kevin King on Lockett? Wilson may have a day. I think Lockett eats Kevin King up if they do put Kevin over there. If I'm the Packers, I probably try to keep Kevin over on DK, and then I try to keep, I don't know if Eric Stokes is going to be in this game. If Eric's on it, then you want him on Lockett. Is a little bit of a smaller cat to stay with Lockett. I don't think King can stop and start and change direction to hang with Lockett over the course of a game. Lockett will eat him up, in my opinion. And Malpada, yo. What's up, man? Mal, good to see you on in here. Emma Gaming says the score of this game is going to be 24-17 Seahawks. I love it, Emmett. I love your optimism, man. I'm with you. I'm riding with you on that one. All right, and Colin, just finished watching the NFC Championship between us and Green Bay. Greatest experience of my life. One Jermaine caught that deep ball. I wish I could relive watching this for the first time. It was the most amazing game I've ever watched in my life too, Ryan. The ups and downs, there's very rare times that you as a football fan reach a stage of saying there's no way we can come back and win this game, and you come back and win the game. I mean, it's very rare that I run into that state of things myself. I'm sure you're likewise in that same standpoint of things. But that was a game where you went after the first half and went, yeah, it's relatively close, but we got no chance here. We can't do anything. And you get deep in that third quarter and you're running the clock. You're running the different diesel and you go, okay, 16-0, but then you got to do this and you got to do that. And God, how do you make this work? They brought it back. Absolutely amazing game. One of the greatest all-time Seahawks games, if not the greatest all-time Seahawks game, just taking Super Bowl out and everything else. Just as far as an amazing game with all the twists and all the drama and all the emotion. There's nothing that will ever quite compare like that championship experience. I'm with you. If you could watch it the first time again, that'd be wonderful. Anmal says, I don't love the matchup for this game. Packers defense has been pretty good, even without their best players like Jair Alexander, and Russ could be rusty. Defense could have some trouble with Rodgers. And Mo, I do have a prediction myself on this game. I'd love the optimism from the chat, but I'm not necessarily myself predicting a win at this point, just because for the reasons that you kind of mentioned. We do have a lot of optimism in this chat, though. There's a lot of folks that are feeling pretty good right now, which I like to see, Anmal, but it's going to be a tough matchup. This is our toughest matchup for really remaining of the year when you factor in going on the road into Lambeau. I mean, I think that does make it somewhat of the toughest matchup remaining on our board. So hard to predict a win, but I think we're going to be real competitive in this game, Anmal. I don't think they blow the doors off us. I don't think they get a 10-point win. I think this is close right down to the wire regardless. Spectre 7 says, I think it's going to be a high scoring, and we win. I'm going 35-30 Hawks. That'll be a fun game to watch, Vector 7. If it's 35-30 now, 35-30 Seahawks, that's a fun-ass game to go watch. That'd be awesome. That's a lot of fireworks at that point. I hope so. I hope you guys are right in this optimism. Maybe you guys are onto something with this. Evan says, oh no, he caught up. Keep typing, guys. Ethan says Mac Jones turned into Kurt Angle on Brian Burns. He did, man. Trying to do the figure four lock on him. Yeah? Like, what are you doing, Mac? You forgot what sport he was playing for a minute. Like, really, dude? You're going to tackle him by his leg without even seeing whether he has the ball or not? You think maybe he does? Evan 21 at the Seahawks and Jags game looked like there was more than one Trevor Lawrence at the game, laughing out loud. Yeah, did you guys see that? It was Halloween, so somebody dressed up as Trevor Lawrence. He was a pretty good doppelganger. He looked pretty close. Looked pretty close. Ryan Collum, 2013 NFC Championship game was dope too. It was. That was another good game. And it would be one of the, maybe even more of a held up in the game as all time, if not for that 2014 championship game. But that was another game that was great for different reasons. It was just more of the, just two just absolute vicious type teams in their mentality, just going at it, just throwing haymakers at each other over the course of a whole game. Just much more of a back alley brawl, whereas the 2014 championship was just like a movie with all these twists and turns and stuff that you just never could see coming. Each great for their own reason. GoX05 says Seattle down 4 with 1:37 to go. Wilson looks to throw, and he has Metcalf. 38-yard touchdown. He beats Kevin King down the line. Touchdown Seahawks. Seahawks win in Lambeau, folks. 20 years, the curse is broken. Now, I love it, man. I love it. That'd be awesome. Emma says, I got a feeling we're going to win. I love it. Charles Riley coming with another $10 donation, Charles. Dude, you're awesome, brother. I appreciate you. Charles says, Russ is like Charles Bronson in Death Wish 3. And Pete is the police captain that didn't realize he was wrong until the end, when he teams up to clean up the community. I love it, man. I love it. We've reached that stage with Pete and Russ. We're to Death Wish 3 phase where, okay, we're going to stop trying to go after Russ. We're going to try stopping him. We're going to start utilizing him, right? Start getting the most out of him. Let's do it. I love it, Charles. I love it, my man. Let's go. Let's go. Death Wish 3. This week, Seahawks going to Lambeau. Hashtag Death Wish 3. Ryan Collum, did you watch the 4-pick-6? Did you watch the 4-pick-6 game live back then? I did. The 4-pick-6 game? Which game is that? Are you talking about the 80s one that we did the picks? There was a pick 6. Or are you talking about the one? Am I missing one? I'm probably forgetting it. Cons YT, do you think they are going to let Russ cook, or will they be hesitant with his injury? Hopefully they trust him and don't run it 8 times straight, laughing my ass off. I don't think they're going to run it 8 times straight, but I do think you're going to see a heavy amount of running to protect Russ coming back off the injury. I don't think they're going to be throw heavy in this game. I think they'll be relatively conservative. I think as you go on through the rest of this year, though, Cons, I think when it comes down to whether or not Seattle's going to get to the playoffs or not, or have any kind of playoff success, it's going to come on the arm of Russell Wilson and them trusting Russell Wilson's arm. And if they don't trust Russell Wilson's arm, they got no shot to get in the playoffs. If they do lean into his arm, if they do lean into trusting Russ to get the job done, they got a shot, in my opinion, at that point. But it is going to be based on their choice and their decision-making with that. GoX05 says DK will manhandle Kevin King. 100 yards, 2 scores. Kevin can't hang with him, man. Kevin cannot run with him. I'll tell you that. DK can burn him up the field one-on-one. So if we got that matchup, that works in DK's favor big time. If I'm not mistaken, in 2019, you did have DK on Jair a lot of that game, I believe. Spectre 7 says, if we get a Pete game, I'm going to be very drunk during your post-game stream. Hey, I can't hate you for being that way, man. If it does become a very Pete game, it drives me crazy too. It drives me crazy with every game you got to watch of it when you've got Russell Wilson here and you could be utilizing him, but instead you're playing it so safe and so conservatively. And it's so odd too, because remember, Pete came into here with the Seattle with this reputation of big balls Pete, of I'm going to let it ride. I'm going to try it all out. I'm going to play it loose and free and wheeling. But instead, it's like as he's gone on more and more through the years, he's got a little bit more conservative with every year. A little less 4th downs, a little less trying to push it every drive. Let's just try to get through this game. Let's try to dominate. Those 2013-14 would dominate. Yeah, they did it because they had the talent and they were so much of a better team. But they also were trying to do it. You put up a 50-burger back-to-back weeks. You weren't doing that because you were just trying to get by, just try to barely beat a team. You're doing that because you're trying to beat the living crap out of that team. You're trying to leave a pulpy, bloody mess on the ground when you walk away. Let's get back to that again. That was fun. Ryan Collum, yeah, 80s. I believe Kenny Easley had 2 as well. I don't know if I watched that one live, Ryan. I was really young then, and I probably did, but the game would have stood out more in my memory banks if I was 100% sure I saw it. I definitely saw the highlights of it, but I don't know if I saw it live. Nolan R. Vance, Super Chat wouldn't work. Like and subscribe. It's easy. You can do it. Oh, yes, please do. I forget to mention that. Thanks for reminding me on that, Nolan R. Vance. If you do like what you're listening to here, even if it's on replay, whether it's live, however you're listening to it, please do hit that like button for me. It helps out the channel considerably, helps me grow, helps me show up for other Seahawks fans who are looking for great Seahawks content, and I really do appreciate it. I do. Washington Visquest, I'm confused on Carson's status. Heard conflicting news. He's off IR in practice today. Is that right? Yes, Washington Visquest, it would look like he is going to play. What we know about him is that this neck injury is not going away. It's something that they have to manage, whatever that means. Manage, he can play a couple games, then he needs a couple games off. He can play one game, then he needs a game off. I'm not really sure what exactly that entails as far as management goes. But it does seem like with him practicing, they are intending to bring him back this week, and he is going to play. Collins, I feel like getting D. Eskridge back is a very underrated part of this game. Completely opens up the playbook. I'd agree with you on that. Certainly, at the very least, this opens back up the fly sweep game, and you'll be able to use it more than just once or twice a football game. Theoretically, now you can run it 4, 5, 6 times a game, especially if D's getting 8 yards a pop on it. So, yeah, I think he's going to give you an added element to this offense with his return. I'm excited by that. I think Eskridge, even as a gadgety type player, can help this offense out as we move forward through the rest of the season. And as a part of this offense, we don't have the element that he brings to play. I think you do need this to make this offense work. Emmett says we should throw short the entire first half to draw on the D, then go bombs over Baghdad in the second half. Give Russ his hands. Give Russ his hand. Given Russ his hand, he can wing it. I'm with you on it, Emmett. One of the things I banged on almost every game, especially when Russ was still on the field and healthy, was that let's start out with throwing the short passing game to begin things. Let's not get on in the third quarter and go, okay, now we'll try to throw it short. Let's throw short from the start. One thing that I thought Seattle did that was different than any other football game they've done this year outside of maybe the Colts game and that Jacksonville game was let Geno throw the ball right from the jump, but let him throw those short passes to get in rhythm. Because that's what it does. It lets those quarterbacks get into rhythm. And when you got a quarterback like Russell who's been out for 4 weeks, kind of important to get him into rhythm. Kind of important to try to tap into that as quick as you can. And you don't do that by, we're going to run 5 of our first 7 plays, and then the other 2 plays are going to be 3rd and longs, which Russell's got to complete on 3rd and 9s down the football field. That does not get a quarterback into rhythm. But I love it, Emmett. I'd love to see the same thing. Just attack with a short passing attack, test them up the middle in the run game in between that, then get into that second half where you strike deep. I love it, man. I love it. Collins YT, ever since Super Bowl 49, Pete has gone very passive in play calling. It has haunted him. It has. And it's been the head scratcher deal. Why, when you had so much success by being so aggressive, by going for it, by encouraging a team to be dominant, not by a team to be just barely good enough, but to be dominant? Well, when that works so well, why move away from that? And I don't really have a good reason why he has. It doesn't always really make a large amount of sense to me why it's gone that way. But it has. He's gotten a lot more passive, a lot more conservative, which sucks to see. I want Big Balls Pete back. I want those brass stones that are dragging on the ground when he's walking. And no, not just because he's of advanced age and gravity's taken over and dragging them down, but because they're rather large. Emmett21, it has don't do that in the game, Pete. We need Dangerous to break this Lambo curse and save the city of Seattle. Northwest Fugitive, holy shit, I can't believe you're still alive. Admire your insight, man. I love doing it, Northwest Fugitive, so it's just enjoyable for me, man. I go long. We go long here. Washington Visquest, do you think Alex Collins is a league average or better running back 1 in this league? He looks good to me, but could be because I'm comparing him to Penny and Homer. I think he's probably little bit, just a smidge below the league average running back place of things, but right in that line of things, right in that line. He's very close. I do think that the difference between league average running backs and those guys who are just barely on the street, which Alex Collins was last year, is a very small margin in the talent level of things. Almost infinitesimal amount of difference between those guys as far as that talent goes. It's part of, again, where I sort of assemble my view on running backs and how you have to value them and how you have to weight them and how you have to go out there and pick them, being that this is one of the reasons why I don't like to give a first-round pick on a running back or sign him for a lot of money. Because the guys that are considered the lesser talented are not that far of a drop-off in talent from the upper-end guys, in my opinion. It all gets very close. There are difference makers at the position. There are those guys that are special cats. Obviously, Henry, Nick Chubb, McCaffrey before he's getting injured, Kimura. There's a couple of those guys out there. Jonathan Taylor's on his way to being that guy. But I don't think you need to as much look for those type of guys as you do need to build up the offensive line first and foremost ahead of them. And then a great offensive line can get by on a lesser back. You look at the Cowboys. Zeke Elliott's your top 5 running back, right? The big paid guy, the guy who's still being very productive for that football team this year. But over the last few years, every time they've gone to their running back, their backup running back has more yards per carry average than Zeke does. Is he a better back? No. But is he being more productive with his carries than Zeke? Yeah. And just you see examples of that peppered throughout the league with running backs at times, where the data just always seems to point back to build the offensive line first. The returns will come with it. The good running back production will come with it. Consumer 114, I really hope you go full-time, dude. You deserve it with your passion for the Hawks. Thanks, Consumer, man. I really appreciate the kind words. And we're getting close to it. You know, I wake up in these chats, I get $150, $200 in the chat a night. When we do this at times, it's this type of stuff that encourages me in the direction to say, well, you know, one of these days I'm going to say F it. I'm going to wake up. You guys are going to see me have a nice generic thumbnail, which is going to be the same damn thumbnail I use every day. So I'm not creating a new thumbnail 5 days a week. I'm not doing that. But you see that? I'm going to go in full time and I'm going to say, come what may, come what may with it. Roxanne, hello, Roxanne. Good to see you in the chat. It's been a minute, girl. Thank you for the $20 donation. Roxanne says, the Tundra is not quite frozen. Russ and his receivers are jacked to play together and put the hurt on Green Bay's D, and our D will be hunting for Aaron Rodgers' soul and drag him to a non-vaccinated quarantine hell. At least that's what I hope. I hope for it as well, Roxanne. It's a vision many of us have been drawing in our mind. I don't know how all of us can be randomly drawing the same vision if we are not but on some sort of wavelength of a future reality that is thus determined, that has already played out, is nearly now happenstance in its foregone conclusion. How could it be that we all have the same mindset, Roxanne? We're all seeing the same vision ahead of us. I hope you're right. I hope we go in that frozen tundra. I hope we burn that tundra up. I hope that field's never the same once we come through there. I hope we almost leave this sort of mark upon the field as we leave. It never carries the same sort of prestige it once did when Seattle went in there and just beat them all to hell. And as you said, Roxanne, took Aaron Rodgers' soul. I'm going to take his soul. But thank you for the $20 donation, Roxanne. You're awesome. I appreciate you also being a member of the channel. You know it. And I hope you're doing good. It's good to see you on in here. Washi Visquest, I wonder if Pete just said Super Bowl 49, if I F up, I F'd up. Should have ran the ball. If the truth would set him free, I know I have to own a mistake before I can move past it. It's good, very good point on your part, Washington Visquest, and that maybe there's that to be said here, is that play in Super Bowl pushed Carroll away from the big balls, Pete, pushed him away from being the aggressive enough, that it hampered things down a little bit. I hadn't really thought of it in that way, but you could make that argument because that is where things kind of started to turn. That's where that conservative nature started to draw forward. That's where they started to pare away some of the wild childs of the team and started to go for more of the Boy Scout types, less of that edge. I think that Super Bowl with the Patriots definitely affected things moving forward in a variety of different ways. All the much more reason why it hurt so much that play. But interesting. Could be. Ethan Deckworld, random question. What's your favorite movie? I'm a bit of a movie buff, youngish movie buff. So this is a complicated answer, Ethan. In my former life, in my young 20s, I was a guy that was trying to be a screenwriter. So that was my dream back in the day. And the guy that really pushed me to want to do it, the movies that really had an effect on me watching them when I was younger in that respect was kind of bold. I look at them as kind of combo movies myself. They're the two different movies, which would be Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction. And I thought with what Quentin Tarantino was doing with writing and dialogue and playing around with the linear components of movie making, he was sort of throwing all the rules out the door and making up his own new rules as he went along. And the effect that had on me as a kid to watch those movies and go, wow, you could do this with filmmaking. You can do this in a movie. You don't have to be in the box. You can go this far outside the box. Those movies had just an effect on me from that standpoint. And I still maintain they're timeless movies. They'll be movies that you can hand to somebody 100 years from now and say, watch this. And they'll go, wow, that is an amazing film. I go back and watch Citizen Kane now and I'm like, oh. I go watch Ben-Hur. I'm like, I'm going to go back and watch 100 years from now, Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction, and I'll be laughing my ass off at the lines, and the storytelling will still keep you in it. The acting will still keep you in it. It's kind of where I stand with those. Charles with a $5. Another Charles. Jesus, Charles, you're like $100 deep on this YouTube stream, man. I appreciate you. You're awesome, brother. He says, Brando, you might be able to go full time if you team up with these webcam girls in the chat. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, is give me to pair up with them. You know, I give you guys some boobies and I talk some Seahawks. That's what people would have you believe men just need, right? That's all that we need to make us happy. Some boobies and talking football. I don't know why they do that. Like, you're not getting porn person. You're not getting anybody into your porn. There's literally no one in my chat that's clicking on your porn. Like, literally no one. Literally. But maybe, Charles, maybe you're onto something with that. And thank you so much for all the donations, Charles. You're very kind to the channel in that respect. I do really appreciate it, my guy. On Northwest Fugitive, considering all of our running backs have some form of injury, are we going to see a backfield by committee? Is it going to be a rotation, or can we give them a heavy dose of Carson? I think our days of seeing a heavy dose of Carson are done with, Northwest Fugitive. I think that you're dealing with the neck injury where it is, and we've had our share of dodgy neck injuries here recently, right? Cliff Averill had to retire because of a neck injury. Cam Chancellor, neck injury. I don't know if Carson's got the same kind of thing going on, but I would hesitate to guess that maybe they're going to have to probably massage it along a little bit, and you're going to get a heavy rotation of all these guys going through. And if there's a hot hand like Alex Collins gets hot, they'll probably lean to him a little bit more. If Carson gets hot and he's rolling, they might lean to him a little bit more. But I would think that they're going to try to massage the situation, massage the carries a little bit as we go forward. Emmett21 says, number 3 is return to face Dr. Evil, Dr. Rogers, a.k.a. John, the wrong one, Wick. That's right. Lolo says, these bot spams must be good. YouTube, where are you at when we need you? They changed up their name. I've banned them under a variety of different porn names, but they always keep coming back. I never knew porn liked the Seahawks so much. Northwest Fugitive, and if Carson is the answer, I don't know if I can trust him for next season. I don't trust him for next season, Northwest Fugitive. This is the final year of Carson, in my opinion. I think you can't have somebody taking up a role in your backfield who is this injured this often. I don't know if he's full-on made of glass, but he's not made of steel. He's not made of iron. And I need to have some availability from the running back position. And when you look at our crew over recent years, as you were speaking about in recent years, what we've seen from this Northwest Fugitive, where it's been decimated on the regular, we need to start valuing a little bit more of the availability in our running back room. We got to have less of these guys that are broken parts, guys that are just trying to, oh God, if I can just get this leg back to moving. More of guys that you're on the football field on the regular here. Lolo, yeah, I don't know if you remember from last season, but the talk and idea of Lockett DK having success is because of Russ. I got to say, having Geno here helps deny that. They can still ball no matter what the QB. I agree. I think that both of those guys are great fits for Russell and his skill set, but I also think those guys are great players in themselves. I do. I agree with you on that, yeah. And I do remember that talk being presented out there a bit. I do. Some people have thought about with DK. DK can be able to be as good receiver for Russell. Yeah. He's a very talented player. He's a good player. He's a great wide receiver. Northwest Fugitive, you like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Well, this is where it's weird for me. This is the weird thing with me on loving Quentin Tarantino as I do, and I still have a lot of respect for the guy. He started to lose me right around after Jackie Brown. And my theory on this is that Jackie Brown caused Quentin Tarantino to withdraw back and to fall into some of his worst tendencies as a writer and a filmmaker, because he got blowback on Jackie Brown, which was very much an evolution in his style. It wasn't the same old Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, though it had some of the noir elements to it, but it was him making more of a grown-up type story. And I think that he got kind of swacked for that a little bit. It didn't have the same kind of success as the prior movies, and he said, "Oh, well, the hell with it. I'll do these weird movies that are now like above criticism, which aren't real movies, but are like these weird showpieces a little bit to it." It's not that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's bad or that Kill Bill isn't good. I just don't think that those movies are quite on the same level as far as quality as True Romance, Pulp Fictions, Reservoir Dogs. Hell, I'd even throw in Natural Born Killers, which he only wrote and then Oliver Stone kind of really rewrote. But still, his shell of his story was there in that movie as well. I think that there's been a little bit drop from him as far as quality goes. If you separated the two, he's a little bit like Pete Carroll. You got the first half of his career with Quentin Tarantino, Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, True Romance, Natural Born Killers. I'd even offer in Jackie Brown, From Dusk Till Dawn, which the first half, at least of Dusk Till Dawn's awesome. And then you got the back half of Tarantino's career, which to me is just not Inglourious Bastards, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Kill Bill, Death Proof, not quite as good. Go Ox 05, we men are simple creatures. We are. We try to claim to have a lot of depth, but we are at the end of the day very, very simple creatures. Lolo, Ricardo Lockett was a scary moment. Still remember that? That was a scary moment. I felt bad for Lockett. Carved out a role on this team, one of the best special team gunners out there, if not the best in the NFL, and just a horrible, horrible moment. Ethan, yeah, Tarantino's crazy. No filmmaking box for him. My favorites from Tarantino are Inglourious Basterds, Django Unchained, DiCaprio in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is sensationally hilarious. And there's a lot of people that like some of the back half stuff of his career, Ethan. It's just a preference thing for me, where it's just he just didn't quite tap in for me the same stuff of Reservoir Dogs, where he was at, man. He was in that zone. He's like in that zone of writing, and he's still on his bad days better than 95% of what's out there in Hollywood. So don't get me wrong. Him losing a step or two is still a guy top notch as a director, a writer, and knows how to put a movie together. But there's just been it's not quite for me to solve. But those aren't good. Those aren't bad movies. I like those movies. Emmett Brown, John Wick, more like John Dick. At least that's what Rogers' family calls Karen Rogers. Nice. Cool Breeze, I prefer Casino, Goodfellas, and The Departed. All those are great movies too. I think those are my favorite. I'll say this, Cool Breeze. Those are my favorite Scorsese movies, because it's very like hip to be able to say with Scorsese, oh, I'm very much a Taxi Driver. Oh, I like Raging Bull. Both of those two movies I always watched, and I never quite understood why they were held to such high regard. But I watched Goodfellas, Casino, even Departed. I think that's, in actuality, my personal preference as far as Scorsese's works go. I just even Mean Streets kind of bored me. But those movies I thought were awesome. I thought those were at the height of his powers. D-Nugget, let's go, Brandino! Let's go, D-Nugget! Lolo, Quentin Tarantino is an odd duck, but I find him intriguing. His style is one to acknowledge, but it's not for everyone. No, it's not. And again, there's times where in the back half of his career, there's some grading times. It's now for me more with Tarantino on some of his movies. It's more about scenes than it is the totality of the movie. You take a movie like Inglourious Bastard. It's the opening scene with Londa and the Frenchman in the house with the people underneath, or him with the girl that gets away, and then he's back having this pie in front of her, and this whole tete-a-tete that's going back and forth between them and the scene. It's those things you get now as more moments in Tarantino's movies than it is the whole movie stem to stern. Like Reservoir Dogs is to me damn near a perfect film, start to finish. Every frame just right on point. Not a wasted line to be had. But I don't know if I can say that about some of his later stuff, where it's like he needed a little more of an editor, a little more of a guy to come and go, you can just chop this scene out. Death Proof, where you have the girls do this whole long talking scene for 45 minutes, and then 15 minutes later you have another half-hour scene of them talking about nothing across the table. Maybe cut one of those out. He lost a little. He got a little bit of the my stuff don't stink. Everything I write is gold on paper. Always a dangerous place to be as a writer, I think. Awashi Visquest, what do you think of Paul Verhoeven? He's my favorite director, a great favorite director to have, a very irreverent director, another guy with a very signature style. Obviously, probably for me, RoboCop is for me the Verhoeven movie, the original RoboCop. I mean, just not only in its prophetic nature for our future, but just in he just does not care. I love that Verhoeven is willing to go there. He will go to a place that is wrong, is naughty. He's willing to be. He's willing to go over the top with the gore at times, but then also use it from a storytelling standpoint. Starship Troopers is probably my second favorite with him, though. I love Starship Troopers. That was just a great movie. But Verhoeven is an awesome director. Probably doesn't get as much good credit as he should for some of the films that he's made. But yeah, he's awesome. I love Verhoeven. Flag Sabbath, what's happening? Nothing much, Flag. We got a lot of folks predicting a Seahawks win this week, Flag. I don't know where you're at on it, but we got ourselves quite a few folks who are all in on our Seahawks winning this week against the Packers, which I just love to see it. I love the confidence. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 donation says, Ron Jeremy is my favorite director actor. Well, he is a multi-threat guy. He's a triple threat guy, you could say. He's a tripod triple threat guy, you could say. Also seems like he is probably going to jail for quite a long period of time here soon. Maybe the rest of his life. Emma Gaming says, I'm a Marvel guy, so my favorite director is James Gunn. He's made some good movies. I didn't have the chance to check out the recent one he did that was on HBO. What was the one he did? The Suicide Squad one he did. I heard that was pretty good. I didn't have a chance to check that one out yet. But I like James. He does good work. Northwest Fugitive. When I think about it, our last power back was Marshawn. I might not ever get an accurate read on our running game after being spoiled by Lynch. Who is Carson's replacement? Should it be a priority? We've had a couple power backs since then. Northwest Fugitive. Thomas Rawls was a power back. He wasn't a shake you in the open field. He was a I'm gonna put my helmet in your chest. That was the type of dude he was. Carson's also a power back. He's not a fast guy. He's a 4.58 guy, 40 guy. He's another guy that's going to try to run you over. Eddie Lacy didn't do it well, but that is a power back there too. They've always kind of leaned more to power backs. I don't know who Carson's replacement would be. If I was to say a general place I'd look is be at the 4th round on. I think you can get good quality running backs, even 3rd round on. You can get some really good quality running backs. I don't think you got to put a 1st, a 2nd, or a 3rd really on a running back. I think that you should put more of an onus to looking at other positions in those top 3 rounds than running back. But that would be more of where I'd lean to go. I don't think you should have to pay for a guy or give a guy big money. You just look cheap at the position. There's a lot of talent at the running back position across the league. Northwest Fugitive, in my opinion, tends to land on this where I believe more in building the offensive line first rather than becoming fixated on a running back. Build the offensive line first and then watch the production from the running back position take off, regardless of who's there, regardless of where you draft them. Lolo says, should we focus on left tackle, defensive end, running back, linebacker in the draft, maybe even corner? I would probably put priority upon left tackle, right tackle, center, and trying to address a couple of those in the draft. And then linebacker, running back, and then cornerback. Those would be the positions you probably want to target in the draft in general. Even, I love Christopher Nolan and Dennis Villanueva. I can't say his last name. I go Villanueva, which is, I turned him into Alejandro Villanueva. They're my favorites working right now. Fantasy sci-fi is my favorite genre. And then The Empire Strikes Back is my favorite film. It's a great film. It's a great choice, man. Phenomenal choice. I like Christopher Nolan. I don't like a little bit of where he's going with his transition as a director, where you now can no longer hear half the dialogue in his films because he's trying to fill it up with some weird background noise, and you have to watch it 10 times to hear all the dialogue or watch it with subtitles. That gets a little infuriating. But Nolan's a fantastic director, a very talented guy. I do love what he did made my favorite Batman movie with Ledger. I think I love his take on that one. And Dennis is great too. Dennis has been awesome too. He keeps getting better and better and better. And I haven't watched Dune, but I'm going to wait to watch Dune until they do the second one. I don't want to watch the first half and then wait for 2 years for them to eventually get the second one out. So I'm going to watch them both back to back in one showing. But I'm stoked. I'm one of those few folks too who like the original Dune. I actually dug it, so I know I'm on my trip with that. Anybody like S. Craig Zoller? Who's Craig Zoller? Watch Visquest. I've honestly watched RoboCop 50 times and Starship Troopers 20. I love them every time. Oh, they're fantastic movies. The mix of humor and action and tongue-in-cheek stuff that's kind of going on throughout the movie, just a great mix and a unique spice by Verhoeven in the way he puts those movies together in his kind of Verhoeven movie. He's got a signature, definite style. Northwest Fugitive, are good talkbacks just not really valued anymore at all compared to even 5 years ago? Tailbacks. I think that it depends on the team. I think there's a wide variance of opinion on this Northwest Fugitive. I think there's teams that have embraced the analytics community, and the analytic community tells you that you need to get offensive linemen first before running backs, and that drafting running backs high is not very smart, and that you should wait to get them later on because really the value is behind building the offensive line. So that is embedded itself in a lot of different organizations. Within that, though, there are still those organizations out there that make top 5 picks with Saquon Barkley and Ezekiel Elliott and have done that in recent years. They've gone up there and made those choices. Leonard Fournette, top 5 pick. So that I think that there's a wide variance of difference of opinion on this to a degree still. You even have those teams out there that are even paying running backs, which I think is a complete fool's errand. But you got those teams out there that have paid the running backs where it's every running back that basically gets paid normally is way less productive than they were prior to paying them. Christian McCaffrey, not as productive. Alvin Kamara, still being productive, but not as productive as he was prior to signing his deal. The list goes on and on and on and on. It's almost proven out at about an 80 to 85% clip as far as paying running backs. So when you get that much data to say when you pay running backs, it's not a great return for you, you eventually get teams that get smart to that and go, you know what, we're going to stop paying running backs. You know what, we're going to stop dropping running backs high. I think the other thing that's been done is that teams were drafting running backs in the first round thinking they would get the 5 cheap years of production and wouldn't have to sign them to new deals. But instead what happened with that is you'd draft a running back in the first round. He'd get to after year 3 of his rookie deal and then expect to be paid on a contract extension. So you had to then throw out that 5 years of club control. Now you only get 3 years of club control. I think it changes things up a bit. Lolo says, 7 is one of my favorite movies I've seen. David Fincher has a unique style too. The Suicide Squad was awesome. Very campy and messy style. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that at some point, the Suicide Squad one. That's one of those, I like to keep those movies that are going to be good movies, but you don't rush to watch them because there's so few movies to watch. So you sort of leave a couple of those in your back pocket. So when there's that night where you're bored and you just don't feel like doing something, you kind of pull it out of your back pocket and put it in the movie, make some popcorn and go, and you got a good watching experience. I'm kind of a nerd like that a little bit just because the movies today suck so hard. But Fincher's awesome. Fincher does have a great, nice, beautiful, just a beautiful dark vision in the way that he looks at movie making. And look, 7 is another one of those movies I think that holds up over time, that has stood the test of time. I watched it a couple years ago again after it had been in a good amount of time since I had last seen it, and got one of the better. He's gotten the best performances of Brad Pitt's career out of him. Beyond 7, I think my favorite, of course, Fincher movie has got to be though. Oh my God, it's the one with Pitt and Norton. I should be remembering what this is, but Fight Club. I think Fight Club's his best work, in my opinion. I love that movie. Just a fantastic job of bringing a really tough novel to life. But Fincher he's one of the top ones out there too. He is. It's got a great style. I even like the Alien movie he made, which gets knocked around and dinged on a bit, but I actually dug it. I thought he did a pretty good job with it. Especially when you look at a movie like that with what he did with Alien versus what Ridley Scott did with it when he came back with Prometheus a couple years ago. Northwest Fugitive says, my point was Lynch was never hurt. My bad, Northwest Fugitive. You're right. Yeah, I mean, since Lynch left, you've not had any running back who's been able to maintain any kind of health, have you? It's very well said. I mean, and it's been an issue. Nobody can kind of stay on the field, which does speak a little bit to Lynch's toughness. Absolutely. And also speaks to, look, if you're going to get these battering ram running backs, you probably need to stack a bunch of them up because they're probably going to get beaten down because you're battering ramming them over and over again. I look at them, Seattle, and so much of what they do in the running game, Northwest Fugitive, is bang up off that A gap. It's essentially go over the butt of the center or attack off the guards, which what happens with that is you get a running back going up into the hole and he takes a lot of hits from the side because his eyes are going to be in front of him, right? He's trying to find the hole, look ahead of him. So he'll take hits he doesn't see coming as he gets through the line of scrimmage a lot. That's hits that when you don't see him coming, those are the ones that hurt the most. You know, those are the ones that really like, oh God, I didn't see that one. That one, ow, ow. And I think that's what's happened a little bit. You see this especially, Northwest Fugitive on a guy like Rashad Penny, who's a guy you drafted to be an outside runner. You drafted him because you had a guy in Todd Gurley having a ton of success against Junior. Like, let's go get one of those kind of running backs. And then you bring him in, and then you almost outwardly refuse at every turn to utilize him as an outside runner and keep hammering him up in the middle because you've become so fixated on those A gap runs, on those B gap runs. And I think that gets your running backs wore down a little bit, as opposed to Northwest when you get him on the outside, right? And you get a running back now in space. Now he's got the sideline to use. Now he doesn't have to necessarily 100% be tackled every time when you get him out like that. He can go up and get his 8 yards and get out of bounds. Whereas when you're up in the middle and you're hammering up the middle every time, you're getting tackled every play, you're going up the middle. You're going to get hit. You're getting tackled. So I think a little bit of that factors in that way too. Washy Visquest says, heck, Brandon could do a movie chat on the side. Well, like I said, my initial love was movies. My dream was to be a screenwriter back in the day. I wrote about 10 scripts, if you guys can imagine it. I got 10 screenplays I'm sitting on. Someday I'm going to do them as an animator. Animation's coming along here. Adobe's coming along with their animator things. And so someday I'm going to animate and do a movie animation off my scripts. But I love movies, dude. I can talk directors, writers, act all day long. I love that stuff. GoOx05, I have a feeling we will tag and trade Diggs this offseason. I don't think you're going to tag him. I think part of how you got him to not hold out or be a problem with the holdout was a little bit in letting know, look, you'll play out this final year and then we'll let you go be a free agent and sign where you will because we weren't willing to give you a contract extension right now. The team has tended to be pretty hesitant with using the franchise tag in the past. They don't like to use it. They're very reticent to use it. If they do use it, I agree. If they do, it would be then to move him in a trade at that point. But I don't know how much value he's going to have out there because of the fact that he's a little older a player. Whoever trades for him has to then sign him to a contract extension with fairly significant money. And the free safety position, the safety position in general in football is just being devalued across the board. Guys that play at an upper level position can't get paid. We saw how hard Jamal Adams had to fight just to get his money. Marcus May wasn't able to get paid at the Jets. PJ Williams has not been able to get paid with the Saints. The safety position, they're a little bit like running backs, man, even worse than running backs. They just can't get money. Nobody wants to pay them. Emmett says, who has a better chance of finishing the Green Bay game, Eskridge or Peso? Penny. I'll go Penny, Emmett, but not confidently. I don't say it with confidence. You know what I mean? I don't say it with I don't say it with my chest out. You know, I ain't saying it with my big boy voice. It's more like Penny. It's like that tone. Jeffrey Thistle says Lynch hurts. He doesn't get hurt. That's right. Well, that's what happens when you consumed his twin in the womb. Is he got the power of a man and a baby. Jeffrey Thistle says Ron Jeremy does tongue in cheek. Yes, he does. Watch Visquest. Would you sign Collins for $8 million over 2 years, $5 million guaranteed? No. No. Nope. Not for a league average. You don't have to pay that money for league average running back production. You don't. It's a depressed position. You can for league average production, you can sign a guy to a $2 million deal. If you really wanted to go to like a bottom line point. If not a league minimum. I mean, we're getting him right now as it stands on a league minimum deal. Alex Collins, for the production you're getting from him as it currently stands. So if you could do it once, why couldn't you do it again with a different player out there? Charles Riley, that David Lynch Dune was a trip. I thought it was an acid trip, but fans says it's faithful to the book. I've heard some differing opinion on that, Charles, as to whether or not David Lynch was being faithful. Lynch always brings his sensibilities into play. Another one of those guys with some wild ideas for how he approaches filmmaking, which is usually good. I mean, he's another guy that brings it. Another one of my guys I just love, but he is definitely one of those weird cats in how he goes about filmmaking. But I thought it plays like watching it in retrospect, because when I heard they were making this new Dune, I went back and watched the old Dune again. And Acid Trip is a good way to put it. It is just a wild movie from the internal dialogue. If you guys ever watched South Park did the spoof on it with the spice melange. The spice melange. There's this funny South Park bit that they did on that. It makes me laugh. I go back and watch it all the time. But I liked it. The movie keeps you engrossed. The visuals are trippy. The Baron guy is freaky. You got Sting doing the steampunk thing. Like it's a trip film. It's a trippy film. It's not a perfect movie, but I liked it nonetheless. Lolo says, bring Diggs back. Bring in Collins on a 1-year deal, maybe 2. Bring back Gerald Everett and bring back DJ Reed. Well, that's, I don't know, Lolo. I mean, you're going to be paying at that point $29 million into your safety position. And then you got to keep in mind at that point that you're going to also be paying DK the money you're paying. So that means between 2 safeties and 2 receivers, you'll be paying somewhere in the neighborhood of about $70 million on your cap. It's a lot of money for 4 positions, especially if you're paying your quarterback still $40 million. Now we're at $110 million on 5 players. It's going to be tough to build out the rest of that roster. Jeffrey Thistle says, Zeke got paid and disappeared into Cabo sand. He did, man. He got his money. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how the running backs get paid and they stop being as good as they once were? And it's almost unanimously at every turn. Oh, okay, Flag. I don't know Zoller's name, but I know his movies you mentioned. Dragged Across Concrete. I've seen Brawl on Cell Block 99, I believe, and Bone Tomahawk was disturbing. That movie was just disturbing. Oh my God, there's some crazy scenes in that movie. But no, he's a good director too. He's on the come. I like him. I knew the name. I was like not placing it. Flag Sabbath says, as far as Dune goes, I wanted to see Alejandro Jodorowsky's Dune's vision. I did too. A guy got ripped off, not ripped off, but borrowed his concepts in all these other movies, including Aliens, that took a lot of his concepts, didn't they, Flag? A guy that, man, he had a very specific vision. I'm sure you're referencing to a little bit of the documentary on Jodorowsky's Dune, which he would have just made an absolutely bonkers film, but it would have been awesome. It would have been awesome. It would have been bonkers in a beautiful way. Someday, somebody will probably try to reimagine Dune under Jodorowsky's vision, because he had so many notes and so much stuff done in the background. But man, that guy's had a lot of his stuff ripped off from that vision of how he was going to do Dune, which just speaks to how inventive he was looking at creating that process. Charles Riley says, Zodiac ain't a bad Fincher flick. I like Zodiac. I do. I don't think it's a bad movie. It's a little long. It's a little meandering at times. I think that some of that's a bit of the point to it. It's got some really great scenes in it, and it's well shot, beautifully acted. I can't quite put it in the same place as some of his, a couple of the, like Seven or Fight Club, but still a good film. Very good film. Northwest Fugitive. Thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, it took me a little long to acknowledge, but appreciate you, my guy. Thanks for putting that in there. You're awesome, bro. Kay says, I love Gerald. He's the biggest softy, such a nice guy. He did a nice interview where he said he's lucky to have Russell as his friend, and what a great guy he is, more than a football player. So sweet. Gerald does seem like a really cool guy. That's awesome to hear Russell's kind of creating that connection. As somebody said, okay, if they wanted to bring back Gerald Everett again for another year, I'd be in favor of it. I like him as a football player. I like his yak ability as a tight end. I don't think we've utilized him quite enough this season for what the talents are that he can bring to the table. He's just not been featured a whole lot. I think he's pretty good. I like the guy a lot. It's good to hear that he's a good guy too. He seems like a cool dude. Jeffrey Thistle says, Russ throws to the tight end more than once in a game. I'll eat my shoes. He's done it before. It's been years, Jeffrey, but he's done it before. Ethan says, speaking of David Fincher, I recently saw Gone Girl, and my goodness, if there was a villain played so well that made me think of Heath Ledger Joker, it would be Rosamund Pike in that film. That's one I got to admit I have not watched, but I've been meaning to. So I have not checked that one out, but I'll take your recommendation on that, Ethan. I'll take a look and check out that one. I didn't know if the tone of it seemed like one I wanted to watch, but maybe there's something a little more I'm missing on that one. Daniel W says, if we don't sign OBJ, I think it makes an 80% chance we trade Russell. It just makes 0 sense. We give guys like Luke Jokel a chance, but won't pay Odell $4 million. Agree, Daniel. I think if you see this as and it's not just this signing, but it's through the totality of this period over the last year and a half. It's Antonio Brown as well, right, Daniel? It's not going out and really addressing the offensive line this offseason. It's not converting Russell's base to bonus money. It's not utilizing the $13.3 million of cap space that you are still currently sitting on. It is all of those things together, which all equal to the same thing and the thing that you mentioned. They're all signs that unanimously point in one direction, and that is to moving off from Russ this offseason. It is only explained by that or supreme ineptitude. One of the two. Northwest Fugitive. This is such a cool platform, man. I hate the Rams for obvious reasons, and the Niners are the worst. Not to change gears, but can we stop calling Kyle Shanahan a genius? How much longer do the Niners keep rolling with him? I tend to think that he's bought himself an extra year in the drafting of Trey Lance, being that the drafting of Trey Lance was built upon you knowing that he's not going to be good year one. He's a very young player. He played one game in his last year of college as a guy coming out at basically 21 years old. To expect him to come on the football field this year and to take off was really asking too much, and nobody thought that as being a feasible possibility. I think Shanahan made that peace with the Niner front office when they made the drafting of him. I think the seat's getting hotter underneath him. I certainly think that we have to maybe do away a little bit with the genius label at this point. I still though think that he's a very good offensive-minded coach. And really when the place that I give head coaches a pass, when they fail, especially frankly, when they fail at their first stop, the one place I'll give them a pass is if they didn't get a chance to get a good quarterback. Look at a guy like Brian Flores with the Miami Dolphins. Has he really been given the good opportunity to succeed there with the way the quarterback position was set up for him? I don't think so. I think the guy will eventually earn another chance as a head coach and should do so actually having a good quarterback there so that he can get the most out of his defense. And I think with Shanahan, he walked in the door and, he was part of the process to get Garoppolo, but on the back of that bad decision, they got stuck a little bit with the position, with not having another good guy to go out there and grab outside of having to give up all these first round picks to go get Lance this year, which was going to take a couple years to get the returns on. So I think he's getting, it's his own making. He made his own bed with this. It's not like he should be kind of given a pass, but I still do think that long-term Kyle Shanahan will be a great coach in this league. And I still think long-term his offense is going to be productive in this league. When it's given the right items to be productive, when it's given the right players to get the most out of it. Ethan Deckworld, sorry about bringing up non-football stuff. No worries. Was just curious what your thoughts were. Let me know if you don't like it. No, I'm all right, Ethan Deckworld. I always like talking. I'll talk this stuff. We're low key right now, man. What are we? 5 hours in the stream. We're chilling. D-Nugget says Hawks win this Sunday. Hopefully Rodgers doesn't play. If Rodgers doesn't play, we will win. Jordan Love is not ready to roll. That kid still looks really rough. So we would win in that case, I think. But it's going to be a fight, D-Nugget. It's going to be a good game. Ethan Tech World. Dune is so visually brilliant and sounds absolutely incredible. Watch it on the biggest screen possible. I will, Ethan. I will. I'm stoked to see it. I love Dennis Villanueva. I love him as a director, so I think he's going to do a great job with it. Washington Fistquest says, I know paying 2 safeties is bad roster building, but is there a price you'd pay to keep Diggs? Oh boy, it's going to be so hard because if the thing with this is you got to make a decision on this of if you pay Diggs, even if you pay him at a lower market than what I think he's going to get, which I think he's going to get probably 11 million a year, probably 12 million a year. Okay, if you get him down to 7-8 million a year, you're then still talking about having to go light at a more impactful position like defensive line or corner or offensive line, because the math adding up and the way it adds up down the track of that equates out to that. So it's really hard for me to be paying two safeties at the same time. You really could pay one safety and should be going with a cheaper deal on the other side of it. You should have that kind of balance at play so you have a better opportunity to build at other positions that are more important on this team. So when you look at this team, which is a 4-3 under defense, and if we're going to remain a 4-3 under defense moving forward, you need the front four to generate pass rush. That doesn't mean that we have to just, that we ride with Darrell Taylor and he's got to get it all done. That means you need 4 dogs along the defensive line to get that pass rush. And if you're having to pay at other positions, you're probably going to end up going light on that defensive line. You'll not get enough pass rush, and then it won't matter how good your safeties are. They're going to get the doors beat out. They're going to have the ball thrown all over the football field on them because they're having to hold on in coverage for far too long because your front four is not able to generate consistent pass rush. That's my opinion on the way this defense works from the front to the back rather than from the back to the front, because that's what we're really talking about here. Which is it? Does the defense work, and does the 4-3 under defense work front to back or back to front? And that's the key to answering that question, in my opinion. Lola says, if we can't bring back our guys on the secondary, things could get real rough. You're definitely going to have to do some rebuilding this offseason. You are. Yeah. When it comes to the secondary, you're looking at a new free safety. We can't count on Marquise Blair going forward. You got club control of Trey Brown. I think Sidney Jones is a free agent, so you're going to need not only find another starter opposite if DJ Reed doesn't remain here, somebody opposite Trey Brown, but you're also going to need to get some depth on top of it. Agreed. You got to get, there's going to be a lot of work required this year to get this stuff fixed up. One of the reasons you got to be very careful in how you apply the assets across the board at that point, because it is a finite amount of assets. The one thing I will say to it, Lolo, is that we are sitting on right now as it stands, the 9th most amount of cap space in the entire NFL. You're probably going to get out from under Bobby Wagner's contract, which will save you an additional $17 million, thus putting you up in probably a top 5 position as far as cap space in the entire NFL. Ethan says, we got to eat up that Green Bay right guard. Got to get our pass rush eating. Yeah, that was the thing that stood out. Newman, I believe, is his name. Hello, Newman. But he's the right guard for the Packers and probably the only real true weak link right now on that offensive line for the Packers, in my opinion. Right tackle's not great either, but right guard's a spot you can go after a bit. Right guard, a little bit at center. They're not quite as strong offensive line as they've been in years past, but they're still pretty darn strong. They do a great job. Seems like they always have a 4th or 5th rounder that's just showing out. Hell, the fact that they're getting something out of John Runyon's son in productivity is surprising to me. I watched that guy coming out of college and I'm like, dear God, he is a mummy incarnate. Put him back in the box. You know what I mean? Lolo, I'm heading out. Love the stream. Go Hawks. Peace out, everyone. Peace out, Lolo. Thanks for hopping on in here. Kay says, honestly, DK may be the best threat we've ever had. Hit that like button, guys. Well, thank you, Kay. Now, Kay, I'm going to point out one guy, though, and again, I show my bias on this. So this is my bias. But the guy over my left shoulder here, this Mr. Largent over here, he might have a thing to say about that. Best deep threat we've ever had. I think the guy ended up averaging like 19 yards per catch or something over the course of his career, or some ridiculous amount. He was catching deep balls all over the place. Just ridiculous, his amount of productivity, as far as especially being a deep ball receiver guy for a guy only about 5'10", on his best day probably. But DK's on the rise. DK can catch him, K. It's not set in stone on this one, DK can certainly come out and turn this one around with that, and that story is not fully told, so to speak. So, yeah, I think he can still get there, but I think Largent's got him by just a bit right now. Keep in mind, 2K, Largent retired as the best all-time receiver when he retired in the 80s, late 80s. Most productive, had all the major wide receiver records when he retired. Washy Visquest, thank you for the $5 donation. You are so kind, and multiple donations on the channel on this stream, and you are appreciated, sir. Washy Visquest says, my favorite David Lynch film is Blue Velvet. Heineken, fuck that S. Pabst Blue Ribbon, Dennis Hopper is also king. Also, Go Hawks, Eraserhead, Green Bay. Eraserhead's awesome, and yeah, I like Blue Velvet too. One of the wildest films you'll ever watch. Absolutely bonkers, nuts, and Dennis Hopper is out of his mind in that role. He is method acting all day on that with he's taking not the oxygen, but whatever he's breathing, and just a live wire in that role. But absolutely, yeah, that is the personification. There's one other movie that Lynch does that's actually, I think, the absolute personification of David Lynch, which is The Wild at Heart with Nicolas Cage. That is David Lynch to a T, that film. Another one of those just absolutely insane movies, but always entertaining. His films always, you don't know where they're going. You don't know how they're going to end, but they are always entertaining and freaking buck wild. Watch Visquest. I don't know. I feel like you throw those league minimum running back dice and you're more likely to come up Carlos Hyde than Collins. Too bad we can't draft for beans. Yes, very true. I'm usually leaning away from the minimum league deals for running backs and more to drafting them, getting the young guys young and hungry on a deal, fighting to get that next contract. I would go more to that aspect of it, but I'm not opposed if you can find the guy with a little depressed value on the open market who is going to cost a lot. Wash Visquest, the thing that I mentioned, this is a couple of years ago, you could have gotten Leonard Fournette on a 1 year, $4 million deal on waivers. That guy always seems to be available somehow or another every single year, just prior to the year or leading up to the season, if you want to go at it from that value standpoint of things. I just think that the nature of the position is that way. You can find it if you want to go look for it and getting value. You just don't have to overpay for that value or put a big draft pick into it. Charles Riley says, Gone Girl's a good watch. All right, I'll give it a try, you guys. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a shot. I'd always meant to on that one, just never got to it. John Robinson says, how about all the fugitive movies? It wasn't Gino, it was the one-fingered man. When I came home, there was a shit quarterback in my house. Why are you asking me these questions? You should be looking for the one-fingered man. I got to do the Harrison Ford finger wag. That's Harrison Ford's move. Why aren't you looking for my wife? Why aren't you looking for my wife? You should be looking for my wife. There's somebody who's done a YouTube video of it, that of all the times, every role, every movie, he has to get a finger wag in. Harrison Ford does. Northwest Fugitive, Diggs is a really important part of our D. I don't deny you on that, man. I don't. And they've put themselves a little bit in the bind with part of this Northwest Fugitive, you could say, is this is the problem with going out and making the trade for Adams when you did. You already had Quandary Diggs. You had already Marquise Blair, who could have played the strong safety role, and that's his natural role, would be strong safety. Instead, you went after Adams, I guess, not trusting in Marquise Blair. And again, Diggs is, I can't deny, he's taken the ball away in interceptions more than any player in the secondary in the NFL over the last couple of years since he came to Seattle. He's been a perfect fit as a free safety. He's been probably about 90% of what you had out of Earl Thomas in Earl Thomas's prime. Very, very close in a lot of respects to what Earl gave you. He's not quite the guy in free safety that can take away the deep stuff and keep things clean over the top all the time on his own out there, but he's been a great player. I ain't going to deny that. It just does come down to it. If you pay your safeties, Northwood Fugitive, and you're running a scheme that's built more to the front four, trying to help out the back end rather than the back end helping out the front four, you kind of you're kind of not putting the assets to the appropriate places for the way you want to build your team. And if you want to build your team to safeties and make that more of, make you back to the front, which some teams do build from the back to the front, you can go that route. But they haven't decided that that's what they really want to do. They haven't really owned it in that way. Daniel W., how many good wide receivers were around in the 80s? Don't get too caught up in the past. Athletes are something else in 2020-21 compared to 1980. Yeah, Daniel, it's undoubted. I mean, there's no one that's ever going to make the point that athletes of the past compare to athletes of the now, right? But what you can compare is the impact of that player in the time they played. And what happened with Steve Largent is he went out there and there were all these wide receiver records that were owned by a variety of different guys. He took all those records and put them under one banner. Now, admittedly, Jerry Rice came after him and then put all those same records Largent had under one banner and then put them under his banner. But Largent did collect all of those records under his name. And he did it in a run-first offense. In a time and an era when most of the teams ran the ball first and foremost, and his team almost above all else on those other teams in the league. He had a head coach literally who was known by the moniker Ground Knocks. So I agree with you. I'm not caught up in athletes and saying Largent, if you brought him in today's game, would outperform DK Metcalf. Largent wouldn't be able to play in today's game, but that's not what we're comparing here. We're comparing impact. Who was more of a deeper threat? Largent was a better, deeper threat than DK Metcalf. Metcalf's on the rise. He can catch him. He's 3 years into his career. Largent played 15 years, So I think you can still compare athletes in the 80s to the athletes of the now. Are there better wide receivers? Is it more of a competitive mark as far as wide receivers now versus then? Yeah, but does that have a little bit more to do, Daniel, with the fact that it's more of a pass-happy league than it was then? Yeah. So there's pluses and minuses on both ends of that kind of spectrum. But I don't think you can undersell the greatness of a player. I don't care whether you're running back or whether you're a position that has it'd be like if you're a cornerback and you end up setting records for tip passes, and interceptions, and tackles for a cornerback. And every major record you have, most interceptions for a game in a row, and even the smaller and the bigger ones. And you put all of those underneath one banner. That's impressive. And it's got a special place in history, my point, that isn't just to be glommed over to be like, well, that was the 80s, so let's forget about that time. That's the thing that does bother me about new, younger fans, and not just in the sport of football, but in basketball or baseball, those that are young who only have seen the sport, let's say 10 or 15 years, is that all the stuff that happened prior doesn't matter, doesn't count anymore in some way or shape or form. I don't quite land in that stage of things. I think you can still measure past greatness with current greatness and still acknowledging that there is a different level of athlete at play between the two. Ethan, thanks for answering my movie comments, but more importantly, thanks for another great stream. I got my own short film in production. That stuff is tough. Oh, it is. But yeah, thanks, man. Well, great luck on you with that short film. Go down that mark, Ethan. It's awesome being creative and getting into that stuff. And look, the world's going to be at your fingertips for this type of stuff because of the way animation's coming along and the way that you're not going to need to do as much stuff going forward in the future of shooting in studios and needing lighting and all this stuff, that you're going to be able to control this stuff post-production in a lot of respects. Will help and allow these guys to be able to do this stuff independently all that much more, which is exciting for the going forward on it. Jason Tudor just got in. Can you super quick summarize your take on whether or not the Seahawks should get OBJ? I think that bringing him in might mean less time for Eskridge. Yeah, sure. Let me give you this on the basic part of this, Jason. I don't know that you can do I don't think it's a smart way to go at this point to say that we don't want to bring OBJ in because we're worried about his impact on Eskridge. Dwayne Eskridge has been basically injured from day one of walking onto this team. First, it was a foot injury. Then he played 6 snaps for you with the Colts. Then he went down for 6-7 weeks with a migraine. He's got a thick, deep injury history going back to college. So there's a good chance that the injury stuff is going to continue on as we go forward. I'm not relying on him at this point, and I don't think we can rely on him as a number 3 wide receiver going forward. If he's on the field, if he can give us some production, great. But it's all bonus to me at this point in time. That's what he's proven out to be as we land where we land. When it comes down to OBJ, Jason, the question comes down to this, and this specifically. You'll notice beneath me, I've got the scroller going. That scroller is showing you right now that the Pro Football Focus analytics score grades for each of the main players on our team. And then beyond that, it's showing you their positional rankings for where they rank beyond that. Dwayne Brown has got a 70.3 grade. That's 30th out of 79 tackles, right? Sidney Jones has a 51.5 grade. That's 100 out of 116 cornerbacks, right? So when you look at a guy like Freddie Swain, this is the real key on this, Jason, is Freddie Swain right now is sitting at about 110 out of 120 wide receivers rated by Pro Football Focus, meaning he's not getting open. He's not doing a very good job of being a wide receiver. So the key question here is OBJ better than Freddie Swain? That's the true real question here. The guy that's been the third wide receiver as we've stood so far. And the answer is absolutely yes. So if that's the case, if he can improve this team, and right now, Jason, I'm in favor of improving this team. I wish it was center. I wish it was corner. I wish it was linebacker. I wish it was pass rusher. I wish there's a variety of maybe other positions, but we don't have those positions available to us. We have wide receiver available to us. We have an upgrade at wide receiver available to us. This leads me to believe that you should go out there and make the move. You don't have to use up all your cap space to do it. You can give him $4 million and still roll over a good portion of the salary cap into next season. But it absolutely makes a lot of sense to me. I just don't think, though, that you can count on Eskridge at this point. He's not showed enough availability, and I think he's going to get injured again. Kay says we love Marshawn, love Romo. I do love Marshawn. Marshawn's awesome. Washi Visquez says, with Largent played, you could actually touch wide receivers too. That said, DK would be just fine there. Yeah, it's a good point, man. You could beat the hell out of those wide receivers on the outside back then. You could put your hands all up and down them on the football field. You also there was also a part of it where you could go in and do a lot of extracurricular activities as guys were already tackled. I went back and watched a lot of Largent tape of the 80s, and there's a lot of guys giving a lot of extra elbows, a lot of falling down the knees on the face type stuff after he's long been tackled, and that stuff didn't get called back then. You had to be a little bit different. You may have to be a different level of athlete in this day and age versus the athlete back in the 80s, but you also had to have a huger level of toughness back in the 80s to be able to play that sport. That was a man's game back then, especially playing on the AstroTurf. Elliot Card coming in with a $25 donation. My God, Elliot, you're coming in hot here at the end. I appreciate you, sir. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Elliot says, Odell Beckham Jr. is not a debate. We have no pieces to get where we need them the most, like cornerback, etc. Take what you can get. We have cap space, so let's use it for an extra wide receiver target. It's not rocket science. Eskridge, he needs time too. Very, very well put. Very well put, Elliot. And thank you for finishing this off so strong with a $25 donation. You are awesome, sir. Very much. Not you. I think you put like $60 on this stream alone or something. So thank you, Elliot. You're amazing always in supporting the channel as you do. This is where it comes down to for me, Elliot. Somebody mentioned prior to this, it should be a no-brainer look. I don't know why there was so much hand-wringing throughout the week on this OBJ thing from some Seahawks fans. I don't think it's been as much in this chat, but I think I've seen it from some Seahawks fans out there in the consideration of him. And it's like, you got a 3-5 team. It needs help. It needs help in a variety of different places. If in one of those places you can go get help to improve this football team, you do it. You do it. You know, you're not sitting 7-0 and you're worried about messing with the chemistry of what, you're not in that state. You're in the state with a hard schedule through the rest of the year. You got to go to Lambeau. You got to play the Cardinals twice. You got to play the Rams. You got to play the Washington football team. And that defense, which they're not as good as they were this season, but they're still tough. I'm going to do that with I get all hands on deck. If there's somebody out there that can help me, I don't care where you are, come on aboard, help us out. You know, and OBJ will help you. I just can't, when it comes to Eskridge, I just can't trust him on that. I hope he comes back good. I think he's going to be great in the fly sweep game. But I do have is he over this migraine? If he gets hit in the head again, is he out another 5 weeks? You know, there's also been a part, Elliot, I was talking about this earlier. You know, Brock Heward brought up the fact that DK's been dealing with a bit of a foot injury. You know, what about the thought process of bringing in Odell to buttress yourself up against the potentiality of having an injury to this wide receiver core as well? That almost should be just the cherry on top to really finish the debate off. Oh, and now you get to protect against injury in the wide receiver core rank, which, by the way, in recent years has been decimated. Oh, which, by the way, has led you at times in the playoff staff to run with guys like Malik Turner in very important situations when you need a drive, when you need to get up the field, when you need him to make you key important catches in a football game. Well said, Elliot, and thank you so much for that donation. You are awesome. Awesome, sir. Jason Tudor says, I'd love you to tell DK how much today's game is a man's game, unlike today's, not disagreeing with you, though. All I'd have to do, Jason, is I'd go back to a Bronco game that Largent played in where he went across the middle and the player came in with the forearm across Largent's face and broke his jaw. And I'd look at that play and I'd look over at DK and I'd say, DK, would this happen in today's game to you? Would that play that just happened to you where the guy came in late with his forearm, literally his forearm to go upside Largent's jaw? Do you think that's going to happen to you in this day and age? No. No, you'll never see a hit like that again that happened on Largent in that particular game. Never. Never. It's been legislated out of the game. So I think DK would probably agree with me. I think most players who played in the 80s who watch the game now would probably agree with me. I think most players who played in the 90s, asking about 80 players in the 80s versus today, would probably agree with me. You got to be tough to play football. It's the toughest sport there is by far. No doubt about it. There are no weaklings in this game. There are nobody that I would question your toughness in this game. But is there different levels of toughness? Yeah. Yeah. Jason says, oops, I meant yesterday's game. Sorry, it's too late. It's late. It's getting late. Ellie Clark. Yeah, exactly. We don't have anyone free that we need. So I just don't get why it's like a zero-sum game. Just because we can't sign a center, it doesn't mean a wide receiver backup is bad. Yeah, there was and it was one of the guys off of 710 that posted this up on their Twitter I saw, where they said, he does not fix everything. Odell Beckham does not fix everything. It's like, yeah, who was saying that? He does not help out your center position. He does not help your cornerbacks. He does not help out your running backs. Yeah, who's saying that? Who's making that argument? I'm not. Nobody's making that argument. It's about, does it improve the team? Is it cost a significant portion of salary cap? Is it a big risk? Do we have to give up draft capital to get this guy? No, and no. So you make the move. This is where it gets to the no-brainer state of it from my standpoint and your standpoint too, Elliot. And I don't get the trepidation as much here when you factor in that. The fact that there's really no downside to this type of move. Not really. You can try to event something, but there really is not. Gil G says, get OBJ. He's going to another NFC team. I think we got to do it, Gil. We've been advocating it. We've been pounding the drum for it. We've been screaming from the mountaintops all this show. Go get this guy. Get this deal done. No excuses. Get this deal done. Kay says, would the Giants trade Saquon in the offseason? I don't believe Kay. I think that they had to make a decision on his fifth-year option this prior offseason. And so with a first-round pick, you got the fifth-year option the team decides on. And if they decide on it, then the player plays out that final fifth year of their rookie deal, and then they're a free agent afterwards. But they made the decision, I don't believe, to enact that fifth-year option, much like Seattle with Rashad Penny chose this offseason not to enact their fifth-year option on his rookie deal. So this would mean that he would then become just a street free agent at the end of the day, Kay. Anybody can get him at that point. It's going to be hard for him to make a lot of money, though, I'll say, because he's been so injured, including this year with that ankle situation. Washi Visquez says, if someone said, if the Seahawks throw $5 million into the fireplace, there's a 10% higher chance that Russ will stay. Let me say this right, Washi Visquez, because you're putting this in a great way. If someone said, if the Seahawks throw $5 million into the fireplace, there's a 10% chance Russ will stay, I think we'd all say, hell yeah. That's kind of where we're at with OBJ. But we also get OBJ. Very well said, Washington Fisquest, and that's where I stand with this. There's so many pluses on this. There's no downside. There's no real risk. You can get rid of him anytime. There's no bonus money. There's no draft capital you have to give up. And the point you make, you also make Russell Wilson happy. Oh, that Hall of Fame quarterback you currently have who's kind of waffling whether or not he's going to remain here long term. Is that important at all? Should that be maybe a part of this process we take into account, especially understanding that he said last year to Seattle, Washington Fisquest, last year he said, go get Antonio Brown. He'll help out this wide receiver core. And Seattle said, no, we're not going to pay the same amount that Tampa Bay is willing to pay. Then he goes to Tampa Bay and helps them go win a championship. We want to make the same mistake over and over again? I don't. Cool Breeze says, what do you think about DK's foot? Are you concerned? I am concerned. As Brock mentioned, we don't know anything about it. Is it a ticking time bomb? Is it something that's going to require surgery at the end of the season? Is he less than 100% right now? Are they managing it? This would factor into my decision-making on going after Odell Beckham, 100%. I'm already worried about the wide receiver room as far as depth goes, even not knowing about DK's foot, but understanding that is happening. That's an ongoing thing that's been going on. It should factor into your decision-making. It should from the front office's standpoint. And again, why it's kind of a black mark against them if they ignore this situation and go forward with it. And I will especially be pissed off if DK goes down in 5 weeks to a foot injury and you didn't make this move right now. That'll be the ultimate frustration at that point. Seahawks 3-5 says, I don't think OBJ changes anything with Russ if Russ stays or goes. If he sees Tom Brady in another Super Bowl, a team that will give him literally anything, you think Russ will care if they got OBJ or not? Well, it's hard to say. Nobody knows for sure on the Seahawks 3-5. I'll say this, it can't hurt for a quarterback that's asking this offseason and who is asked to have more control and some more say. Giving him some more control and some more say can't hurt but to help keep him in the long term. Are there things that could happen that could override that? Yeah. But is at least a better step in the right direction as opposed to what the front office has done recently with Russ, which is, hey, I'm tired of getting hit as much. Maybe improve my offensive line. No, we're not going to do that. Hey, why don't you build up the offense around me like you did with Patrick Mahomes? No, we're not going to do that. Hey, how about Antonio Brown? No, we're not going to do that. Hey, I like Odell Beckham. No, we're not going to do that. What do all those no's push the player towards? Does that push the player towards remaining or towards leaving? And if the player's got a little bit of an indication of maybe I'm time to go, does that push him really into that lane of it is time to go? And I would argue that that's what it does. So it's no guarantee you keep him by making this move to Odell. It's no guarantee it's going to have a huge impact at the end of the day, but it might. And it's a step in the right direction to saying, hey, Russ, we're recognizing you're our most important player, and we'd kind of like to keep you happy, which is not exactly the indications that they've been showing prior exactly. Elliot Clark, yeah, but like you said, Brandon, our general manager would sign Antonio Brown because of his history. Our general manager wouldn't sign Antonio Brown because of his history when we had the Kareem Hunt chat. There's a difference on this one, Elliot. So then this is the key with this stuff, right? So you got a guy like Frank Clark. He's accused of putting his hands on a woman back in college, right? But not proven. Charges dropped. Okay? Not proven. Antonio Brown situation, there are rumors of this. There are allegations. There's a private case brought. There's no real criminal charges being brought here. He's not being convicted of anything. And then we have Kareem Hunt on tape kicking a girl in the head on the ground. That's just it's a difference from situations. And the thing about Antonio Brown last year, Elliot, it wasn't a matter of them not interested. They made an offer to him, but it was reported that Tampa Bay was willing to basically beat the offer by somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million. It wasn't a significant more, but with it being equal between Tom and Russ, probably with Antonio, the extra $1 million was enough to push him over the top, especially being a guy that's already from Florida to begin with. So it's going back home a little bit there. But Seattle was in on the Antonio Brown stuff. They were interested there. But the key on Schneider is that you can't lay your hands on a woman and it be proven. It's not going to be just allegations, but actually proven that you've laid your hands on a woman, that you've actually done something for sure. Northwest Fugitive, if this squad squeaks into the playoffs, are you happy to bring Pete back next season? No. Not really, no. I'm pretty much landed at the stance on this where I'm happy to move on from Pete at this point. I think Pete's best days are behind him as a head coach. I don't think that he tops into a new prime or gets to a new stage of things, that finds some sixth wind in his coaching life here. I think we've seen the best out of Pete. I don't know that he's got it in him at this point to tap into that extra gear. I don't know there's another gear. I don't know if there's a seventh gear here, in my opinion. I don't. I think the time has come. A little bit. Elliot says, I agree. Just saying there's a gray area on the morals, I think. Yeah, I agree with you there. I agree it's a little gray. It's very gray. And it's probably case by case is how it probably is weighed, I would say. Elliot's also done with Pete. Yeah, I love Pete, man. I'm at my wit's end with the stuff. And now watching his defense this year have things go bad, that even in last year's first 6 games, which were horrible defensively, you at least were able for the most part to prevent the big play and stop the run overall. Now those things have started to fall away against decent offenses. And the things that even Pete used to do good, even against the bad things he did, have now started to become bad things. I think the day has come. And there's a reason why coaches aren't coaching into their 70s in the NFL at a high rate. It's the reality of it. And it's not derogatory against Pete. It's not being ageist. It's just the reality of life. You get to 70 years old, you just don't think as on sharp and on point as you did when you were 40, 50 years old. It's the facts of life. Just the facts of life. All right, well, we are super late on this stream. My voice is starting to go. I'm getting hungry. I got to pay. A variety of things here. We had another awesome stream with so many folks coming with the donations. Charles Riley, Northwest Fugitive, Washington Fistquest, Elliot Clark, Randall McDaniel. The list goes on and on. You guys, again, just are so kind in your guys' donation on this. We're getting closer and closer. We got the sponsorship, donations, we're demonetizations with this channel. I am getting closer and closer to getting to be able to do this full time, 5 days a week, 6 days a week. Thank you for you guys helping me continue to bring this process along, subscribing, hitting the like button, doing all that type of stuff that just helps this channel out get closer and closer and closer to that goal. One of these days, I'm going to wake up, I'm just flip the switch. I'm telling you guys, I'm just going to flip the switch and be like, you guys are going to have to ride with me. You might get tired of seeing my face in your, filling up your YouTube, box on that, but it's just what's going to go down. So, I appreciate all of you on that respect. Let's get the last of the comments in on this. Wash Visquest says, all I know, All I know is this has been another great stream, and go Hawks. That's right, Washington Fistquest. You better believe it. Jose Garcia, it would be great if Pete just rode off into the sunset, happy with what he accomplished, and let someone else take over. That's where I'm at with it, Jose. Move up to the front office as a figurehead, be a consultant type, a lot like Bill Walsh did with the 49ers when he moved out of the head coaching role. But go into that stance, go into that stage of things. Embrace that part of it. It's okay. It's fine, But I'm with you on it, man. I'd like to see a ride off in the sunset too. Jason says, glad I got the last little bit. Well, thanks for hopping in here, Jason. Sorry, finishing off here just a little bit premature, maybe a bit, but hopefully catch you in on the next one on Sunday as well. Or I might be on Saturday as well. If we get an Odell Beckham signing, folks, in the next couple of days, I'm going live. So if it happens, we're going to go live. We're going to get stoked. We're going to get hyped. I'm going to bring the last of those folks over who have been reticent to believe that Odell's going to help this football team out. I'm going to bring you over. I'm going to sell you like a missionary in New Guinea to get you into my lane on things. I'm telling you guys, I'm going to do it. So we'll see how it breaks down. It's going to be interesting to watch. Thank you, Northwest Fugitive. Ellie Clark says, less Pete and offensive play calling versus Packers. Please, let's go. Hey, let's go. Less Pete in this play calling. Let Waldron do what he's doing with Russ. Let Russ have some control. Let Russ run some up-tempo stuff in this football game. Watch the good things happen from it. But Carroll, just stay out of it. Stay out of the offense. Concentrate on your defense. Concentrate on stopping Aaron Rodgers this week. You've got a big enough task ahead of you in that. Don't need the offense on this as well. Stick on your defense. Get it right. Do what you can to shut this Rodgers down. You're never going to stop him, right? You can only hope to contain him, okay? That's fine. Let's contain Rodgers. Let's keep him held down as much as we can and let that offense do what it's capable of doing, which is, hey, it can cook. It can cook. Not just Russ, that whole offense can cook if Carroll just lets it over flame, turn that flame up. Let's let it roll. If we're going to go out, let's go out fighting through the rest of the back half of the schedule. Let's go get Odell Beckham. Let's light this up. Let's go on our run. Come on, folks. We can do it. Last couple of comments here. Jose Rodriguez, 12's forever. Win or lose, 12's forever, Jose. We're ride or die here forever. We're a 12 for life. We bleed blue and neon green here. That's how we all roll. You better believe it. Roxanne Raw. Thank you, Brandon. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Roxanne. Thank you again for your donation on the channel and all you do and your support as well. I do appreciate it. Hey, you know what, folks? We're going into Lambeau. We're going in the cold tundra of Lambeau Field where players go to freeze and bones break by the sheer conditions at play. But even in that darkness, folks, even going on that road, having to go up against Karen Rodgers and his ruffled feathers and anger and his venom as he tries to take it out on our Seahawks for the Hail Mary, for the conference championship, even in these seemingly dark times as you enter into it, as you know your quarterback's going into it with his finger half hanging onto his hand, just sitting there like a dead worm, just holding in there, and Russ fighting through to hold on to that football. Even in those moments, don't you lose the faith. You keep the faith. I don't have to tell you. I see it in the chat. I see it in the predictions for winning this game, and you better believe that should damn well happen here. Let's go out, Seahawks. Let's go be hungry. Let's go fight. Let's lay all the cards on the table. I want to see trick plays. I want to see Russ throwing the ball to the football field. I want to see the defense playing aggressively. I don't care if Rodgers beats the blitz. Blitz him. Put Jamal Adams in his face. Let's go. If we win or die this rest of this year, let's do it being aggressive. Let's do it going forward. Let's not do it to play, not to lose. Let's do it to win. But even if we go in this dark area, even if we got to go against this Rodgers, even as we got to go against one of the faces of the NFL, even as we got to go in this with Russell with the dangling finger, don't you forget, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.